Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Wild Luck Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It all started in Qing City, China, in the year 2000. A child was born that radiated light. After that, these quirks started popping up all over the world. And within a few generations, our world had become a superhuman society, with 80% of the population having unnatural powers. As society was cast into chaos, a new profession slid to the front of the public eye: superheroes. Oh, by the way, this is the story of how I became one of the world's greatest heroes. Japan, May 11, 2108. The sun shone brightly on a warm spring day in Japan. Cicadas buzzed. A slight breeze blew through the air. And three preschoolers had cornered another one, with a fifth standing in between them. The blonde leading the group shook his head in exasperation. Deku, why are you standing there? He should have known better than to take the last cupcake when he'd had 3 already, he exclaimed, staring at the green-haired boy in front of him. Kakin, I don't know why you think you need to do this. But if you don't stop, I'll stop you myself. The greenette shouted, quivering in fear. The blonde smirked and small pops of heat and light crackled in his hand. Really, Deku? Still playing the hero despite being quirkless? He asked, before turning to his lackeys. A tubby one extended 2 wings, while a skinny one's fingers stretched out. Let's get him. The blonde swung his hand, intending to detonate an explosion on his friend's face, the greenette shielding himself with his hands in an attempt to block the pain he knew was coming. In another timeline, the blast would connect, creating a rift between the 2 boys that would not be repaired for over a decade, among other events both good and bad. But instead of a blast of heat and force leaving a burn on the kid's face, the hand connected and, with a small hiss, a little bit of fog left the blonde's hand. "Wah?" the greenette asked. The blonde had a dumbfounded expression. "Deku, what was that?" he asked, as his lackeys backed away. The boy blinked a few times, still surprised. "Was that my quirk?" he asked. The blonde looked on in shock for a few moments, before grinning madly. "Finally, you got your quirk. Let's go tell Auntie and Co," he shouted, grabbing the other boy's hand and running out of the park. The 2 lackeys looked at each other. "Did we just get abandoned?" one asked. "Yeah," the other responded, before they looked at the spot where the last kid had been earlier. "Aw, and the cupcake thief got away." The first one groaned. "Never mind him. Let's get out of here," the other said, as they left. That day, I learned that not all men are created equal. But sometimes, some of the less equal ones have really good luck. Even if that luck can be really, really weird. The 2 boys rushed into the green-haired one's house. Mom, I got my quirk," the boy said excitedly. The mother, an attractive green-haired woman, looked down at her son. "You did. I'm so proud of you, Izuku," she said, hugging her baby boy, before noticing the other kid. "He did, Auntie and Co," the blonde said. "Katsuki, well, isn't this a surprise? Why don't we get something for him to practice on? And some food for both of you boys. How does katsudon sound for dinner?" she asked, both of the kids practically drooling at the prospect. Inko Midoriya's katsudon was known to a select few as some of the best you could get anywhere. "Go sit down somewhere, and I'll get something to practice on." The woman collected a candle, a pencil, a cup of water, a bag of potato chips and a sheet of paper and entered the dining room, finding the boys eagerly chatting with each other. "Let's become super great heroes, Kakin, just like All Might," the greenette, Izuku, said to his blonde friend. "You got it, Deku," the blonde, Katsuki, said to his friend. "All right boys, settle down. Let's see what his quirk does," the green-haired woman said softly, as the 2 boys began to wiggle in excitement. The green-haired boy touched the candle first, touching it near the base of the flame on its top. But what happened next was unexpected. The candle's entire structure changed from yellow-white wax into a column of brown wood, and the candle's flame froze into an inverted teardrop of ice. The 3 all blinked in surprise. "That wasn't what happened last time," Izuku noted, before looking at the glass of water. "I want to try that one next," he said, the gears in his brain starting to turn. Inko handed the cup to her son, and he dipped his fingers in the clear liquid. Immediately, it began to turn an odd golden yellow color, spreading outwards from the point of contact until it filled the whole glass. The woman dipped a finger in the cup and tasted it. "Apple juice," she wondered aloud, before handing the pencil to her son. The moment he touched it, the pencil morphed from a yellow stick of wood into a bright orange carrot. Katsuki snatched it up and took a big bite, an approving look crossing his face as he flashed a thumbs up to his best friend. The boy then touched the bag of potato chips. And in a really weird twist, the entire thing, bag, chips and all, morphed suddenly into a pot of petunias. "Okay then," Inko said, now really perturbed. Handing her son the last item, a sheet of paper, she watched as the paper seemed to suddenly stiffen, before folding itself into a paper crane. A paper crane made of solid steel. "That is, I don't understand," How does this quirk work? The woman wondered aloud, while her son looked at his bizarre creations. The blonde laughed a little. Your quirk is really weird, Deku. Upon seeing his friend's downtrodden expression, he added a little to that. But it's really cool too. We'll definitely become heroes together, he shouted. The greenette's expression brightened, and pretty soon the two had gone to Izuku's room to watch their favorite video, All Might's debut. The next day, Inko took her son to see the local quirk doctor. After an hour or two of various tests, the woman was called into the old man's office with Izuku. As they sat opposite of him, the bald doctor with the bushy mustache began to speak, looking at some papers on his desk. Mrs. Midoriya, your son's quirk is very peculiar. In fact, I dare say it's one of the oddest and yet most powerful quirks I've seen in 25 years of medical practice, he said, scratching his head. What were you and your husband's quirks, perchance? He asked. The woman raised one hand and attracted an All Might action figure to her hand. My husband Hisashi could breathe fire, and I can attract small objects, she said. That makes this situation even weirder. Although when it comes to your son's powers, weirdness seems to be the only constant, the doctor said. What do you mean? Asked Inko. Allow me to explain. Your son's quirk appears to have two principal facets, although they relate very closely to each other. The first is probability. You see, with every event in our universe there's a certain chance of it happening or not happening, explained the doctor. From the looks of it, his quirk manages to select events that have a very, very low and almost imperceptibly small chance of happening, and make them almost inevitable to whatever he uses it on. Seeing Inko's confused but kind of awestruck expression, he continued. The other facet is luck, or good fortune to himself. Anything that his quirk does is beneficial to him in some way, although it may not be immediately obvious. The bald man continued his explanation. In conclusion, your son's quirk activates on touch. When he uses it, he is given 4 completely random and unrelated possibilities, and after 1 second, one of those events will randomly happen. Gesturing to the small green-haired boy, the doctor finished his assessment. That event will benefit him in one way or another, but it is entirely random as to how obvious that benefit will be. It is very powerful and very strange, and if he can control it, he could easily become the most powerful hero alive. As Izuku's eyes watered with tears of joy, the doctor turned to him. Now, for the quirk registry, you need a name for your power. And since it's your power ... what do you want to name it? He asked. The boy thought for a few moments, before answering with 2 words that would help define his life. Lucky draw. 10 years later, April 14, 2118. It was a bright spring day in Musutafu, Japan. The cherry trees lined the streets in walls of pink, as the cool air was accented by the warm April sun. And one Izuku Midoriya dashed down the streets, his black middle school uniform slightly wrinkled by the speed with which he'd put it on. I hope I'm not too late, he muttered, before skidding to a stop in Tatooine Station. The boy grinned as he pushed to the front of the crowd that had gathered to watch a giant villain standing atop the monorail tracks getting peppered with various attacks by an assortment of heroes. Kamui Woods, I knew I had a good feeling about today, he exclaimed, watching a man wearing a suit of wooden armor swing around a corner from his branch-like limbs towards the fight. Attention, oh humongous one, the wooden hero shouted, getting the giant villain's attention and earning an enraged growl. You have violated Article 1, Section 3, Subsection 1 of the Japanese Quirk Code. As such, you have been categorized as a villain and are now under arrest. Please surrender peacefully. The villain replied by roaring and attempting to swat the man out of the air. Shinji Nishia, better known as the pro-hero Kamui Woods, resisted the urge to facepalm, instead muttering at least I tried, before extending his right arm, the appendage transforming into branches and shooting forward. Here it comes, Midoriya chirped, before shouting in unison with the pro. Binding technique, lacquered chain prison, canyon cannon. Just before the branches could ensnare the giant villain, however, a gigantic blonde woman in a skin-tight bodysuit came out of nowhere and drop-kicked the ruffian in the face, knocking him out. Posing seductively for the media and showing off her largest asset, the woman introduced herself. My name is Mount Lady. Thank you for being at my grand debut. As Midoriya started geeking out about her, a man with weird star-shaped protrusions on his head chuckled. I know what you are, kid. You're a fanboy, probably with aspirations of being a hero yourself. The greenette scratched his head sheepishly. Right on the money, he chuckled. The man laughed. You have a good heart, kid. With heroes like you, Japan is sure to be safe. Looking at his watch, a sly grin developed on his face. Shouldn't you be in school though? Checking his own watch, Midoriya's eyes widened. Oh crap, I'm going to be late. Thank you. As he dashed off, the man chuckled and started to walk away. What an odd boy. He'd look better with blood on him though, he murmured, casually ignoring the mud-like substance starting to drip from his pant legs as he entered an alleyway. A few hours later, a middle school teacher addressed his class. Now, you're all entering your final year here, so it's time to start thinking about your future. Normally, I'd be passing around these forms for future job opportunities. The man began, before throwing the stack of papers up in the air. But let's be honest here, you all want to be heroes. The students started cheering, showing off their quirks. A small explosion quieted the room down. Hey Teach, don't lump me in with these rejects, growled Katsuki Bakugo. Over the years, the ash-blonde boy had grown into a muscular, strong and brash young man. As complaints filled the room from his statement, the teacher looked down at some papers on his desk. Oh yeah, Bakugo, aren't you applying to UA? He asked, setting off a new wave of commotion. Isn't that the hardest heroes school to get into? Don't they only have an acceptance rate of 1 in 300? Another explosion quieted them down. I aced the mock exam, extras. I'll definitely be getting in. The blonde bomber retorted. The teacher looked down at his notes again. Isn't Midoriya also applying to UA? He asked, setting off a wave of laughter through the room. Midoriya? Yeah, right. He couldn't be a hero with that weird quirk of his. Izuku Midoriya cowered at his desk. Before his social anxiety was cut through by a loud explosion, Bakugo glared at the others in his class, who were now all silent. Listen up, extras. Deku's quirk may be weird, but it's definitely hero material, he shouted as the class began to shrink into their seats. It's damn sure a better quirk than shark baits, he said, gesturing at a kid with a shark head. Or schnozzes, he continued, glaring at a boy with an unusually large and somewhat reddened nose. Or sweet dreams, he finished, pointing to a plain-looking girl who was asleep at her desk, her spirit floating as a ghostly projection above her. Seriously, wake up, he roared, blasting her desk and startling her awake. The rest of the day went by in a flash, and before long, the two childhood friends were exiting the school and walking off towards home, taking a shortcut by the river. So, did you hear about Mount Lady's debut earlier, Kaken? Midoriya asked of his friend, as they walked towards an overpass. The blonde scoffed. Yeah, she certainly knows her audience. Were you there to get notes on her in your notebook? He asked, looking at the greenette. Yeah, I was, the boy said, pulling the book out and thumbing through it to her entry. 13 of those things now. Geez, by the time we get our licenses, you'll have almost 40, Bakugo joked, before freezing as he noticed a gurgling noise coming from a sewer grate behind them. Deku, behind you, he barked, as a massive living sewer sludge burst out of the sewer grate and attacked itself to the greenette. Awesome, a medium-sized skin suit. You'll be perfect for hiding from him, the sludge gurgled. Kaken, Midoriya gasped, as the villain attempted to drown him. Deku, defend yourself as best you can. I'm gonna light this fucker up, Bakugo growled, as small explosions popped in his hands. The greenette nodded, before clenching a fist and activating his quirk. Die, you slimy fuck, Bakugo roared, before releasing his biggest explosion to date. The wave of heat and force traveled down the narrow tunnel, the pressure blowing the slime into a splatter on the wall while cooking it into near unconsciousness. A small square object clattered to the ground nearby, completely unharmed. Bakugo walked over and picked the item up, shaking it a few times before laughing. A brick, Deku. That's a new one, still as weird as ever though. The brick vibrated for a moment, then morphed back into Midoriya. What? Weird is practically my middle name. You should know that by now, the greenette scoffed back, stiffening as his ears picked up a gurgling noise. The sludge had coalesced once more and was attempting to attack them again. And then the sewer grate exploded off its hinges, and a blonde giant stepped out. Shit, the sludge burbled. All Might, Midoriya shouted. Have no fear, children, because I am here. The symbol of peace himself shouted. Hey, All Might, deal with him already, Bakugo shouted, gesturing to the sludge. Right, young man, Texas smash. And with a massive punch, a blast of air splattered the sludge all over the wall, the villain now thoroughly unconscious. As Midoriya dumbfoundedly watched the number one hero scrape sludge into 2 soda bottles, his brain started moving at a million miles a second. Nerd, you're muttering again, Bakugo said, before pulling a book out of his school bag and approaching the pro, his greenette friend producing Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 13 from his bag and following him. Young men, would you like an autograph? All Might asked, a massive smile on his face, before quickly signing the two's notebooks. Let's see. IZUKUMIDORIYA and KATSUKIBAKUGO. As he handed Midoriya's back to him, however, he accidentally made contact with the boy's hand, and Midoriya activated his quirk in surprise. And suddenly, right before their eyes, All Might exploded in a burst of steam and was replaced by a skinny, emaciated man wearing the exact same clothes that the number one hero had been wearing moments earlier. What the fuck? Bakugo bellowed in surprise. Why, my time limit shouldn't be up yet, the blonde man said, almost panicking at the revelation of his true form. All Might shrunk. Did I do this? Oh god, I shrunk All Might. Midoriya was having a mental breakdown at that moment. Young man, calm yourself. This is normal for me, the man said, which calmed Midoriya down a little bit. He raised his shirt to reveal a large, discolored scar on his left side. I was badly hurt about 5 years ago in a villain fight, and lost several internal organs. I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day now, the man explained. Was that the toxic chainsaw fight? Midoriya asked. Bakugo laughed. Nah, that guy was too much of a pussy to ever hurt All Might like that. The skinny blonde nodded. While young Bakugo's assessment may be vulgar, it is correct. This was done by someone else. I made sure that fight was never made public, he said, his expression darkening. Anyway, I should get this guy to the authorities. I take it you two know you shouldn't go blabbing about this to people, right? The boys nodded at this. The man started to steam, and in a flash he had grown back into a muscular colossus. Then I'm off. Take care, young men. The two stood in stunned silence for several moments, until Bakugo finally broke the ice. Well, that happened. Midoriya looked at him, and retorted in a completely uncharacteristic way. No shit. Little did they or the hero notice a hole in All Might's pocket, and a bottle of slime coming loose from within it. As the duo made their way back home, they walked through an alley. Well, that was a sucky experience, Midoriya grumbled. Bakugo growled, then kicked a soda bottle down the alley, its cap bouncing off. Yeah, I don't want to think about what was in that slime bastard's body. Fucking disgusting, he said. I'm going to have to shower twice to get the smell off of me. The greenette trailed off, hearing an unpleasantly familiar gurgling sound behind him. I'm honestly sad you two punks think so little of me, the sludge said, as it grabbed Bakugo and wrapped itself around him. Shit, the motherfuckers got me. Get out of here, Deku. Bakugo roared, as the slime attempted to suffocate him, while dragging him out into the main street and spontaneously activating the boy's quirk, explosions setting fires all along the street. All right, Kakin, the greenette said, running to get the nearest heroes. Within a minute, the entire street was covered in flames, and a crowd had gathered. Unfortunately, the heroes didn't have the right quirks to deal with the sludge, and as Midoriya ran back around the corner, having alerted every hero agency in the area, he came to the last conclusion he wanted to make. They're not going to save him. They'll let him get suffocated. Then someone with the right quirk will step in and defeat the villain. The media will write it off as another tragedy, and Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru will never be happy again. I can't let that happen. And just like that, the boy dashed into the street. Hey, get back here, kid. One of the heroes yelled. Deku, what are you doing? Why are you putting yourself at risk like this? Bakugo shouted, another explosion being forced from his palms. Because, rescuing someone in need, even from impossible odds. Isn't that what heroes do? Midoriya yelled back. A pair of blue eyes in the crowd widened at this declaration. Shit. You're right. Get me out of here. Bakugo roared, jerking his arms upward as the sludge forced another explosion out of him. Stop struggling, damn it. The greenette reached out an arm and swiped his hand across a tendril of sludge. Immediately, the villain's body shifted from a gray-green color to a dark brown. What the hell? Why can't I move as easily? The sludge yelled, now gurgling much less. Bakugo let loose several explosions and escaped his prison. I'll still kill you too, the villain yelled, raising a tentacle in the air, but much slower than usual. Pathetic. I quote him, so pathetic, bellowed the voice of the symbol of peace as he snatched the two boys from harm's way. Damn you, All Might, the villain yelled, before the pro unleashed a massive punch. Detroit. Smash. The sludge's body, now composed of wet clay instead of sewer slime, splattered all down the street as a gale blasted through the narrow byway and into the sky. A few moments later, it began to rain. He changed the weather ... with a single punch. Bakugo wondered aloud. Amazing, Midoriya said. The pros attempted to scold Midoriya for rushing in while praising Bakugo for fighting back. But the blonde firecracker was having none of that. Fuck your fake-ass garbage excuses, you fucking losers. We couldn't do anything. We needed someone with the right quirk. Bullshit. Backdraft could have doused Woods in water and rescued me that way. But instead it took Deku running out into danger to save me. And now you cowardly bastards are scolding him for doing your jobs. Fuck you. Let's go, Deku. Bakugo roared with the fury of 1,000 suns, before marching off, his greenette friend in tow. Thanks for the save, by the way. Not your fault, all the pros are fucking useless, the blonde said, grinning at his friend. It was nothing, Midoriya said. As the two rounded a corner, however, they were scared almost out of their skin when All Might leapt out into the street. I am here, he said, before spontaneously deflating, blood spurting from his mouth. Midoriya shrieked. What the fuck? Bakugo said, jumping back. I'm sorry about that, young Midoriya, young Bakugo ... but I needed to speak to you too, the skinny pro said, before smiling at the duo. Young Midoriya ... back there. When you ran in to save young Bakugo, what happened? Would you say your legs moved before you could think? He asked. Why yeah, the boy responded. Well, the truth is, most of the greatest pros in all their origin stories have that one thing in common. Their legs moved before they could think about what they were doing, and the two of you seem to understand and embody that more than anyone else I've ever met. The growing expressions of joy and awe on the duo's face told him all he needed to know. You two can both be heroes, and I deem both of you worthy of inheriting my power. The two froze. Inheriting, Bakugo muttered. Worthy of your power? Midoriya asked. Oh geez, you two should see your faces right now. Just tell me if you want my awesome power. All Might laughed. No, wait, what? Bakugo wondered, now even more confused. It's long been wondered what kind of quirk you have. Many have suggested it's muscle augmentation, strength enhancement, or something similar, but you always deflect anytime you're asked. Midoriya entered a mumble storm as All Might looked on. Is that normal? The pro asked. Yeah, this usually happens when he starts overthinking things, Bakugo said, before lighting a small explosion. Earth to Deku, he shouted. I'm awake, the boy said, jumping straight up. Anyway, I make sure that nobody knows the secret of my quirk. Society needs to believe that the symbol of peace who saves everyone with a smile is a natural-born hero, but the truth is far from that, All Might said, as an unearthly glow started to shine from his hand. My quirk is called One for All, and it is a sacred torch passed down from generation to generation to give hope to the world, he said, as the boys looked on in astonishment. It's up to you two who should have this power, but you are both worthy, he finished. No thanks, said Bakugo. I'll pass, Midoriya agreed. All Might spit up blood. Wait, what? You're declining? He asked, clearly surprised. No offense, All Might, but I want to become a hero under my own power. However difficult it may be to control, Midoriya said, looking at his hands. My quirk has always been powerful, versatile, and perfect for heroics. If any of the other extras are gonna give Deku or I a challenge, then I can't take your quirk, Bakugo said, little sparks dancing on his palms. We're going to have to decline. I'm sorry, All Might, Midoriya said, bowing a little. These kids, the skinny blonde thought, before a smile grew on his face. He started chuckling. You two really are special, he said, transforming back into his hero form. Very well then, I'll find someone else, and maybe after your training is complete, you can help me to it, he said. Wait, training? Bakugo asked. You don't mean? Midoriya began. That's right. Even if you're going to decline my power, at least allow me to personally train you to get into you, the pro exclaimed as the duo's eyes widened. The pro handed them 2 business cards with an additional number scribbled on them. This is my personal phone number. On paper, I'm officially Toshinori Yagi, All Might's retired secretary. Contact me when you get home, and we'll talk about training. You two will become great heroes, I'll make sure of that, All Might said, before turning and leaping into the sky. The 2 teens stood in shock for a few moments, before smiles started tracing across their faces. Deku, Bakugo began, turning towards the greenette. Kaken, Midoriya began, turning to face his friend. The two looked each other in the eye for a moment, then grabbed each other in a big hug. Fuck yes, we're gonna go to UA, Bakugo shouted. We're going to be real heroes, Kaken, Midoriya yelled in elation. The sun set on the 2 joyful teens, as they took their first step towards their future. After the 2 future heroes got home, they got the idea to make a group chat with All Might in order to communicate with the pro better. Midoriya entered Bakugo and the symbol of peace's contact info into his phone, and within a few moments he had created the new group chat. Avatar of Chaos. Hey Kaken, Might-sensei, Yagi-sensei, whatever, I made this chat for our training for UA. Smile emoji. Lord Explosion Murder. Oh good, you beat me to it, Deku. So, where are we going? Toshinori Yagi. Yagi-sensei is fine. Meet me at Dagaba Beach Park at 6:30 Saturday morning. We'll begin your journey to becoming the heroes of tomorrow there. Lord Explosion Murder, Dagaba Beach. Perfect. Avatar of Chaos. Kaken and I have been training our quirks in that junk for years. We know exactly where to meet you. Toshinori Yagi. You boys are even more dedicated than I thought, already training yourselves like that. Very well then. I'll see you there then. Avatar of Chaos. Good night, Kaken. Lord Explosion Murder, good night, nerd. 10 months later, UA High School, February 22nd, 2119. The cool February air sent chills down the spines of the applicants to UA High, one of the world's premier hero schools. After 10 months of grueling training, both of their quirks and their physical prowess, with none other than All Might himself, the dynamic duo of Aldera Middle School was ready for the exam. You ready, Deku? Bakugo asked, school bag slung over one shoulder. I was born ready, Kaken, his greenette friend responded. The two's training had paid off nicely. Both had nicer musculature than they'd had when they started their training, and their quirk training had gone very well. Bakugo, ever the overachiever, had gotten the jump on developing super moves, and Midoriya had discovered something important about his quirk. He could subtly influence which possibility would come to be out of the four his quirk would give him, a level of control that would help him greatly in the exam. As the duo walked forward, Midoriya was so taken by the sight of the massive H-shaped building in front of them and didn't notice a cobblestone in the path jutting up slightly until he tripped over it. Oh, this won't end well, the boy thought as he fell. Until he stopped. Sorry about using my quirk on you without permission. I just figured it would be bad luck to trip and fall before the exam, a cheery, round-faced girl with brown hair next to him said, as he floated in midair due to her quirk. Bakugo burst out laughing. Geez, Deku. We haven't been here 5 minutes and you've already almost eaten shit out front. He guffawed, to the confusion of the girl. Shut up, Kaken. He sputtered back to the blonde, who just laughed harder. Nice to meet you too. I'm Ochako Uraraka, and you're Deku and Kaken, right? The girl said. Deku, Midoriya squeaked. Kaken, Bakugo sputtered. Oh, sorry, did I say something wrong? The girl asked. No, it's just that those are our nicknames for each other, Midoriya explained. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and Grumpapins over there is Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde grumbled. I'm not grumpy. Midoriya rolled his eyes in response. Well, it was nice meeting you. Good luck on the exam, she said, smiling as she walked off. Like we need it, Bakugo said, as he and Midoriya continued towards the entrance. The written exam flew by in a flash, and soon the dynamic duo found themselves sitting in an enormous auditorium with all the other applicants, being addressed by a loud blonde pro-hero who had no idea what subtlety was. What's up, all you little listeners? Let me hear you say hey. The voice hero, Present Mike, shouted at the audience. Nobody responded at all. Oh my god, it's Present Mike Illustento his radio show every night. Midoriya began, while Bakugo simply rolled his eyes. Ugh, quit it, nerd. The blonde groaned, holding a hand to the side of his head as if a headache was coming on. Anyway, here's how it's gonna go. You'll all be conducting 10-minute mock battles and super hip fake cityscapes. You'll face robots worth 1, 2, and 3 points each. Gather as many points as you can in 10 minutes to have a shot at passing. Sound good? As silence reigned, everyone looked to their note cards. I see they're splitting us up so that we can't work with our friends. Tricky bastards, Bakugo noted. Probably good that we're not in the same battle center, otherwise we'd take all the points. Well yeah, Kaken, that's kind of the point, Midoriya snarked back. Also, don't forget how insane it would get with the two of us in one place, Bakugo added. True, excuse me, but I have some questions. A voice came from the audience, as a spotlight shined on a tall boy with glasses. You only talked about 3 types of robots, but listed 4 on the handouts. If this is an error on official UA materials, it is utterly shameful. This institution is too prestigious to make such mistakes acceptably, the boy lectured. And you there, he continued, pointing at Midoriya. Cease your distracting muttering at once. It is distracting and disgraceful. If you can't take this seriously, leave. As Midoriya flushed red from being called out, Bakugo lit off a small explosion and raised one hand, before flipping off the tall boy. Stow it, glasses, he barked, as the other teen sputtered at the rude gesture. Thanks for calling in, Examinee 7111. The 4th one is worth 0 points, and is just an obstacle that will go crazy in small spaces. Just try to avoid it and focus on the ones with point values, you dig? Present Mike explained, while the glasses boy bowed and took his seat. Thank you for clarifying, he said. Thanks for the save, Kaken. Midoriya sighed. Nobody messes with you but me, Deku. Bakugo responded. That's all, folks. I'll go off air with a sample of the school motto. As the great Clark Kent once said, a true hero will always overcome adversity to save the day. Now, go beyond. Plus ultra, Present Mike shouted, greeted with silence. Good luck, Kaken said Midoriya. TCH ... like I need it, Deku the blonde said, before standing up and exiting the auditorium. And so, the teens gathered at UA that day went forward to tackle the entrance exam in a bid to become the heroes of tomorrow ... not knowing just what dangers might face them in the future. One 20-minute bus ride, a large group of examinees, including Midoriya, were dropped in front of Training Ground Beta, one of several massive mock cityscapes on UA grounds, to conduct their practical exam. The day had warmed up a bit as the sun rose, and it was most certainly not sweatshirt weather anymore. Okay, this is it. Time to show what All Might's training has done, Midoriya said to himself, looking around at the other examinees, including a tall boy with multiple arms, a blonde boy with an ornate belt, a dark-haired boy with a white and blue headband, a sleepy lilac-haired boy, and Uraraka. Oh good, she's here too. I should thank her for saving me earlier. Kaken would never have let me hear the end of it if I'd actually fallen, he thought, walking towards her, before a hand on his shoulder stopped him. The greenette turned around to see the tall boy with the glasses. Oh great, he's here too, Midoriya groaned internally. She looks like she's concentrating in preparation for the test. What do you intend to do? distract her and ruin her chances of success, just as you attempted earlier with the entire audience. The boy asked. What? No, Midoriya said. I was going to thank her for saving me out front earlier. Oh, I'm sorry to have bothered you then, the tall boy said awkwardly. The other examinees began staring at him. Hey, didn't he almost eat dirt outside this morning? One asked. Easy pickings, another laughed. They've all written me off ... This is perfect, Midoriya thought to himself, smirking internally. An opponent who is sure of their victory is the most likely to make mistakes ... And these guys are all giving me the opening I need by underestimating me. Walking over to Uraraka, he tapped her on the shoulder. Hi, he said shyly. Oh god, I still can't talk to girls, he groaned internally. Hey Midoriya, how funny that we're in the same testing ground, the girl said, smiling brightly. So they did know each other. The glasses-wearing boy thought, now somewhat uncomfortable about his earlier actions. You ready? The brunette asked. You bet, the round-faced girl responded. Start, shouted Present Mike. As the examinees looked at the concrete tower the voice hero stood in. Come on, get moving. There's no countdowns in the real world. The entire crowd had a collective look of oh shit cross their faces before they all took off running, including the brunette. I can't believe I'd overlook something as obvious as a surprise start, the boy thought in embarrassment as he turned a corner. A wall exploded near him, and out burst a one-pointer. Target acquired. Beginning attack, came a garbled robotic voice as it sped towards him. This is perfect. Let's do this, the boy thought, before jumping to the left and swiping a hand across the robot's surface. His bizarre quirk worked its magic almost immediately, as the entire thing started to fold up before his eyes, quickly becoming a waffle iron. Huh, that's new, he thought, before picking up the waffle iron and carrying it over his shoulder. As he rounded another corner, a row of 2-pointers and a sole 3-pointer all locked onto him. Thinking quickly, he threw the waffle iron at them, activating his quirk again. The appliance morphed mid-flight into a bronze javelin, which speared through 2 of the 2-pointers and lodged itself into the 3-pointer. That was pretty cool, honestly, he thought, as he dodged the small rockets fired by the larger robot and swiped a hand across it. The 3-pointer's form morphed and distorted until it had folded into a small CD. Midoriya bent down and picked it up. Rise and Fall, Rage and Grace by The Offspring. Man, that's a vintage album. A hair over 200 years old, he thought, before running off to find more opponents. Meanwhile, in Training Ground Delta, one Katsuki Bakugo was having the time of his life. The moment that the test began, he had run in with his Blast Rush Turbo move, and was now tearing apart the villain bots like they were made of wet cardboard. Die, he roared, shredding a couple 1- and 2-pointers. Get wrecked, he yelled, jumping atop a 3-pointer and blowing it to bits from the inside out. Sup, fuckers, he shouted, diving from a rooftop and incinerating another group of 1-pointers. Pausing a moment to inspect his handiwork, he muttered that 71 under his breath, before noticing a 2-pointer sneaking up on a dark-haired boy with some kind of hardening quirk. Look out, he yelled, jumping in the way of the attack and destroying the bot with one hit. The dark-haired boy turned around and flashed a sharp-toothed smile. That was so freaking manly, dude. Thanks a ton, he said. You're fucking welcome. Now watch yourself, Bakugo grumbled, before launching himself down the street again. In a darkened room, several pro heroes looked on as another pressed a large red button labeled KAIJU switch. In all the testing areas, the ground began to shake, and a massive robot labeled with the number 0 rose out of the cityscape in each one. That's kind of overkill, Midoriya muttered, as he stared upward at the giant robot, a 3-pointer slowly turning into a pillar of salt behind him from his quirk. He had gathered 53 points so far. In Ground Delta, Bakugo's face was split by an unearthly grin. Finally, a good fucking challenge, he yelled. The two sprung into action in their separate areas. Midoriya dashed towards the robot, his pace quickening when he noticed Uraraka trapped under some rubble. The tall boy with the glasses and the boy with the headband were running his way. You two, glasses, headband, he shouted, getting their attention. Oh god, I'm turning into Kakin. What is it? The glasses boy asked. There's another examinee trapped over there under some rubble. I need your help, the brunette responded, staring at his objective. In Ground Delta, Bakugo raced towards the robot, noticing a group of examinees trapped between a collapsed building and the 0-pointer. Noticing a girl with vines for hair who he'd seen saving people while tearing robots apart a few minutes earlier, and the boy with the hardening quirk, he devised a quick plan. Fine girl, hair for brains, he shouted, the two looking at him. Yes, you two. I'm gonna take that thing down, so get those guys out of there, he shouted, pointing at the group of trapped examinees. On it, the dark-haired boy yelled, hardening his body and running through the debris. The vine-haired girl nodding as her hair extended through the hole he had left behind and fishing out a gray-eyed blonde boy and a pink-skinned girl, while the hardening quirk user carried a bug-eyed brunette boy out. Good, now get back, the explosive blonde yelled. launching himself in the air with multiple controlled explosions from his palms. He gained altitude until he was far above even the zero-pointer's head. I had hoped to wait until the sports festival to show this off ... but it looks like I'm gonna use it today, he thought, as he turned in midair to face on a diagonal towards the robot's face. Using more controlled detonations, he created a cyclone of force with its terminus at the zero-pointer's head, gathering as large a pool of explosive sweat in his right hand as possible. He brought his hand forward almost as if throwing a softball, and lit the explosion off while calling out the downright awesome name he'd come up with for this move: Howitzer. Impact. The effect was immediate. A massive explosion, easily as large as a house, engulfed the robot's head, neck, and torso, the heat melting the obstacle while the force of the blast knocked its head off of its weakened neck. That ... was awesome, he said, an almost psychotic grin splitting his face. Then he realized he'd screwed his arm up with the attack and had no way of getting down. Before he could start cursing his luck, however, a net of vines caught him and slowly lowered him to the ground. Looking down, he saw the green-haired girl with her hands clasped together and her eyes closed, and he was finally placed on the ground. Thanks, he grumbled. I am always happy to help another heroic hopeful, the girl responded, still not opening her eyes. In ground beta, Midoriya felt the earth shake. Looks like Kaken went overboard again, he thought with a smile, before focusing on his objective. He was currently being carried forward towards the zero-pointer by the glasses boy, who he had correctly deduced had a speed quirk. The headband boy, who could weld things together at the molecular level, was currently carrying Uraraka away. Are you sure about this? The glasses boy asked. Yeah, I should be able to disable this thing with one touch, the greenette responded, as they dodged a blow from the robot and arrived at its base. Here we go, Midoriya said, reaching out and swiping his hand across the zero-pointer's surface. Suddenly, a massive pressure weighed in his head. Looks like this is my limit for what I can effect with my quirk, he thought. However, hitting his previously unknown limit wasn't enough to stop the effects of his quirk. The zero-pointer shuddered as the fast boy carried him away, and suddenly it began to twist, distort, and morph into, is that a marble statue ... of All Might? Sure enough, where the zero-pointer had once stood, there was now a 100-meter-tall marble statue of the symbol of peace, standing proud in a triumphant pose with a smile on his face. In the teacher's observatory, the man in question started laughing so hard that he began coughing up blood. Well done, young Midoriya, he thought between fits of laughter. In the back of the room, a dark-haired, disheveled pro sucked a juice packet dry. Great, another problem child, he thought to himself, looking at the colossal effigy of the #1 hero. And the exam's over, President Mike shouted. The two friends met by the front gate, having both been treated for their injuries from the exam by the school nurse, the youthful heroine, recovery girl. You went overboard, didn't you, Kaken? The greenette asked with a smirk. His blonde friend smirked right back. And you didn't, he scoffed. A fair point, Midoriya admitted sheepishly as he and his friend walked into the sunset. That night, the two of them dreamt of the future and what it might hold. A week later, the letters arrived from UA, and the two teens met at Bakugo's house to open them. Well, Deku, you ready to get second place? The blonde asked, as they sat at his desk. In your dreams, Kaken, the greenette scoffed. You go first, if you insist, Bakugo said with mock gratitude, opening his envelope. Out dropped a small metal disc, and a hologram sprung to life. I am here as a projection, shouted an image of the symbol of peace. He was wearing a god-awful yellow pinstriped suit that had clearly been tailored specifically for him. The All Might, isn't this from UA? Midoriya asked. Your fashion sense needs some work, Yagi-sensei, Bakugo snarked. It may surprise you, but I didn't come here to Musutafu just to fight villains. You're looking at the newest member of US faculty, their new foundational heroics teacher. All Might continued, before a hand reached on screen. Yes, what's the matter? What do you mean, I'm showboating? Wait, I have to do how many of these? Geez, a hero's life never gets any easier, the giant said. Nice editing, dumbasses, the explosive blonde chuckled. Young Bakugo, you showed ridiculous academic talent and combat prowess, even by US standards. You got the third highest score on the written exam and an astounding 80 villain points on the practical, which would be enough to pass ... if the exam was graded on villain points alone. The symbol of peace said, confusing the madly grinning blonde. You see, there was also a hidden system to the exam, rescue points. For rescuing other examinees in danger before destroying the zero-pointer and inspiring others to help you, the judges awarded you 40 rescue points. Bakugo's grin widened even more as the symbol of peace finished. With a total of 120 points, you finished first in this year's entrance exam, among an already exceptional crop of hero students. The last person to exceed 100 points in the exam was Best Jeanist over a decade ago, but this year there are 5 who achieved that feat. Welcome, young Bakugo, to your hero academia. The recording shut off as the two sat in stunned silence. Silence that was broken by a joyful cheer of fuck yes. from the blonde in question. 5 minutes later, the two teens had finally calmed down enough to open Midoriya's letter, and the symbol of peace launched into another bombastic explanation. Young Midoriya, you scored a perfect 100 on the written exam in a record time, putting you easily in first on that portion. The greenette's eyes watered. Don't cry yet, Deku. He hasn't told you the results yet, Bakugo chided, although he was clearly happy for his friend. On the practical, you were no slouch either, scoring an impressive 53 villain points. However, with your feat of transforming the zero-pointer into a giant effigy of yours truly, which made me laugh harder than I have in years, you were also awarded 50 rescue points. The blonde giant stated proudly. This puts you at a total of 103 points in 5th place in the entrance exam. Congratulations, young Midoriya, and welcome to the Hero Academia. I'm very proud of you and young Bakugo. The recording showed the top 10 rankings from the exam. 1. Katsuki Bakugo, 80 villain points, 40 rescue points, 120 total points. 2. Eijiro Kirishima, 60 villain points, 53 rescue points, 113 total points. 3. Ibara Shizaki, 52 villain points, 60 rescue points, 112 total points. 4. Tenya Ada, 72 villain points, 35 rescue points, 107 total points. 5. Izuku Midoriya, 53 villain points, 50 rescue points, 103 total points. 6. Ochako Uraraka, 48 villain points, 49 rescue points, 97 total points. 7. Itsuka Kendo, 37 villain points, 55 rescue points, 92 total points. 8. Yosuke Uwais, 55 villain points, 35 rescue points, 90 total points. 9. Fumikage Takoyami, 60 combat points, 28 rescue points, 88 total points. 10. Tetsu, 43 combat points, 42 rescue points, 85 total points. Mom, Dad, Kaken, I did it, the greenette murmured. Next time on Luck of the Draw. New classmates, quirk assessments, battle trials, All Might's educational and experience. Don't miss it. MIDORIYAS Quirk Files. Quirk name, Explosion. User, Katsuki Bakugo. About, Explosion is a powerful mutation of Katsuki's parents' quirks, Masaru Bakugo's oxidizing sweat, which makes him sweat nitric acid, and Mitsuki Bakugo's glycerin, which allows her to produce glycerin from her hands. These quirks combined into Explosion, which allows Katsuki to sweat nitroglycerin from his palms and soles. He has developed many uses of this incredible quirk, from pseudo-flight to cauterizing wounds. Katsuki's natural intellect and practical knowledge allow him to be very creative in battle with his quirk, and he had multiple super moves developed before the entrance exam, when most hero students wouldn't have gotten that far until late in their first year. Techniques: Stun Grenade, a distraction technique that acts like a flashbang grenade. Smoke Grenade, a technique designed to create a thick smoke screen. Bazooka Shoot, a powerful, double-handed explosion designed for long-range combat. Blast Rush Turbo, a propulsion technique used to travel at high velocity. Howitzer Impact, a devastating attack created using remarkable precision. The most powerful move in his arsenal at the moment, comparable to a small missile in power. School Day Start, April 10, 2119, UA High School, Musutafu, Japan. April had finally come, and the dynamic duo of Aldera Middle School, the two best students in the school, despite what a great number of students and teachers would say, had graduated and were now standing outside the gates of UA High. We really did it, Kaken. We're here, this is happening, Midoriya said, a grin on his face. His blonde friend smirked, as if there was even any doubt. He scoffed. The duo quickly found their classroom on the first floor. 1A's door was huge, easily 4 times the height of either boy. You ready, Deku? I was born ready. The door opened and the two entered the classroom, finding their assigned seats, appropriately in a row, with Midoriya just 1 seat back from Bakugo. And now we wait, the blonde bomber said, kicking back and placing his feet on his desk. On the opposite side of the room, the tall boy with glasses from the entrance exam rushed over and began lecturing Bakugo. Excuse me, but please take your foot off that desk. It's disrespectful to the craftsmen who made it, our upperclassmen and the school's honor itself, he said, making exaggerated motions with his hands. Bakugo snorted. Fuck off, glasses, he said. The tall boy sputtered. Excuse me. The blonde continued riling the other students up. I said, fuck off, extra. Midoriya sighed. Kaken, you can't just call everyone who isn't me, Mom, Dad, your parents or Yagi-sensei extras. It's impolite, he said. The blonde rolled his eyes. Fine. The glasses boy straightened up. Let's try again. I'm Tenya Ida of Semi-Private Academy. And you are? He asked. Katsuki Bakugo, Aldera Middle School. Don't you forget it, the blonde growled. Izuku Midoriya, also from Aldera Middle School, Midoriya said. Please excuse Kaken. He's a bit rough around the edges, but nice enough, he said, patting his friend on the shoulder with a cocky smile. Deku, the blonde, groaned, knowing there was no escaping his friend's teasing. The other students started filtering in soon enough, and Midoriya took the opportunity to assess his classmate. The row on the opposite side of the room started with a blonde boy who appeared to be sparkling. Immediately behind him was a pink-skinned girl with horns, a teal-haired girl with large hands and an odd-shaped face, and finally Uraraka. The next row over started with a gray-eyed blonde boy who appeared to be silently judging everyone around him, followed by a blonde boy with a black streak in his hair, a spiky red-headed boy, the dark-haired boy with a headband from the entrance exam, and a brown-haired boy with large eyes. The third row began with an enormous multi-limbed boy, with a purple-haired girl with long earlobes behind him. She was followed by a dark-haired boy with large elbows, a brooding boy with a bird head, and a heterochromatic boy with a head of hair divided in half. One side was white with a gray eye, and the other was red hair and a blue eye. The final row consisted, from front to back, of a dark-haired girl with a bob cut, Kaken, himself, a tired-looking purple-haired boy he remembered from the entrance exam, and a tall, utterly gorgeous dark-haired girl. Before Midoriya could form any opinions on them or guesses about their quirks, a voice from the doorway interrupted them. "Good morning, class." The voice coming from the hall caught everyone off guard as they looked behind them to see a caterpillar. No, it was just a professional hobo in a sleeping bag who unzipped himself and stood up, walking into the classroom, draining a juice packet while doing so. "You were all in your seats when class began. What a surprisingly logical group," he continued, stepping up to the whiteboard. "My name is Shota Aizawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. Now put these on and be outside within 15 minutes, he said in a voice devoid of energy, life or emotion, tossing a stack of unisex blue and red tracksuits on the desk, and turning to walk back out the door. Out on the sports field, the students were gathered together, expressing their surprise about a quirk assessment test. "But what about orientation?" asked Uraraka. "Orientation? Heh, who needs that nonsense? It bored me half to death when I was a student here. Anyway, since this is my class and UA allows me to run it how I see fit, I'm having you take a standardized physical exam like you're all used to. Except this time, you get to use your quirks," the disheveled pro said, before continuing. "The government is still trying to pretend all men are created equal, instead of acknowledging that all men may be created equal, but the quirks they may or may not have are not. It's irrational, and someday they'll have to learn," the pro said, shaking his head slightly as he finished his sociology lecture. "Bakugo, you placed first in the entrance exam," Aizawa addressed the explosive teen, before tossing him a softball. "What was your best throw in junior high?" he asked. 80 meters, the teen responded, still as dumbfounded as the rest of his class. "Now, use your quirk on it. Anything goes. Just stay in that circle," the teacher continued, as Bakugo took his position and lined up a throw. "Don't hold back, Kaken," Izuku said, prompting the blonde to scowl for a moment before smirking. "Like I'd do that anyway, Deku," he said, before releasing an explosive pitch that broke the sound barrier, roaring die. In the process, the blast of wind forced several of their classmates to the ground, with the pro standing unaffected in the screaming wind. The ball landed 1.02 kilometers away, according to Aizawa's tablet. "Now, these are the scores I want to be seeing in this exam," he said, prompting cheers from the class. "You broke a kilometer, Kaken. That's amazing. Easily a new record for you," the greenette said, as his friend rejoined him. "Your score had better be just as impressive," Deku the blonde said, staring out the corner of his eye at his friend. "That looks like fun," said the pink-skinned girl, causing the teacher to freeze. "Fun? You think this hero business is fun? Okay, new rule with this trial. Whoever gets the bottom score gets expelled for having no potential whatsoever. No refunds or retries," the man said dangerously. "If you don't like how I'm running my class, go home now." "But that's not fair at all," Uraraka said. "We all got in fair and square. And yet we're being threatened with expulsion less than an hour into our first day." Eder raised his hand robotically. "It seems very unprofessional for such a prestigious institution to allow their faculty to behave in this manner." Aizawa smirked. "You think that natural disasters and villain attacks are fair or professional? Grow up. The real world is cruel, tough, and unforgiving. As it stands, none of you would survive 5 minutes if you faced what the average pro deals with on a day-to-day basis. Welcome to hell, kids. Hope you enjoy your stay," the man said, before turning away. "Now get started. We haven't got all day. Test 1, 50-meter dash. Runners, on your mark," came a robotic voice from the measurement device at the end of the 50-meter dash course. Ada and a frog-like girl named Isui lined up at the starting line. "Ready, go," the voice said, and the two took off running. Ada finished first due to his engine quirk, while the frog-like girl hopped over the line just behind him. 3.24 seconds. 5.58 seconds. The tall boy stopped. "Looks like I can only get to third gear at 50 meters, he thought. Seems he's in his element here. But speed won't help him with everything," Aizawa remarked. Uraraka touched all her clothes and shoes with the pads on her fingertips, activating her quirk on them. This should lighten me up pretty good. The gravity girl finished just behind the headbanded boy, who was in slightly better shape than she was. 6.49 seconds, 7.15 seconds, faster than junior high, the girl thought joyously. The sparkling blonde boy and the girl with pink skin took their positions, the boy standing with his back to the finish line. The boy jumped at the sound of the start, and a beam of energy shot out of his belt. Unfortunately, the beam quit a few moments later and he fell down halfway through the course. Midoriya and Bakugo were next up. Do your best, Kaken the Greenette said cheerfully. Don't fuck up and get a bad score, Deku the blonde scoffed back. Ready, go. The two immediately sprung into action. Bakugo surged forward with several repeated explosions from his hands. Blast Rush Turbo, he yelled, surging across the finish line in 3.93 seconds. The Greenette, meanwhile, swiped his hands across the surface of the track. The ground rippled and carried him forward at an inexplicable rate, the boy himself never taking a step. He crossed in 4.49 seconds. Interesting. A geokinesis quirk. The gray-eyed blonde wondered aloud. Test 2, grip strength. Bakugo squeezed the grip testing device as hard as he could, getting an impressive 80 kilograms. The bird-headed boy manifested some sort of living shadow from his body and used it to squeeze the device, getting an impressive 270 kilograms, which was topped when the multi-armed student wrapped 3 of his hands around his device and got an insane 544 kilograms. He could crush someone's head like an egg with that kind of strength. Midoriya stared in awe before squeezing his own device while activating his quirk. To his surprise, several cables shot out of the device and wrapped around it until it broke, earning him a tie with the ponytailed girl, who pulled a vice grip out somewhere and broke hers. Okay, so not geokinesis, maybe metal manipulation? The gray-eyed blonde wondered. Test 3, standing long jump. Aoyama shot his naval laser, propelling him past the measuring device. Bakugo used multiple explosions to do the same. Uraraka made herself weightless and floated by. The multi-armed boy used the flaps between his arms as a sail and glided over the giant sandbox. Midoriya assessed the situation, then touched the platform beneath him, which elongated all the way to the end of the sandbox. He calmly walked from one end to the other, then jumped off. But how? If his quirk was metal manipulation, then it wouldn't work on the plastic parts of the platform. The blonde murmured, now even more confused about the boy's quirk. Test 4, side-to-side steps. Midoriya came in easily at second place in this event without even using his quirk, coming in just behind Bakugo, who had used his explosions to move back and forth at an impressive rate. Kaken has gotten incredibly good at controlling the size, heat, and force of his explosions. At the rate he's going, he'd be able to be a combat medic and cauterize wounds without his patients even noticing, Midoriya thought, impressed with his friend's abilities. Test 5, ball throw. Uraraka made the ball weightless and caused it to literally float out of the atmosphere. The boy with odd elbows created a length of tape and used it as a bolo to get the ball 380.8 meters away. The tall girl created a cannon and shot it a solid 1.11 kilometers, leaving even Bakugo awed. Damn, Ponytail has some skill, he said, his Greenette friend agreeing while trying not to stare too hard at the girl in question, whose shirt was unbuttoned to allow her quirk to seemingly build the cannon right out of her skin. The gray-eyed blonde shook Uraraka's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Nito Monoma, he said, smiling as the bubbly girl introduced herself as well. Taking his ball in hand, he threw it ... and just like no gravity was involved, it floated away into the clouds. Aizawa held up a score of infinity as the boy turned around. But ... how? Uraraka asked. Thank you for the help ... your quirk is really handy, the blonde said, walking back into the crowd. Now, if only I could figure out what his is, he muttered, staring at the next contestant. Midoriya grabbed the softball and concentrated. He had discovered over time that he could view the possible outcomes that his quirk would provide and, with intense concentration, influence one possibility to happen slightly more than the other 3. Let's do this, he shouted, hurling the softball as his eyes snapped open. The ball soared through the air for a solid 50 meters ... and then, as its trajectory began to descend, the ball inexplicably morphed in midair from a small white softball into a living, breathing pterodactyl. It flew through the air for almost another minute, before transforming back into a ball and falling to the ground. According to Aizawa's tablet, it traveled 993.2 meters. The students all gawked in surprise at this. What the hell? I thought for sure his quirk was touch-based inorganic matter manipulation. But thanks to this, that just went out the window. The gray-eyed blonde started in shock. You impress me, Izuku Midoriya, the pro said, to the boy's surprise. Despite having an altogether illogical quirk unlike any other I've seen to date, you're still a very competent hero candidate. Well done. Just then, the boy noticed a pair of bronze goggles under the hero's scarf. Oh my god ... you're Eraserhead, he said. The pro looked surprised to be recognized. not noticing the massive grin from a purple-haired student at finding out that his favorite pro hero was his homeroom teacher. Test 6, Long Distance Run. The dynamic duo did very well on this test too. Bakugo's physical fitness combined with his clever use of his explosions to put him in third place, behind only the ponytailed girl and Midoriya, for his part, did very well after transforming the ground into rubber and bouncing along the track, which did absolutely nothing to calm down Monoma, who was now thoroughly confused about his quirk. Test 7, Sit-Ups. 15 minutes in, and the two boys from Aldera were still competing with the bichromatic teen for the win at this event. Aizawa eventually got bored and called it a tie. Test 8, Seated Toe Touches. Midoriya didn't do particularly great in this test, being beaten by the ponytailed girl, the bichromatic boy, the pink-skinned girl, and, in first by a long shot, Bakugo, who was bragging about being able to do this all day. After that, Aizawa pulled up the list and showed them the results. Momoge Urazu, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Izuku Midoriya, Nido Monoma, Takoyami Fumikage, Mizo Shoji, Yosu Uwais, Ajiro Kirishima, Mina Ashido, Achako Uraraka, Kosei Tsubaraba, Denki Kaminari, Suyu Asui, Hanta Siro, Yui Kodai, Kyoka Jiro, Hitoshi Shinzu, Yuga Aoyama. The sparkling blonde in last place looked distinctly uncomfortable and started muttering something in French. Oh, by the way, I was lying, the hobo nonchalantly said as he dismissed the hologram, almost all the students staring at him like he was from another planet. That was all just a logical ruse to bring out your best, he continued, with a Cheshire cat grin on his face. The class continued to stare blankly. Wait, nobody else figured out he was lying. Sorry, I should have said something, Urazu admitted bashfully. Yeah, you should have, the rest of the class thought, eyeing the brunette. All right, go get a syllabus and get out of here. We're done for today, Aizawa said, walking off like nothing had happened. Hold on, Aizawa-sensei. Your own quirk isn't very useful for these tests. How would you have passed your own test? Asked Monoma, clearly very curious. The underground hero looked back and then grinned with the mother of all troll faces. I'd have erased all the other students' quirks and made them compete quirkless, he said, before continuing on his way to the nearest utility closet to catch some shut-eye. Well, that happened, was the class's collective thought. As their first day at UA drew to a close, the dynamic duo walked home, only now accompanied by a couple other tag-alongs. Deku, Kaken, the two boys froze, and turned around to see a bubbly, round-faced girl running towards them. Oh, hi Uraraka, Midoriya said nervously. The bubbly brunette was closely followed by Ada, the tall ponytailed girl, the sleepy lilac-haired boy, and the gray-eyed blonde. Midoriya, Bakugo, the glasses-wearing speedster shouted as they caught up with the dynamic duo. The tall girl walked up to Midoriya, whose face started to flush due to the proximity. Izuku Midoriya, right. My name is Momoge Urazu. It's very nice to meet you, she said, bowing her head slightly. The dynamic duo already knew Ada, so they turned their attention to the blonde, who came in for a handshake. Not so fast, Blondie. I saw what you did earlier today, Bakugo said, standing in front of Monoma. Oh, you're more perceptive than I thought, the other blonde responded, smirking. But I assure you that right now, I'm not determined to copy any quirks ... just to meet new people. In his heart, Nido knew this was a lie. Nobody would ever want to become his friend, with a parasitic power like his. But for some reason, he found himself drawn to the brunette boy who he'd seen writing in a curious notebook earlier in the day. Speaking of which, the boy held his hand out. Deku ... What are you doing? The explosive boy hissed. I trust him, Kaken, the brunette said, before turning back to the gray-eyed blonde. Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Monoma, was it? He asked. Oh, right, Nido said in surprise, snapped out of his reverie. Nido Monoma. A pleasure to meet you, he said, shaking the boy's hand. Instantly, a weird feeling, like a chaotic storm of glitter, swept through him. A few moments later, it settled into a weird tranquility, with a hint of nervous energy buzzing beneath it. Yikes, what kind of a quirk is this? He asked, aloud. Oh, you were wondering about my quirk, right? The brunette said, smiling in a way that was all too pure for this world. Yeah, I thought it was something like geokinesis at first, then metal manipulation, then inorganic matter manipulation. Monoma muttered. Oh, you're so wrong, Blondie, Bakugo muttered. Why don't you explain your quirk to him, Deku? He said, the brunette jumping in surprise before launching into a long explanation. My quirk is called Lucky Draw, and it manipulates probability, he began. It took almost 5 minutes to explain the quirk, and when he finished, Monoma was stunned. A quirk like that? I've never heard of such a bizarre ability, he said in astonishment. I've also accidentally modified people's quirks with my power. Sometimes it makes a quirk weaker, like when I inadvertently made a kid with a fire breath quirk at our old junior high unable to do anything other than breathe purple smoke. Other times, it makes them stronger, like when I made Kaken sweat some kind of azide instead of nitroglycerine. I've never seen an explosion that big, before or since. He trailed off. Oh hey, that was your doing. You're probably the only reason I passed the entrance exam. The lilac-haired boy spoke up suddenly. Wait, what? Midoriya asked. Oh, right, I should introduce myself. Itoshi Shinsu. Nice to meet you, said the boy with eye bags so big that he could probably shop with them. My quirk is called brainwashing, and it does exactly what it sounds like. Problem is, it doesn't work on robots, he said, ignoring both Midoriya and Monoma's looks of astonishment at his quirk and its potential. So, I'm running around the exam like a chicken with my head cut off, completely clueless as to how I'm going to pass, when this green-haired kid runs by and tags me with his hand. Noticing Midoriya looking kind of embarrassed, he continued, I guess you didn't notice me or thought I was a robot or something. But then I got cornered in an alleyway by a two-pointer and tried using my quirk as a last-ditch effort ... and it worked. Then I started making the robots tear each other apart as soon as I figured things out. And lo and behold, I racked up 28 villain points and 30 rescue points, somehow passing the exam. My guess is you accidentally changed my quirk from brainwashing to technopathy, he finished. That's pretty awesome, Midoriya exclaimed, before turning around and walking towards the train station. Come on, join Kakin and I on our walk home. My mom's making a big batch of katsudon, he said, as the hungry looks grew in the eyes of the other students. Oh, we couldn't. Yaoyorozu began. It would be impolite, Ada said stiffly. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Look, if you don't come with, he'll somehow make it even more troublesome for you. Just ... roll with it, the blonde said, before turning to follow his greenette friend. The other 5 students turned to each other, shrugged their shoulders in confusion, then followed the dynamic duo. That evening was the start of a beautiful friendship for the 7 of them, but little did they know their first big training event would be just the next day. April 11, 2119. UA High School. The next day, the students of Class 1 found out something they had hoped wasn't true. Outside of their heroics classes, UA's curriculum was actually pretty normal. Their first class of the day was English with Present Mike, which was incredibly boring. Then Mathematics with Ectoplasm, which was rather difficult. Then History of Heroics with Midnight. Finally, after lunch, it was time for Foundational Heroics ... The one class whose teacher was still a mystery. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person, came the world's most recognizable voice, as All Might burst through the door of Class 1A, wearing one of his older Silver Age costumes, setting the entire class into fanboying and fangirling. Today's lesson will be one of the most basic heroics experiences, battle training, the iconic hero said, setting off more excitement in the crowd. And there's nothing more heroic than looking good. Your hero costumes are over in those cubicles on the wall, designed by the support course based on your registration forms and the designs you sent in. He continued, pointing at 20 numbered cubicles on the left side of the class. 20 minutes later, at Training Ground Beta, the heroes in training walked out to meet the number 1 hero, dressed in their new costumes. All Might couldn't help but let a chill run down his back as he looked at the heroes of tomorrow. They say clothes make the hero. And from now on you are clearly heroes in training. You all look so cool. Now, let's get started, you bunch of newbies. Midoriya looked around at his classmates in their sophisticated costumes, all awesome in so many ways, before making sure everything was in place on his own costume. The undersuit was forest green with a few white markings, and had been designed to be fireproof, waterproof, insulated from both temperature and electricity, and slightly shock-absorbent. Bits of black composite polymer armor were present on his shoulders, elbows, back, chest, knees and legs, and his gloves were fingerless. He also wore a black mask that started at his hairline and encircled his head, completed by green acrylic goggles and a respirator that was currently resting on a slot on his costume's collarbone. While Midoriya had originally designed 2 bits of cloth in homage to All Might's hair bangs into the costume, Bakugo had deemed them way too obvious and called them fucking dorky. He was right, if Midoriya was being honest with himself. Deku, your costume looks amazing, Uraraka said, walking over to the boy ... who immediately started madly blushing about the girl's skin-tight bodysuit in pink, black and white, with large armbands and a system of pipes wrapping around from a large backpack, an astronaut helmet with a pink-tinted acrylic visor completing the outfit. I should have been a bit more specific. She trailed off. She's pretty cute, oh god not again. The poor boy thought. Ada was wearing a full body suit of armor that looked vaguely Gundam-esque. Midoriya could swear he'd seen it somewhere before. Yaoyorozu was wearing a red bodysuit that left ... very little ... to the imagination. No, bad. He chided himself at the sight of the tall girl's huge tracts of land. Bakugo's costume was black, green and orange with 2 slim grenade-themed gauntlets, smaller grenades on the waistband, and boots that had been specially designed to allow him to fire explosions from the soles of his feet. Looks awesome, Kakin, he said, the blonde smirking at the compliment. Yours ain't bad either, Deku. Oasis' outfit also held interest, as it appeared to be based on a welder's jacket and apron, with various objects sticking out of his pockets to aid him in using his quirk. He had also changed headbands, his zigzag-printed one swapped out for a striped one. It looked practical and comfortable. Subaraba's was a simple yet stylish light brown duster with similar cargo pants, most likely bulletproof, with a dark base layer underneath. Monoma looked like he'd just stepped out of a masquerade ball with his stylish tuxedo and domino mask. Shinsu's was a sleek purple and gray undersuit with a high-tech mouthguard around his face and what looked like 2 collapsible batons on either side of his belt. The rest of the class was decked out in equally incredible costumes, and the whole ensemble looked professional and ready to do good in the world. "Excuse me, All Might," Sir Ida said, raising his hand. "This is one of the training grounds from the entrance exam. Will we be fighting fake villains in urban battle training again?" "Not quite," young man All Might said. "Although most villain fights seen on the news are outdoors, almost 80% of villain encounters take place indoors. Backroom deals, home invasions, underground lairs, etc. The worst villains know to stay in the shadows." The giant paused a moment, then continued. "For this exercise, you shall all be split into teams of 2. One team will be villains protecting a fake bomb in a building, and the other will be heroes searching for the bomb. Any questions?" "Sir, will you be deciding who wins?" asked Yaoyorozu. "UHHH, how much can we beat the other guys up?" Bakugo growled, grinning. "Well, will we have to worry about getting expelled like yesterday?" asked Uraraka. "Well, no. Are we being paired up by chance or skill level?" Ada questioned. "Hold on, isn't this Cape Trust chic?" Aoyama wondered aloud, sparkling all the while. Okay, hold your horses, kiddos. I quote am super strong, not super good at hearing rapid-fire questions," All Might said, waving his hands wildly. "To win, the heroes must recover the weapon or capture the villains within 15 minutes. If time runs out or the villains capture the heroes, they win. Your teams will be decided by drawing lots." "Sounds like some of my dad's classic action movies," Gyro said. "Isn't there a better way than drawing lots?" asked Ada, with Bakugo and Midoriya shaking their heads. "Think about it. You don't always have the luxury of choosing your partners," Bakugo muttered. "Yeah, many pros have to team up with each other by chance to suit the needs of the situation at hand. That might be why it's like this," Midoriya said, holding one finger up. "Truly impressive reasoning, you two. Life is a series of random events. Please forgive my rudeness," Ada said, bowing while the others cringed slightly. "Anyway, let's draw lots," said All Might, holding out the box. "Team A is Todoroki and Gyro." The two regarded each other silently. "Team B is Yaoyorozu and Midoriya." The dark-haired girl smiled warmly. "Glad to be on the same team as you, Izuku," she said. "Oh, and nice to work with you too," the boy stammered. "Okay, no bad thoughts." Bakugo had already started snickering in the background at the situation. "Shut up, Kakin. Team C is Bakugo and Kodai." The blonde was startled out of his silent laughing fit by the symbol of peace's face. "Kodai," he wondered, before noticing the silent brunette clad in red and white approaching him. She stopped in front of him. After a few moments of awkward silence between them, the explosive blonde spoke up. "So are you a Pokemon trainer, an Ultraman or something else?" he asked. After a few moments, a very quiet voice spoke up. "A bit of both." Bakugo grinned. "I like you. I'm calling you 7. Team D is Uraraka and Monoma." The round-faced brunette looked over to the blonde copycat. "Nido-kun, let's do our best," she said cheerily. "All right," Monoma responded awkwardly, clearly not used to people addressing him in such a friendly manner. Team E is Tsubaraba and Takoyami. The bug-eyed brunette boy enthusiastically grinned at his partner, while the raven-headed teen shook his head slightly. "What a mad banquet of darkness." Team F is Asui and Siro. The plain-faced tape boy flashed a thumbs up to his froggy partner. She regarded him for a moment, then cheerily croaked in agreement. "Hero." It was possibly one of the most adorable noises Midoriya had heard in his life. Team G is Oase and Kirishima. The spiky redhead approached the headbanded boy. "Yo, you seem pretty manly," he said. A rare grin spread across Oase's face. "Hell yeah," he agreed, the two exchanging a manly handshake. Team H is Shinsu and Kaminari. The electric blonde looked warily at his purple-haired partner, who appeared to be indifferent to the whole thing. "Let's do our best," Kaminari said. "Yeah, let's," his partner responded, a small smile gracing his lips under his mask. Team I is Ashido and Shoji. The quiet, multi-armed boy was taken aback by his energetic pink-skinned friend. "We're winning this, Shoji," she said cheerily. A mouth on a tentacle responded to her. "I agree." And finally, Team J is Aoyama and Ida. The two shining knights regarded each other. "Merci, I appreciate having a partner whose shine is like my own," the half-French blonde said. "It's a pleasure to work with you, Aoyama," Ida said, bowing his head. "Now, for the first matchup." the symbol of peace said, reaching into a hat and drawing out 2 small balls with letters on them. Team D as the heroes versus Team B as the villains. Midoriya locked eyes with Monoma, who smirked slightly. Let's do our best out there, Deku, Yamomo, Uraraka said all too cheerfully, given that they were about to beat the living hell out of each other. All right, Midoriya said. A few minutes later, the 2 teams in All Might arrived at the building the fake bomb was in. Young Midoriya, young Yaoyorozu... The key to being successful villains is to embody villainy, the pro stated, while the 2 took his advice to heart. You have 5 minutes to set up before the heroes will move in. Good luck to you all. The building in question was a large office building with several open sections in it. So... Here's the objective we have to protect, Midoriya said, while knocking on the fake weapon, before turning to his partner. Yamomo, your quirk can create any non-living object as long as you know its molecular structure, right? He asked. The raven-haired girl nodded in agreement. I see. Between your quirk and mine, I have some useful ideas we can put into play. The greenette tailed off menacingly. Meanwhile, outside the building, Uraraka and Monoma looked over their map of the building's interior. Man, this is really hard to memorize, Uraraka said, while the blonde intently studied the map. Based on the map of this building, they could only put it on the 5th or 3rd floors. All the other rooms are too small for a bomb to be in, Monoma noted. So, how do you think they'll come at us? Asked Uraraka. If it was anyone else paired with Yamomo, they'd probably attack us directly and leave her to defend... But since it's Izuku paired with her, we don't know for sure what they'll do... But I have a few ideas, Monoma astutely analyzed, using some of the friendly nicknames that the group had decided for each other. They'd bonded quite nicely over dinner at the Midoriya's the previous night, although unfortunately the poor brunette's idea of friendship bracelets was shot down. The alarm klaxons sounded around the training ground, signaling that the 5 minutes were up and it was time to begin. Uraraka and Monoma rushed in through the door and made it through the 1st floor without issue, but halfway down the 1st hallway on the 2nd floor, Monoma suddenly tensed up. Something's wrong. This has been easier than it should be, he said, right as Uraraka stepped on something. And then there was a bright burst of heat and light as the flashbang landmine detonated, sending the round-faced girl flying and briefly blinding and deafening her partner. Looking down the hall, they noticed that the entire walkway was heavily booby-trapped with tripwires and landmines. Okay, so that's a no-go... They're trying to force us to take one single route through the building to get to them... They want us to be predictable, the blonde said. How are we supposed to beat them? Uraraka wondered. Monoma smiled slyly. By thinking outside the box, he said, a gleam in his eye. The hero team exited the building, Monoma grasping Uraraka's hand. Ready? He asked. Ready, the round-faced girl responded. The 2 of them then touched a hand to each of their cheeks, and with gravity's pull negated, they floated up, making sure to use the building to slow their ascent. As soon as they reached the 3rd floor, Monoma signaled for them to stop, before whispering to Uraraka. This is the first of the spots they could hide it. The round-faced brunette nodded in response, before opening the window and stepping inside. The bomb sat there, completely unguarded. That's odd, the copycat blonde said, before stepping up to the bomb. Sure enough, one side of the bomb had "nice try" scrawled on it in red paint. They tricked us, the brunette cried. On the plus side, we now know exactly where they are, Monoma said, before continuing. On the downside, they'll be expecting us... but most likely from one of the doors. Not the window, he said, smirking lightly. The hero team exited through the window and rappelled up the side of the building to the 5th floor window. Sure enough, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were standing guard, staring at the door. Uraraka started to climb through the open window, but at this point Monoma's danger senses were going off. Achako, don't, he began, but it was too late. Uraraka barely had time to dodge the onslaught of paintballs coming at her from both sides, before having to sidestep some falling glue and a small jet of fire from the floor. It was a trap... They knew we'd be coming in through the window, Monoma thought in horror, before sharpening his gaze. I have to get in there. I can't let her fight them alone. With that, the copycat blonde shot through the window with his gravity still negated, before pulling out something useful he'd collected earlier. Touching his hand to the thin strand of red hair, he landed in front of Midoriya as he deactivated Uraraka's quirk and instead hardened his entire body, delivering a powerful punch to the greenette. Hey, that's my quirk, Kirishima shouted in the battle center. How'd he do it? Siro wondered aloud. Monoma smirked, before swiping his finger across an ash-blonde lock of hair. Midoriya had recovered from the blow and was charging in again when the gray-eyed blonde unleashed a blast of heat and force from his hand. Isn't that Bakugo's quirk? Ashido asked. When did he even? The explosive blonde in question growled. That's not all the tricks up my sleeve, Monoma shouted, before dashing towards Midoriya. The greenette instinctively dodged to the right... only for Monoma to dodge to the left and swipe a finger through Yaoyorozu's luxurious black hair. The buxom girl snuck a quick glance at him before Uraraka charged her again and very nearly tagged her with zero gravity. Let's see, the blonde began, as a vial of clear liquid shimmered into existence from his left hand. If you combine nitric acid, a smaller bottle of pine-scented amber liquid shimmered into existence in his right hand. With turpentine, you get a nice little bit of boom. The two vials flew through the air and into a nearby wall, before a powerful blast set the concrete ablaze. The sound and sudden heat drew the attention of the villain team, which was exactly what the heroes needed. OCHAKO, now, Monoma shouted. The round-faced girl tagged the distracted Yaoyorozu and floated her into the air. No, the ponytailed girl shouted. Midoriya heard his partners shout and realized that both Monoma and Uraraka were heading for the bomb. He swiped his hand across the floor and activated his quirk. But it was too late. The blonde copycat and gravity girl made contact with the bomb at the exact same time. The weapon has been secured. The hero team wins. Midoriya's quirk was still at work, however, and as the flames on the concrete froze, the wall itself and part of the floor transformed into a golden brown substance. The boy shut his quirk off before anything could happen, but where the floor and wall used to be concrete, there was now a foot or so of graham crackers. Have I ever told you that your quirk is really weird? The blonde copycat asked, as Uraraka released Yaoyorozu from her midair entrapment. Yeah, you have. Within the past hour, in fact, the greenette deadpanned. Well, now that that's over, would anyone like to enlighten us as to who the MVP is? The symbol of peace asked, voice booming in the battle center. Iter raised his hand. I believe that Midoriya deserved MVP for devising a plan to successfully deal with the hero team, planting mines and traps on the first floor to direct them up the stairwell, and then security cameras to tell whether they'd approach from inside or outside. Truly a brilliant strategy. The tall boy said stiffly. Shouldn't it be someone from the hero team, since they were the winners? Asui asked. Not necessarily. All Might responded to the frog girl. Midoriya raised his hand. Actually, sir, I believe Yaoyorozu deserves MVP. A plan is only as good as the resources available for it, and thanks to Yaoyorozu's quirk I had everything I needed and then some, and she still did well in evading Uraraka for a while. Monoma was a brilliant fighter and strategist, but setting off a chemical fire in a small enclosed space as a distraction might not be his finest moment. At this, the gray-eyed blonde scratched his head sheepishly, and Uraraka ended up getting too carried away fighting Yaoyorozu and almost got captured. All Might looked impressed. Very well said, young Midoriya. In that case, I believe I must name young Yaoyorozu MVP after all. The raven-haired beauty flushed red. Thank you, she said, happy for the recognition. Now then, let's get the next match underway. Team G as the heroes versus Team E as the villains. The next match was an interesting matchup between a near-perfect defense and a very strong offense. The match ended when time ran out, giving the villain team the win. During the battle, Oase had tried attacking Tokoyami directly and almost succeeded in taking him out of the battle, only failing when the raven-headed teen improvised a new move on the fly by wrapping himself in his quirk to increase his strength. He named it the Transcendent Abyssal Armor, but everyone agreed that this was kind of a dumb, overly verbose name, and he reluctantly renamed it to Black Ink. Tokoyami was also named MVP. The third matchup was Team A versus Team I. After Gyro pinpointed the location of Ashido and Shoji, Todoroki froze the entire warehouse that they were in completely solid. Ashido broke out and attempted to fight Todoroki, but ultimately her acid wasn't strong enough to beat the bichromatic boy. The hero team won with a flawless victory in just over a minute, and Todoroki was unquestionably named MVP. As Todoroki defrosted the building, he muttered a low apology. I'm sorry, we're just on different playing fields. The fourth match was Hero Team H against Villain Team F. From start to finish, the whole thing was a heavily contentious battle. But ultimately Shinsu's brainwashing helped secure a victory for himself and Kaminari. The electric blonde had also demonstrated surprising competency, creating a long-range electric attack without frying himself in the form of small balls of electricity. But despite this, Asui won MVP for beating Kaminari and almost taking down Shinsu. Finally, it was time for the fifth match. On one side, Team J as the dastardly villain duo. On the other, Team C was the heroic squadron of justice. As with the other groups, All Might escorted all of the four combatants to the testing ground, a mock-up reproduction of a steel factory. After giving his usual advice to both teams, he retreated to the battle center and started the 5-minute countdown. Outside the mill, Bakugo decided to get a better feeling for the matchup. Now, what would Deku do? Turning to his partner, the ever-stoic Yui Kodai, he decided he'd start by learning more about his partner. So, 7, what's your quirk? The blonde growled gruffly, coming off maybe a bit stronger than he'd intended. Almost like a whisper, the girl responded. Size, I can make objects grow or shrink by touching my fingers together. The blonde grinned. All right, I can work with that. So here's the fucking plan. The alarm klaxons blared, and the hero team made their entry through a side entrance to the steel mill. Their location isn't immediately obvious, the blonde noted with unusual softness. But that's what most villains do. My best bet is that they'll be keeping it hidden in one of the cauldrons or in one of the storage rooms. He then turned to his quiet partner. 7. They'll most likely send Tenya out to fight us, given that he's got the most combat power. Sparkles isn't very good at anything other than long-range blasts with those annoying glitter lasers of his. I'll deal with him when he comes to us. You go on ahead and find Sparkles. I trust you enough to know you won't fuck up against that French airhead. Got it. The dark-haired girl nodded in response. Good. Let's fuck him up. The duo landed on the floor of the factory in an attempt to draw Ida out. An attempt that worked. As soon enough, the metal-clad engine boy burst out of a stack of crates and landed a heavy hit that the ash blonde barely blocked with his gauntlet. Get going, 7. He shouted at his partner, who nodded and took off towards another section of the factory. Halt. I demand of you. The engine boy shouted, trying to rush towards Kodai only to be cut off by Bakugo. Your opponent's me, Tenya, he roared, before blasting the taller teen back. And seriously, what's with your mannerisms all of a sudden? His opponent paused a moment before starting to laugh. You question my methods, Katsuki. I saw fit to better play the role of a villain to become a great hero. To serve justice, I have dyed myself in the color of darkness. I am. At this point, Bakugo could swear there were purple kanji floating in the air around the other teen. Extremely evil. Ader ripped off his helmet to reveal a face that was probably supposed to be the utmost expression of villainy, but looked more like constipation from an outsider's perspective. At this point, Bakugo found himself unable to remain serious anymore and busted up laughing, much to the confusion of the watchers in the battle center. Jesus fucking Christ. Tenya, I can't fucking take you seriously if you get into character that much. The blonde wheezed out, all but crying in mirth. Okay, hero. I will attempt to take you more seriously and be a more serious threat myself. Have it thee. And with that, the blue-haired boy placed his helmet back on his head and zoomed over to Bakugo, striking him with a surprise attack. A surprise attack. How truly villainous. He gloated before running off. The blonde twitched before exploding. Get back here, engines, he roared, chasing Ida. The engine boy calmly zigzagged his way through the maze of conveyors and crucibles, humming a catchy Eurobeat tune to drown out the explosions and cursing behind him. Is this normal? Kirishima asked, turning to Midoriya. The greenette was muttering quietly and writing in his notebook about the matchup. All too normal was his only response, earning a collective sweat drop from the class. Meanwhile, Kodai had navigated her way to an open-floor office space looking out over the factory floor. Sure enough, inside the office, where there would normally be cubicles, there stood a fake bomb and one Yuga Aoyama, twinkling brightly. Ah, Mashuri, it seems you've finally made it, the half-French boy exclaimed. Now I must ask that you kindly surrender. With that, a blast of glittering light sprung from the boy's belt. The girl dodged, but her face took on a look of irritation before she slung a couple of small metallic objects from her belt and touched her fingers together. The nuts, bolts, and ball bearings immediately enlarged to impressive proportions. Although not too big to dodge or destroy. But due to their number, Aoyama was forced on the defensive, putting him further and further from the bomb. Back on the factory floor, Bakugo had pursued Ida back to a position near the bomb's hiding place and had the boy cornered. Come quietly, engines. I don't want to be forced to apprehend you the hard way, fucker, the blonde growled, holding his right arm out. Try me, hero, Ida snarled. Suit yourself, Bakugo responded, drawing an object out of his pocket and tossing it in the air before placing it in his palm. Special move, explosive pitch, he roared, launching the tiny coin from his palm while tapping his communicator. 7. Now. The dark-haired girl touched her fingers together and the coin enlarged into a disc of metal the size of a jumbo pizza hurtling at Ida with explosive force. NOOO. In the name of villainy, I demand you cease. The engine boy yelled dramatically as the disc slammed into him and knocked the wind out of him, giving the explosive blonde time to grab him. Tenya, Ida has been captured. All Might's voice boomed. Good going, Tenya. Now, I'd better go make sure that 7 and I fucking win. The blonde said, rocketing towards the bomb room and crashing through the glass. Give it up, Frenchie, he shouted, aiming a palm towards Aoyama. Who suddenly looked a lot less sparkly. I will not yield so easily. Non. The French blonde shouted, before a beam of light shot from his midsection, forcing Bakugo and Kodai to dodge again. Shit. He's really not giving us any openings. He's determined to run down the clock, the blonde growled, before removing a grenade from his belt and opening a latch on his gauntlet. 7. I need a distraction, he shouted, as he started draining nitroglycerin from the collection chambers in his gauntlets. He had to be careful as to how much went in. Too much and some serious damage could be done. The grenade filled about a third of the way with his sweat before he shut it off. With a cry of die, He lobbed it at the other blonde, whose eyes widened as the grenade exploded into a thick cloud of smoke. Before Aoyama could regain his bearings, Bakugo had physically tossed Kodai to the bomb, where she calmly laid one hand on it. Weapon captured. The hero team is victorious, All Might stated as Bakugo grinned at his partner, before the duo silently high-fived. In the observation room, Midoriya wiped an imaginary tear from his face. Look at that. Little Kaken is growing up and making friends on his own, he said, as Uraraka and Monoma snickered in the background. As the four combatants were gathered once more in the battle center, All Might stated the usual questions again. Who was MVP? And why? He asked. Monoma raised a hand. I find it odd that I'm saying this, he said, shooting a smug expression at Bakugo as if to say that he was intentionally trolling the blonde. But I believe Bakugo deserves MVP. He devised a rational strategy for him and his partner to win the match at little or no cost to themselves, and it worked spectacularly. Kodai was also invaluable in this plan, but had she pressed her advantage against Aoyama, she could have concluded the match even sooner. Speaking of Aoyama, he did reasonably well himself, but when caught off guard by Kodai's strategy, he made a major error in moving away from the objective instead of towards it. The gray-eyed blonde continued. Finally, Ida served his purpose very well and was an excellent distraction for the hero team, but he got too far into character, all things considered. He was practically chewing up the scenery by the time he was captured. No wonder Bakugo couldn't keep a straight face. The copycat turned to face the class. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why Katsuki Bakugo should be named MVP of this trial. The class stood in silence for a few moments, before Ada started applauding, the others joining in shortly afterwards. An excellent analysis, young Monoma, and one I truly agree with. Young Bakugo is the MVP of this exercise indeed. The blonde bomber smirked, before a green blur tackled him. Good job, Kaken, Midoriya said. Only as good a job as you did, Deku. And that's all, kids. Very well done today. We didn't have any major injuries and you all demonstrated a competency beyond your years. All Might said to the students gathered at the exit of Training Ground Beta. Asui raised her hand. It's really nice to hear some words of encouragement after yesterday's homeroom class. Aizawa-sensei was a bit discouraging, the frog girl said, the rest of the class nodding in agreement. I'm always happy to bring such positivity to my old school. Now, I'm outta here. Watch how a pro exits, like he's got somewhere to be. With that, All Might turned and zoomed off towards the main campus at ridiculous speeds, trailing steam behind him, his time limit for the day almost up. Okay, that was cool, Kaminari said. Man, I know I'll never run that fast. Awase lamented. The blonde pro ducked inside a faculty-only service entrance and powered down just in time. God damn it, I'm pathetic. I can't even teach a class nowadays, he scowled, angry and frustrated with himself. Next time on Luck of the Draw. An election, ear-ringing alarms, men who look like hand fetishists, boiling sugary goop. Be sure not to miss this daring production of the USJ Incident. Midoriyas Quirk Files. Quirk name, copy. User, Nito Monoma. About, copy is a pretty straightforward quirk that does exactly what it says it does. It can temporarily copy the quirk of anyone Monoma touches for 5 minutes. He gains a fairly good instinctual understanding of the quirk he's copying, and in some cases uses it better than the actual owner of the power. Weaknesses: cannot copy mutant-type quirks, only transformation and emitter types due to physiological differences. Only capable of using one quirk at a time. Comments: potentially a very powerful quirk with lots of room for future improvement. Training could allow Monoma to use his copied quirks in conjunction with each other and increase his time limit on copied quirks. May also be possible to copy quirks at a distance. The USJ Incident. April 12, 2119, UA High School, 8:30 a.m. Reporters. So many reporters. This was the sight that greeted the students of UA the next morning, as the media crowded the front gate of the school hoping for a juicy scoop from or about the symbol of peace. What the hell is up with these extras, Deku? Bakugo asked in annoyance, before shooing a reporter away. Oh hey, you're those two kids from the sludge villain incident, one of them said, earning a look of anger from both the boys. Listen up, fuckers. If you mention that fucking incident ever again, I'm going to kick your asses so hard that your vertebrae will pop out of your mouth one at a time like a fucking Pez dispenser. The blonde snapped, causing the reporters to draw away with a gasp. Besides, we're all business course students. The hero course was given the day off, Midoriya added. Immediately, half the crowd retreated like the dynamic duo had the plague, and several groups left the area wholesale, vans retreating to find a better scoop. I'll get the scoop myself, one intrepid reporter said, marching up to the gate. When the security measures activated and a massive multi-layered barrier wall sprung up and blocked off any entry into the school. While the reporters lamented how unfruitful their 2-day stakeout for a scoop had been, a lanky blue-haired figure stared at the gate threateningly. Class 1A's homeroom class began with Aizawa offering words of encouragement and criticism to the students in regards to the battle trial from the previous day, before his tone shifted. The next task you have for today will decide your future at UA... You'll need to pick a class president. That's really normal, the class thought. I don't care how you do it, just decide somehow. I'm going to sleep, the disheveled pro said, zipping himself into his sleeping bag and hiding behind his desk. Everyone immediately offered themselves up, shouting loudly and wildly. Enough. It should be decided by a vote. Ada bellowed, shutting everyone up. The other students could immediately tell he really wanted the position. Won't we just vote for ourselves or the people we already know? Asui asked. That only means the one with the most votes has already earned the respect of their peers. Ada responded. Midoriya raised his hand. Hold on, everyone. We've got the entire period to decide. Why don't we do introductions and nominate people for the job? Anyone who gets multiple votes moves on to the next round. Everyone can just introduce themselves, their quirk, and say something about themselves. Loud murmurs of agreement ran through the class, and a few minutes later the teens all sat in a big circle. Bonjour, everyone. My name is Yuga Aoyama, and my quirk is the flashy, powerful naval laser. I'm half French and was born in Bordeaux. My favorite food is Quebecois cheese, and my only hobby is fashion design. The Frenchman went first, getting some interesting stares from the rest of the class. A fellow foreigner. What a blessed day, Monoma said, grinning at Aoyama. Next up was the pink-skinned Chiba native. Hey guys, the name's Mina Ashido, and my quirk is acid. I'm originally from Chiba, and I've known Kirishima since forever. My favorite pastime is breakdancing, she said cheerily, waving to the spiky redhead, who waved back eagerly. Sui. My quirk is frog, and it allows me to do anything a frog can. My favorite thing to do is go on walks on rainy days. The frog girl introduced herself, before the next student stood up. I'm Tenya Ida, and my quirk is engine. I'm very proud to be at this prestigious school, and my main hobby is studying. Several people's sweat dropped at Ada's intensity. Hey, I'm Ochako Uraraka, and my quirk is zero gravity. I'm from Mai, and my favorite thing to do is stargaze, the round-faced brunette said, waving. Nito Monoma, my quirk is copy. I'm half Dutch and I was born in Rotterdam, although I lived in Chiba for almost a decade. My favorite hobby is French cooking. Aoyama practically shined at the words of the other foreigner. Yo, Denki Kaminari is the name, and electrification is my game. I'm from Saitama, and I like playing fighting games. The electric blonde introduced himself. Hey guys, I'm Ijiro Kisashima, and my quirk is hardening. I'm from Chiba, and my favorite thing is manliness. The spiky redhead all but shouted, banging his fists together. Next up was the headbanded boy. Sup, fuckers. I'm Yosuaways, and my quirk is welding. I'm from Nagata, and I like tinkering with shit and playing video games. He was followed by the bug-eyed brunette. Hey, I'm Kosai Tsubaraba, and my quirk is solid air. I'm from Kagawa, and a big fan of tokusatsu shows. The huge multi-armed boy duplicated a mouth on one of his arms and began to speak. Mizo Shoji, my quirk is dupli arms. I don't really have any hobbies, but I do enjoy takoyaki. I'm from Fukuoka. Several students snickered at the irony of the octopus-like student enjoying takoyaki. The punk girl raised her hand. Kyoka Gyro, earphone jack. I like music and I'm from Shizuoka. Next up was Zero. Hey everyone, Hanta Zero at your service. My quirk is called tape. I'm from Tokyo and I enjoy video games. Oase and Kaminari shared a glance at that. I am Fumikage Takoyami, and my quirk is the beastly manifestation of the abyss, dark shadow. I have come from Shizuoka, and my hobby is gazing into the endless darkness, the raven-headed boy said. Nerd, the class thought immediately. Shoto Todoroki, half cold, half hot. I'm from Shizuoka, and my favorite hero is All Might, the bichromatic teen stated coolly. The silent dark-haired girl from the last row began softly. Yui Kodai, size, Shimane, tokusatsu shows, collecting nesting dolls. Bakugo went next. Listen up, extras. The name's Katsuki Bakugo, and my quirk is explosion. I'm from Shizuoka, and I've known Deku since preschool. I like rock climbing and cooking. Seeing that as his cue, Midoriya went next. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is lucky draw. I'm from Shizuoka, and I like analyzing quirks. He was followed by Shinsu. Itoshi Shinsu, brainwashing. I'm from Saitama and I like cats. I'm not interested in running. The last to go was the dark-haired ponytail girl, Momo Yairazu. My quirk is creation, she said, popping out a nesting doll and handing it to Kodai. I'm from HI, and I love reading encyclopedias. The rest of the class couldn't help but feel like they'd just been casually flexed on. Nominations, anyone? Midoriya asked. Ashido immediately nominated Kirishima, who nominated her in return. Kodai nominated Yairazu, and Shinsu nominated Midoriya. Midoriya himself nominated Bakugo, while Yairazu nominated Monoma. Uraraka nominated Ida, while Gyro nominated Isui, and with that, scraps of paper were passed around. A few minutes later, the results were in. Ashido, Kirishima, and Ida had all only got a single vote, so they didn't move on. The remaining candidates, Midoriya, Bakugo, Monoma, Yaoyorozu, and Isui, all gave short speeches about why they were fit for the presidency. Midoriya made his statement very clear with a short speech. Please don't vote for me, thanks. All right, extras. I'm your man if you want a strong, confident, competent leader who will drag all of you kicking and screaming to the top of the hero rankings with me. Bakugo barked, earning scattered applause. I'm very devoted, and I will do my best to ensure we're the top class, bar none, was Monoma's simple statement. Yaoyorozu launched into a long-winded speech that had to be cut off after 5 minutes. Finally, Isui was up. Hello everyone. If I'm elected president, I will represent our class in a friendly, professional, and effective manner. Thank you. The slips of paper went around again, and the votes were tallied up. Well, I'll admit, this is a shock, Monoma said, seeing that he'd gotten the most votes. Looks like I'm working with you, Nito, Bakugo murmured. Sure enough, the copycat blonde had gotten 8 votes, followed by the explosive boy with 6. Yaoyorozu had 4, Isui had 2, and the class had thankfully humored Midoriya's request and not voted for him. Congratulations. Your class president is Monoma and your vice president is Bakugo. Now get out of here, Aizawa said, as he collapsed behind his desk again. In the cafeteria, the dynamic duo sat at a mostly empty table with Uraraka, Ida, Monoma, Shinsu, and Yaoyorozu, enjoying Lunch Rush's incredible cooking when they were approached by another classmate. Do you mind if I sit here? Asked the enormous but friendly figure of Mizo Shoji. Go right ahead, Shinsu said, gesturing to the seat to his left. Many thanks, Shoji said, taking a seat. The copycat blonde looked to his vice president. So Bakugo, now that we've been voted in, we still need to fill our 3 other positions, he said, the ash blonde raising an eyebrow. Class representative, sports festival representative, and class secretary, Monoma enumerated, raising a finger for each. The ash blonde looked around, before voicing his opinion. Class rep should definitely be Tenya. He's smart and knows how to give us a good public image. Something we'll need as hero students, since we're also trying to market ourselves to the other classes, the pros and the general public. Monoma stifled a laugh. That was surprisingly eloquent. Coming from you, he said, a teasing smirk on his face. What was that, Nito? I don't think I heard you right, the ash blonde responded to the class president, a couple small explosions dancing like firecrackers on his palm. And never mind. Ida cleared his throat. Katsuki, I would be honored to take this position, he said, bowing stiffly. Whatever. Anyway, our secretary. I'd say Yaoyorozu would do a good job, Bakugo continued, gesturing to the raven-haired girl. Thank you, the heiress replied. And as for sports festival rep, I'd go with Deku, honestly. The greenette almost spit his katsudon through his nose. Wait, what? Hakan, are you insane? I'd have to speak in front of God knows how many people and deliver the athlete's oath, he hissed, already terrified of the idea. Bakugo scoffed at this. First off, it would be good for you. Do you really think you can become a hero and be as camera shy as you are? Come on. Second, if anyone can inspire the extras in the other classes and our class to give it their all, it's you. He then leaned in close. Besides, if I went up there, I'd probably just tell everyone I'm gonna win and walk off stage to positively nuclear heat from the extras. Might not be the best impression to leave. The greenette looked conflicted for a few moments before making up his mind. Maybe you're right. I'll do it, Midoriya said, looking up. Wanting a job and being qualified for it are 2 very different things. I've learned that much at my family's hero agency, Ida said, sipping his orange juice. Agency? The rest of the table asked. Curses. I was hoping that people wouldn't find out about my family's legacy and treat me differently because of it, the tall boy lamented, as his friends gathered around him. The Ida family have been pro-heroes for 3 generations, Ida explained, garnering wild reactions from the others at the table. I take it you know of the turbo hero, Ingenium? He asked, immediately getting Midoriya's interest. Yeah, he's the super popular pro with 65 sidekicks at his agency in Tokyo. Wait, don't tell me. The tall boy straightened up proudly, pushing his glasses up. That's right, he's my older brother. He's an unmatched commander who honors the hero code with every ounce of his being. He's always been my biggest inspiration, and I can only hope I carry the family's legacy with the same honor and grace he does, he exclaimed with great pride. Wow, that's awesome, Uraraka said, stars in her eyes. All right, I'm going to unilaterally agree with your suggestions, Katsu. Our class rep is Ida, secretary is Yaoyorozu, and sport festival rep is Midoriya, the gray-eyed blonde said, taking a sip from his plastic wine glass. Anything else? He began, before being cut off suddenly. BBBRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR reach. An automated voice stated, "Please evacuate in an orderly fashion." Ida pulled an upperclassman aside. Level 3. What does that mean? The upperclassman looked at him, panic in his eyes. It means someone's breached the security system and gotten onto school grounds. This hasn't happened in my entire time at UA. Let's get out of here. The exit of the cafeteria rapidly turned into a stampede, students jostling to escape and evacuate safely. Damn it, I'm getting squashed. Kirishima's distinctive voice yelled in the background. There's too many of them, Uraraka exclaimed, sinking into the crowd. Ida was pressed against a window. Who could have breached UA? He wondered, before glancing down at the school grounds, eyes widening at what he saw. It's just the press. How did they get in here? He asked. Oi, Tenya, who the fuck got on campus? Bakugo demanded, as he too was squashed against the window. It's the press. We need to let these students know. But how can we get their attention? The tall boy responded. Watch me. The blonde responded, raising one hand. A small but very showy explosion erupted into the air, the heat and noise catching everyone's attention. Bakugo glared, before delivering the news. Listen up, extras. It's just the Gotham media. Quiet down and evacuate like rational fucking adults. He bellowed, the eyes of the crowd glued on him. The students quieted down and the crowd slowly thinned, with the police finally arriving to detain the trespassers as lunch hour ended. Outside, at the front gate, the school principal, a hero in a bulky spacesuit, Midnight, Recovery Girl, and an orange-haired man in a construction-themed exosuit looked over the remains of the gate. The thick metal barrier had been decayed into ashes by some unknown quirk. No member of the media could have had a quirk like this, the principal said. This was most definitely the work of a villain. But the question is ... is this a message? Or a declaration of war? Alright, today's lesson will be a little different, and you'll each be working in teams under your instructors. Aizawa addressed his class. Today's exercise is rescue training. We'll be conducting team-based exercises at an off-campus facility, and we'll be taking a bus to get there. If you want to wear your costumes, that's okay, just remember that some might hinder your mobility. See you on the bus, Aizawa said, walking out of the room. 20 minutes later, as the bus rolled along towards their destination 3 kilometers from the main campus, the students engaged in conversation. Asui in particular had something to say. If we're pointing out the obvious, there's something I'd like to say about you in particular, Midoriya, the frog girl said, turning to the boy on her left. Oh, really? The green-haired girl squinted at him. That power of yours ... it's really weird, isn't it? How does it work? She asked. Oh boy, here we go, Bakugo muttered to Monoma, who apparently would never get sick of hearing Midoriya explain the weirdest quirk I've ever seen, in the copycat blonde's words. A few minutes later, Midoriya had finished explaining all the weird intricacies of his powers. Whoa ... that's incredible was all Kaminari could say about the greenette's quirk. Still ... it must be really cool having a flashy emitter-type quirk, Kirishima said, hardening his arm. My quirk may be really strong, but it's kind of boring, he continued. No, that's a really cool quirk. Definitely pro-material, even if it's not that flashy, Midoriya said. My naval laser is the perfect combination of finesse and force, Aoyama said, twinkling slightly. It's not very useful if you get a stomachache though, Ashido noted, as the blonde's spirits fell. If anyone in our class has pro-quality quirks, it has to be Todoroki and Bakugo, though, the spiky redhead said, gesturing at the two students. Bakugo scowled a bit, while Todoroki remained asleep. Sure ... but with Bakugo's charming personality, I doubt he'll get far, Asui said, the blonde growling at her. Frog face. He trailed off warningly. Kaminari looked smug for a few moments, before adding his 2 cents. You know, we only just met you, and already we know you have the personality of a burnt turd soaked in sewage. And at this, Midoriya decided it was time for him to butt in. Look, Kaminari, Kakin may be a bit ... prickly ... but if you earn his trust, he will never ever let you down, even if it costs him everything. In some regards, you couldn't be a worse judge of his character. The electric blonde looked uncomfortable, as Monoma, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Ida, and Shinsu glared at him. Here, Katsu really isn't bad at all, Pikachu, Uraraka said. Midoriya looked out the window, and recalled that morning when he'd rolled out of bed. He'd woken up with a bad feeling, never a good sign, given how attuned he was to the weird machinations of fate thanks to his bizarre quirk, and thought that maybe it was just about the break-in. But the feeling hadn't subsided even afterwards, which was very worrying. Kakin, I've got a bad feeling for some reason, he said. The blonde opened one eye in slight irritation at first, but the moment he processed the statement he went wide-eyed. Shit, that's not good. What do you think it's about? He asked. I don't know. I thought it was the break-in earlier, but it's gotten worse since then. Deku isn't feeling good, Uraraka asked. No, he's got a bad feeling. There's a difference, Bakugo said, but it's just a feeling. Does it really mean anything? Subaraba asked. Yeah, it does. Deku's quirk relates to fate in some weird way, so when he has a bad feeling, it's usually a warning that bad shit is about to go down. Last time it happened was 3 months ago, when a gas leak demolished an entire apartment block 2 streets down from where he lives. 25 people died that night, the blonde explained. Midoriya turned to Yaoyorozu. Yeah, Momo, can you make some communicators for us? Even if I'm wrong, we could still really use a way to communicate with each other remotely for rescue training, he said. The raven-haired girl nodding in understanding and producing 20 earbud-style communicators, which were quickly passed around the inside of the bus. Good thinking, Midoriya. I'm honestly impressed, Aizawa said, looking out the window. Look alive, everyone, we're here. Hello everyone. So glad you could make it. A spacesuit-wearing pro standing outside the building said, waving to them. Wow, it's the space hero, 13. She's saved a ton of people all over the world as a rescue hero. Midoriya began gushing. Heck yeah, 13 is one of my favorite heroes. She's the one who inspired me to become a hero. Uraraka fangirled. Come on in. Inside, the students were in awe of the massive facility. Holy crap, it looks just like Universal Studios Japan. Zero said. This is pretty cool. Not gonna lie, Awais grinned. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a hurricane, a snowy mountain, and a destroyed cityscape. I designed this facility with the goal of being able to prepare students to work with any kind of disaster. I call it ... the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, aka the USJ. 13 said. It really is Universal Studios Japan, the students thought. We should probably get started, Aizawa said. Oh right, 13 responded. Before we begin, I have just one thing I need to say ... okay 2. Possibly 3, 4, or 5. The students had looks of increasing boredom spreading across their faces. My quirk, Black Hole, has been used to rescue people all over the world ... but it could also easily be used to kill. Lots of quirks are like that. They can be used to hurt or help, depending on their use. Many of you have quirks like that too. So today, you'll be learning the rescue applications of your potentially dangerous quirks, so that you can be a force of good in this world, the pro said. Now, I have one more question for you students. Have you decided on your hero names yet? It's not imperative for you to do so yet, but having a few rough draft ideas to use as codenames might make for good practice. At this, the students looked amongst each other for a few moments, before Bakugo raised his hand. Fuck it, I'll go first. I am Wipeout, the blonde said, earning applause from several of his classmates. Thank you, Deku, for giving me an idea that wasn't some variation of King Explosion Murder. Zero decided to throw his hat in the ring next. I'm Cellophane. He was followed in close succession by Kaminari, Gyro, Awais, Aoyama, and Asui. Monoma raised his hand proudly. Phantom Thief, the gray-eyed blonde stated. Shinsu went next. I'm Mockingbird. Then came Tsubaraba, Takoyami, Shoji, Kodai, and Kirishima. Todoroki chose to be Frost King, and Yaoyorozu chose Genesis. Ashido tried to be Alien Queen. But when Monoma pointed out the possibility of litigation by the owners of Alien, she changed it to Pinky. Ada then chose to be Cambio, and Uraraka chose Infinity Girl. Finally, it was Midoriya's turn. Mine is one that's very near and dear to my heart. Once upon a time, it was an insult ... but the same person who made it an insult also helped make it mean something more for me, as a nickname meaning that I can do anything. By this point, an enormous grin had overtaken Bakugo's face. So on Deku, Aizawa looked as unimpressed as ever. Alright, now that that's out of the way, we should get started, he said. And then everything went wrong. The lights flickered and went out, and the fountain in the center of the plaza stopped working. A hole in space began to form right there, and suddenly a wall of purple-black mist erupted in the middle of the plaza. Aizawa stiffened as a pale white hand reached through the mist and opened a hole in it, another hand with a bloodshot red eye and a head of blue hair behind it visible in the hole. Everyone, get back. 13, protect the children. Aizawa barked. Multiple figures began pouring out of the black mist, stalking past the hand's owner, a lanky young man with blue hair dressed all in black, with multiple severed hands attached to his body. Hold on, has training already begun? Kirishima asked. I said stay back. This is real. Those are real villains, Aizawa said, donning his goggles, as a shiver of fear ran up the students' spines. As the stream of villains ebbed, the mist rippled again, and an enormous, muscular black figure with an exposed brain and sharp teeth stepped through next to the skinny one, as the mist coalesced into a more humanoid form with glowing yellow eyes. Then, the blue-haired figure uttered 7 words that chilled everyone present to the core. Time to kill the symbol of peace. Curious. The only real heroes I see here are 13 and Eraserhead. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well, the black mist spoke in a deep baritone. So, you despicable villains used the media as a cover to sneak into UA, Aizawa said, raising his capture scarf. The figure covered in hands spoke in a hissing, gravely voice. Where is he? I went to the trouble of bringing along so many friends to play with All Might. Oh well, maybe he'll show if we kill a few kids, eh? The small army of street thugs advanced towards the stairs, while the students looked down in horror. Why aren't the alarms going off? 13 asked. They must have someone with a quirk that's jamming the alarm signal and our communications. Kaminari, try to use your quirk to contact UA. 1A's homeroom teacher said, as the electric blonde nodded and tapped his headset. 13, you get the children out of here. I'll engage the enemy. Aizawa continued, as his capture scarf began floating. But Aizawa-sensei, you're a close-range stealth fighter. You're at a massive disadvantage here. Midoriya protested. The pro glanced back at his students and flashed what was by his standards a smile. No good hero is a one-trick pony. With that, the black-suited pro launched himself down the stairs, surprising a group of long-range fighters with his erasure powers and rapidly incapacitating them. He really does have them on the ropes, Midoriya said, in awe of his teacher's prowess. The students rushed forward towards the doors, guarded by 13, when a vortex of black mist appeared, and the two yellow eyes of the mist villain glared down at them. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave. After all, it would be a pain if someone other than the symbol of peace showed up. Our goal is very simple. We, the League of Villains, are here to kill All Might. I don't think so, Bakugo roared, as he and Kirishima attacked the mist, dispersing it with a large explosion. As the smoke cleared, the mist villain gathered himself again. Impressive. Just what I'd expect from a bunch of golden eggs. But strength alone won't save you, the villain monologued. Get back, Monoma yelled, taking charge as class president. The villain shot tendrils of mist through the air, surrounding them in a cocoon of darkness. I'll scatter you to meet my comrades across this facility. The students were swept up in a wave of darkness. Shoji grabbed Uraraka and Siro and leapt to safety, while Monoma tackled Kaminari out of the mist. The rest found themselves falling towards the ground in each of the various zones around the USJ. And as he finished teleporting them, he said one more thing. I pray that your deaths, should you meet them, are as swift and painless as possible. Truly, I regret this, children. When Itoshi Shinsu woke up that morning, he was expecting a kind of boring day sitting in a classroom ... not getting dropped into an artificial lake teeming with aquatic villains. As he splashed down, a shark-like villain swam towards him. Nothing personal, kiddo, but my orders are to kill everyone that falls in here ... and that includes you, he said, jaws open wide and ready to strike. Looks like I'm going to die here. Well, hopefully my cats will be okay, the boy thought, waiting to embrace his fate. And then, like an avenging green angel, Asui slammed into the side of the villain, knocking him out. On her back, Midoriya clung on for dear life, as the frog girl snared Shinsu in her tongue and flung him through the air towards the boat. Thinking fast, the boy used his batons to regain his balance mid-flight, and he landed gracefully on the boat's deck. A few moments later, Midoriya was lowered to the deck of the boat as Asui climbed up the side of the boat. Thanks, Asui, Midoriya choked out. I thought I told you two to call me Tsu. The frog girl responded as she climbed over the side of the boat. This school trip has kinda sucked, to be honest, she said. So, we're on a boat, surrounded by villains, with no idea if any backup is on the way. Ye, Shinsu said. I'm kind of concerned about what that mist villain said. They clearly planned this attack out very well and likely think they have a way to kill All Might, Midoriya said. How do we get out of here, Kiro? Asui asked. All right, think Izuku. Toshi can brainwash people if they respond to him. Tsuyu's quirk allows her to extend her tongue and leap a long way. And my quirk's power allows me to theoretically do anything as long as it's bizarre. How can we beat the odds with our quirks? Midoriya mumbled. Izu. You're muttering again, Shinsu groaned, snapping the boy out of his trance with a crazed gleam in his eye. I think I know how we can get out of here. We'd better pull this off ... It's up to us to be the heroes today. But first, let's establish contact with the others. He tapped his communicator. Deku, calling in. Status report. He queried, waiting for a reply. Roger that, Deku. This is Genesis. I'm in the mountain zone with Chevalier and earphone Jack. Yairazu's voice crackled over the communicator. This is Welder checking in. I'm alone in the fire zone, Awase said gruffly. This is Wipeout, fuckers. I've got Red Riot and Rule with me in the ruin zone, Bakugo growled, before the sound of an explosion crackled through the earpiece. Frost King here. I've got Pinky with me in the mountain zone, Todoroki said, before a rumbling sound echoed across the USJ. Midoriya looked towards the landslide zone only to see that a massive glacier had sprouted, coating the entire thing. This is Cambio. I'm in the downpour zone with Nevermore and Respira, it is stated. Phantom Thief here. I'm still at the entrance with 13. Infinity Girl, Tentacle and Chargeable. Monoma's silky voice spoke over the comms. Alright, I'm in the flood zone with Froppy and Mockingbird. What's the plan? Monoma stared down the steps towards the plaza. Eraserhead is engaging the plaza villains in combat, and currently holding his own, but I worry about how long he'll be able to keep going. I'm going to try to get back to campus and warn the teachers. Everyone else should try to make their way to the edge of the plaza after you finish up in your respective zones. Pick off any minor thugs you can to lighten Eraserhead's load, but do not engage in combat with the higher-ups. It looks like the black one is their anti-All Might weapon and the blue-haired one is the leader he assessed. We can do this. Good luck, 1A. the blonde said, before turning to face the mist villain. You fools, strategizing in front of your enemy, what are you thinking? The mist villain asked in a somewhat exasperated, disappointed tone, shooting dark tendrils at the students. Knowing that won't help you, you know. 13 responded, opening one of the caps on her fingertips and activating her quirk, creating a vortex that began sucking the tendrils in. In the downpour zone, Ada finished checking in with the other teams, before turning to his partners. Let us defeat our foes quickly so that we may assist Aizawa-sensei, he said, as a short thug covered in tattoos and a tall thug with scales on his arms rounded the corner. Have it, the foul criminals, the tall teen shouted, his engines firing up as he dashed over to the duo. Before the villains could even warn their companions, the engine boy had incapacitated both of them with swift kicks. Tsuburaba and Takoyami rounded another corner into a plaza, where they were greeted by a crowd of almost a dozen thugs with various quirks. Shit, we're outnumbered and outgunned, Tsuburaba hissed. Perhaps not, the raven-headed teen said, before stepping forward. Come forth, Dark Shadow. Black ink, he shouted, as the shadowy form of Dark Shadow began to envelop his form, slowly raising him off the ground until, instead of a short teenager with a bird's head, there stood a shadowy figure as tall and muscular as All Might, with two glowing red eyes cutting through the gloom of the downpour zone. T. Takoyami, the bug-eyed boy asked, and then the figure spoke in a grating voice that would haunt the nightmares of the criminals for years. WELCOME ... to our mad banquet of darkness. Are we ready? Midoriya asked his teammates. Asui Kiro ed in agreement, and Shinsu nodded. Then here we, he began, before being interrupted by a giant hand of water slicing the boat in half. One vaguely skeletal villain laughed as water swirled around his hand. He was clearly the source of the attack. I've had enough waiting. Let's kill some kids, he said, earning the agreement of the other baddies. A red-headed girl with fins for ears and a man who looked vaguely like a discount Aquaman swam to the front of the group. Small water bullets slowly flowing out of the water and into the air around them ... and then the villains opened fire, shredding the hull and causing the ship to sink faster. This wasn't in the plan at all, the greenette thought, before a hiss of pain interrupted his train of thought. One of the water shots had pierced the hull ... and grazed Shinsu's leg. Midoriya saw red. Change of plans ... they're going to pay dearly, the greenette growled in an unusually angry tone, before turning to Asui. Su, use your tongue to lower me to the water, he said, his tone now having shifted to be eerily calm. Izu ... you're about to do something stupid, aren't you? The purple-haired boy asked, completely deadpan as he knelt down on deck to examine his wound. Probably. Also maybe a little unpleasant, Midoriya responded, as Asui's tongue wrapped around his waist. The greenette stood up and slammed a foot down on the bow, before channeling his inner Kaken. Listen up, punks. I hope you're happy with what you've done, because this is going to hurt, he shouted, before his voice dropped lower. For you, of course. I'm going to enjoy this. And then he jumped, the frog girl stopping his fall just above the water. Activating his quirk, he swiped a finger through the cool, crystal-clear liquid ... then things changed again. From the point his finger made contact with the flood zone's waters, the water rapidly turned opaque, white and very sticky, spreading to the edge of the zone. Like, what the hell? The skeletal villain yelled, as he floundered in the white goop. Your mutations give you all incredible advantages in the water ... but sadly for you, the same advantages don't apply to an entire lake of marshmallow cream, the greenette said, some smugness creeping into his tone. But wait, there's more, he shouted, as he swiped another finger across the lake. A low rumbling filled the USJ, and the goop began to expand. The marshmallow cream spontaneously began heating up until it reached its boiling point. Shinsu's eyes bugged out of his head as Asui reeled Midoriya in. Izu, what the hell is going on? He yelled, as several villains began to scream in pain from the heat of the sugary solute. I increased the probability of the marshmallow cream spontaneously boiling. This will cause it to also rapidly expand, propelling the boat towards one of the other zones and hopefully distracting the villains enough to give our classmates and Aizawa-sensei the upper hand, he explained. You're goddamn insane, Shinsu deadpanned. In the plaza, Aizawa had just knocked out another half-dozen or so thugs when he heard a low rumbling. Both he and the blue-haired villain leader turned towards the flood zone, which was now filled with white soup. As he looked on, the surface of the lake began to bulge upwards, a little at first, but quickly expanding into a massive dome over 30 meters high. The scaffolding on the edge of the lake where water would normally pour and crumbled with the rising tide of white goo. Oh dear God, problem child, what the hell have you done now? Aizawa wondered, as the surface tension of the dome finally broke, and boiling hot marshmallow cream flooded towards the central plaza. What kind of glitch is this? The blue-haired villain yelled, clearly confused out of his mind. In the ruins zone, Bakugo looked up after frying a chameleon villain to see the giant tsunami of boiling sugary goop streaming towards the plaza. Dear God, Deku, what the fuck? He laughed, before another group of baddies caught his attention. I don't have time to waste on you scrubs, he bellowed, motioning for Kirishima and Kodai to get behind him. Get fucked, noobs. Izuku shoot. A wave of heat and force left his hands, charring the mooks and demolishing the side of the building. Up on the entryway, the space hero had activated her quirk and was consuming the misty villain using its suction ability. An interesting strategy. 13. Your black hole gives you the ability to suck anything up and transform it into dust. I wonder, are you immune to it or not? He hummed. Shoji's eyes widened. 13. Behind you, he shouted as a warp gate opened behind 13, shredding the back of her costume with her own quirk. Damn it, ... he got me, the pro muttered, as she passed out from the pain. Kaminari, you know what to do, Monoma shouted to his electric classmate, who nodded and began to run past the warp gate villain. I tire of these annoying games. Begone. The villain rumbled, as a tentacle of dark mist reached towards him. At the last second, as the mist was about to overtake him, the electric blonde turned around. Gotcha. Plasma grenade, he shouted, several balls of electricity shooting from his palms and discharging around the villain's body. Shoji, Monoma shouted, as the electric blasts revealed a metal plate hidden within the mist. On it, the multi-armed teen shouted, lifting the copycat blonde and tossing him towards the metal plate. As he passed the plate, Monoma swung his hand out just above the plate and briefly felt his hand touch something solid. The buzz of a copied quirk settling in his skin. Curiously, it was more like several quirks working in a bizarre four-part harmony, but the blonde brushed the odd feeling off. I have 5 minutes with this warp quirk. Better make it count, he thought, as a golden mist shimmered in the air before the copycat blonde vanished into it. Tamura will be displeased with this development, the mist hummed. At UAS main campus, all was quiet. Then, an alarm blared and an alert lit up all the teachers' phones as an incoming warp quirk signature was detected by UAS security measures, centered on the teachers' lounge itself. As several of the pros prepared to fight, a golden mist shimmered in the air ... and Nito Monoma leapt out, clearly worse for the wear. Young Monoma, what? All Might began, before the copycat blonde opened his mouth and said 4 words that froze the blood of the teachers. Villains, at the USJ. Crap. Everyone, gather as many reinforcements as you can and meet me there. All Might instructed, as he opened a window. I'm going on ahead. And before anyone could object, the symbol of peace had taken a mighty leap and shot through the sky towards the USJ. I've got roughly 4 minutes left on my copied warp quirk. Hurry, Monoma said, feeling his timer for the misty villain's ability ticking down. The wave of marshmallow cream swept into the plaza, carrying the broken yacht with it. Aizawa used this opportunity to tactically retreat to the stairs, picking off a few of the remaining villains from a distance. Shigaraki and the large black villain retreated to the top of the fountain, the tide of cooling sugary soup swirling around the fountain's base. The mist villain reappeared next to him. Tamura Shigaraki had stated in a deep voice. Status report, Kurogiri. The skinny villain said. 13 has been incapacitated. However, the children successfully tricked me and one of them copied my quirk and escaped to UA, the living fog said. Shigaraki began to scratch his neck, first softly, but quickly becoming more intense until his neck was covered in raw, bleeding patches. Kurogiri ... If you weren't our exit, I'd atomize you here and now. It's all over, we can't win with dozens of pros here, Shigaraki said in an anxious panic, his fingers now staining red with his own blood. I guess we'd better leave, the man-child said, before turning towards the section of hole the students were hiding in. But first, let's wreck the symbol of peace's pride a bit and kill some kids, he continued, appearing in front of them, hand outstretched towards Shinsu's face. Midoriya's danger senses screamed louder than ever before in that moment, and in an attempt to prevent Shinsu's possible demise, he snaked a hand out and swiped it across Shigaraki's outstretched hand. The villain's hand made contact with the tired purple-haired boy ... and nothing happened for a few moments. Then, Shinsu's body twitched, and suddenly he jumped up. What's happening? He yelled, as he suddenly dashed forward, clearly not in control of his actions, and grabbed Shigaraki, before beginning to involuntarily polka dance with the hand-covered villain. Shigaraki's red eyes had gone wide behind the hand on his face. Again, what the fuck is with weird glitches happening today? You're supposed to turn to dust if I touch you, he shrieked as Shinsu pulled him along, changing someone's quirk from touch-based disintegration to touch-based inducement of involuntary polka dancing. That's ... new Midoriya murmured, puzzling their situation over. Namu, this fucking sucks. Kill the green-haired brat so that I can kill this insomniac bastard, Shigaraki yelled. The black villain stirred, and in the blink of an eye it had appeared by Midoriya, fist drawn back to strike. Shinsu's eyes widened. Hey, chapstick McHand fucker, he yelled at Shigaraki. What the fuck did you just... The blue-haired villain began, before his eyes went blank, Shinsu's brainwashing kicking in. Call off your monster. Namu, stop. The blue-haired villain yelled, and the beast did. Suddenly, a black portal yawned below the dancing duo, and they fell to the ground next to Kurogiri, the blue-haired villain now released from his brainwashing. Oh no, Shinsu thought. Tamura Shigaraki, it appears that you have been released from this one's control, but your quirk is still not back to normal, the mist hummed. Yeah, that's why we have our high-leveled final boss though. Namu, till the green-haired one. The black beast gripped Midoriya's entire upper body in one huge fist, and drew its other fist back. Asui watched in horror, thinking her classmate was about to be obliterated into bloody chunks by that huge fist. Aizawa ran as fast as he could, but realized quickly that he wasn't going to make it. And Midoriya, he pondered giving up then and there, before remembering what all he had to live for. No, I can't die here. Mom dad kscchan ochako tenya neito momo for your sakes. I won't give up and die that easily. And with that, Midoriya placed both his hands on the Namu's arm and concentrated as hard as he could through the pain, channeling his quirk to its fullest. A green light shone from his hands, blinding everyone nearby for a few moments. When the light died down, the heroes and villains alike looked back. Midoriya lay on the ground, clearly exhausted from using his quirk to that degree. And there on top of him, licking his face, was a small black terrier with red markings on its legs and face in the same places as the Namu's surgical scars. Shigaraki looked like he was about to have an aneurysm. You bastard. What did you do to my Namu? I'll kill you. He dashed forward, completely forgetting that his quirk was malfunctioning at the time, hand outstretched towards a grinning Midoriya, who was clearly relishing in how he was driving the villains up the wall with his quirk. Then the doors of the USJ exploded off their hinges, and everyone stopped. Who did this? Boomed a tremendous voice, sending chills of horror up the spines of every villain in the facility, while waves of relief washed over the students. Who hurt my children? The voice continued, as a massive footstep echoed through the USJ. Who dared to hurt my fellow teachers? The dust cloud cleared, and there stood the symbol of peace ... And for the first time any of the students could ever recall, he wasn't smiling. You will pay dearly for this, villains. Shigaraki turned around, ignoring Midoriya. Well fuck. We've lost our highest leveled player. I'm powerless to do anything other than make people fucking tap dance, and the final boss just showed up. This campaign has been a disaster. Let's get out of here. Kurogiri, he said, as the mist villain opened a portal, the man-child stepping through it before the mist faded away. The symbol of peace strode purposefully into the USJ, his footsteps shaking the entire facility, as the villains stared in horror while a wave of hope washed over the students. I knew something was amiss when Aizawa and 13 didn't answer my calls. All Might started, continuing forward. And my worst fears were confirmed when young Monoma warped to Yua and warned us of this villain invasion. But have no fear, students, because I am here. The minor villains gawked at the #1 hero's arrival before one took the initiative. Don't just stand there, morons. Let's get high. The villain began, before All Might blurred out of existence and blitzed the villains, reappearing on the ground floor, wading through the knee-deep marshmallow goop. Young Midoriya. What happened here? The symbol of peace asked. At that moment, Bakugo burst into the plaza, followed by Kodai and Kirishima. All right, you scrubs. Call off this attack right now, or, he began, before looking around. Fuck, I missed all the fun stuff. Midoriya got back to his feet. Villains attacked. They had around 125 minor thugs, one warper, a bioengineered weapon designed to kill you, and some petulant brat in charge, he said, dusting off his costume as the dog barked happily at his feet before tapping his communicator. 1A, this is Deku. Status report, he said. Cambio here, it's good to hear your voice, Deku. Nevermore. Glass and I have cleared the downpour zone and are exiting now, Ida said. Frost King here. Pinky and I have cleared the mountain zone, Todoroki confirmed. Welder checking in. I just welded the last of these fuckers to the floor of the fire zone, a waste grunted, as the sound of a door opening came through the comms. Genesis checking in. We've got a hostage situation in the mountain zone. Chevalier has been captured by an electric-type villain and Earphone Jack and I are stuck, Yaorazu said, her nervousness apparent through the communicator. All Might, Aoyama is being held hostage in the mountain zone, possibly by the same villain jamming communications, Midoriya said to the symbol of peace, who nodded and blinked away. A few seconds later, his fist had made contact with the side of the electric villain's head, knocking him into the mountainside. Aoyama dusted himself off. Merci beaucoup, All Might, he said thankfully. So, what's with the dog? Bakugo asked the green-haired troublemaker, looking at the small black terrier whose belly Midoriya was rubbing. Oh, him. This was their anti-All Might bioweapon. His name's Kotaro. Want to pet him? Midoriya asked, as the former Namu barked happily. Ooh, sure, the blonde said, crouching down to pet the dog. A few seconds later, a golden yellow mist shimmered at the top of the stairs, and Monoma appeared, with several pros hot on his heels. Everyone, I brought backup. he asked, seeing a distinct lack of villains and a sea of cooled marshmallow covering a large section of the USJ's interior. Never mind, I think we've got it under control. In an empty bar clear on the other side of Tokyo, Kurogiri's warp opened again, spitting the irate, embarrassed Shigaraki out. Damn it, we lost badly. We failed this quest. All Might didn't even fight our Namu and we still lost. The man-child started to say, before a voice from a TV with the word sound only cut him off. No, he's definitely weaker. Another voice asked a question. What about the Namu? Why is he not with you? He was transformed into a small dog by one of the students, Kurogiri responded. There was a long pause before the second voice spoke up. Pardon my Russian, but what the fuck? This one student was a major hang-up. Tamura snapped, writhing in anger on the floor. He turned an entire lake into syrup, somehow figured out we were coming and had the other students wear communicators that our electrical guy couldn't jam, and then turned my Namu into a fucking mud. That almost sounds like a reality warping quirk. Tell me, did you catch this student's name? Izuku Midoriya. Well, that's interesting. In the next chapter of Luck of the Draw. Time for a wholesome day out on the town with friends. The sports festival draws near. And how will Mama Midoriya react to her son's new pet? Stay tuned. Midoriyas Quirk Files. Quirk name, Brainwashing. User, Hitoshi Shinsu. About. Brainwashing is a psychological quirk that, upon response to the user, overrides the target's alpha wave brainwaves and compels them to carry out any command of the user. Weaknesses. Currently only works with verbal responses. Shinsu is physically kind of weak. Potential improvements. Could potentially be used with nonverbal responses if trained enough. Brainwashing multiple people simultaneously is possible too. Comments. Ridiculously strong in the hands of an experienced user. Shinsu could easily become one of the most formidable heroes of his generation if he fully masters his power. Intermission SHIGGY's speech. A few minutes before the USJ incident, beneath a dingy bar inn, a large crowd of the worst Japanese society had to offer milled in and out of the shadows. These were truly scum, the common clay smeared upon the underbelly of the civilized world. Among them were arsonists, rapists, murderers, jaywalkers, and candy thieves, truly the worst of the worst. All of them stopped abruptly at the sound of a single man scratching his neck, bits of dry skin flaking off as he ascended to a small podium with a single cheap, low-quality cordless microphone mounted on it. On the far end of the room, standing next to a huge, shadowy figure, there was a much smaller but equally shadowy figure whose glowing yellow eyes were flitting around the room, making sure none of the villains could break into his prized liquor store. The man with light blue hair and multiple severed hands gripping his body coughed lightly into the microphone, then began his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, as the other villains snapped to attention. You are about to embark on a great crusade ... to stamp out runaway decency and aspirations of heroism in the hearts of the next generation of wannabe heroes. Pausing to glance around the room, he grinned behind the severed hand on his face. Now, you will only be risking your lives, whilst I will only be risking the death of the symbol of peace ... and an almost certain Japan Academy Film Prize nomination for Outstanding Acting Performance in a Leading Role. Now, raise your right hands for the pledge. Almost every one of the minor criminals in the room raised their left hands, leading to a disappointed growl from the blue-haired figure. I said right, damn it. The villains put their left hands down and raised their right hands. Very good. Now, repeat after me. I, the leader, began. I, the crowd, responded in unison. Your name here, the leader continued. Your name here, the villains responded, causing the leader to briefly remove the hand from his face long enough to facepalm with his own hand and murmur the inaudible word schmucks. Before resuming his speech, do pledge allegiance, he resumed. Do pledge allegiance, the crowd responded. To Tamura Shigaraki. To Moturaragakishig. The villain leader growled. It's Tomurashigaki. It's Tomurashigaki. The crowd responded, much to his chagrin. And to the evil and villainous league, Shigaraki resumed. And to the evil and villainous league. The villains replied. For which he stands. The ashy brunette finished. For which he stands. The crowd responded affirmatively. Shigaraki grinned behind the hand on his face, before finishing his speech as a purple wall of Kurogiri's mist formed in front of the wall directly to his right. Now go do that voodoo that you do so well, he shouted, the crowd of villains cheering raucously at his statement. In the background, next to Kurogiri's main body, the massive shape began to move, revealing itself to be the Namu. A few of the villains whispered nervously to each other about it. All Might doesn't stand a chance, here comes Mongo, was the general consensus between them. Shigaraki was the first to step through the curtain, followed by the remainder of his followers, all hoping to have a crack at the next generation of heroes. Off to the races. The USJ incident, as it was nicknamed, was a wake-up call of sorts for both hero society and the heroic students of Japan. Although we were mostly uninjured, 13 was the only one with more than cuts and bruises. Our trials were just beginning. April 12, 2119, UA High School Conference Room 2B, 8:30 p.m. Night falls on Musutafu, as a group of UA staff meets with a police official in a secret meeting regarding the League of Villains and the USJ incident. Our investigators are trying to learn everything we can about the League ... but we're not having any luck finding anything about Kurogiri or Tamura Shigaraki. The police representative, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, stated to the heroes. So ... we've got no leads then? Vlad King said, arms folded. I'm afraid not, the cowboy-themed hero Snipe said. All Might looked troubled, something picked up on by the principal. Is something wrong, All Might? The rodent asked. The blonde sighed. The attack on the USJ was a tactically foolish move no sane adult would attempt. According to the students in Aizawa, Shigaraki kept monologuing about how his Nama was a pet of sorts perfect for killing me ... and when Midoriya messed that plan up, he all but threw a tantrum. He had the personality of a spoiled brat. Aizawa himself added his 20 yen to the conversation. So, a psychopathic man-child, if we're being frank ... but one with incredible power and charisma. Never a good sign. Tsukachi cleared his throat, then continued. We'll expand our investigation of the League and continue searching for those who planned the attack. Nezu looked at his papers and chuckled. A man-child, eh? In some ways, he's like our students with the incredible potential he has ... and like them, he too may have someone nurturing his malice and evil. All Might stared off into space for a moment, worried. I don't even want to consider what that might mean. Defying gravity. Hey guys, we've got tomorrow off thanks to the villain attack earlier today, and since I think we all need to distress, why don't we hang out tomorrow? Avatar of Chaos, sounds good to me. Ochako. Lord Explosion Murder, count me the fuck in. Creation Queen, I'll gladly go. Navy SEAL Coppa Pasta, same. Need for Speed, I would be honored to join you, my friends. Defying gravity. That's 6 of us. Shinsu, are you coming? Mindfuck, fuck it, I'm in. Defying gravity, sweet. So, where should we go? Defying gravity. I was thinking we could meet up around 10 at Coruscant Park and hang out there for a while. Then go have lunch somewhere in the Tatooine District Mall. After that, maybe ride some of the amusement rides in Thorfinn Outfitters, and then call it a day at Dagobah Beach Park. Sound good? Lord Explosion Murder, sounds like a goddamn blast. See you then. Avatar of Chaos. Mindfuck. Creation Queen. Navy SEAL Coppa Pasta. Need for Speed. Defying gravity. See you guys tomorrow 3. April 13, 2119. Nabu District, Musutafu, Japan. The next morning, Midoriya woke up at around 8:30, having slept in due to how tired the previous day's events had made him. He'd almost entered quirk exhaustion after transmuting the lake into marshmallow cream, and then modifying Shigaraki's quirk, and the Namu's transformation really took it out of him. He threw on his favorite t-shirt and a pair of gray cargo pants before heading out to eat breakfast. Speaking of the Namu, Katara was happily munching on some dog food Midoriya had bought after they were released from the authorities' questioning. His mother had been delighted by how adorable the Boston Terrier was, and the dog appeared to like her too. Of course, it came as something of a surprise when he seemed to disappear and then reappear on the other side of the room. That was when the two greenettes found out that the dog still had all 4 of the Namu's quirks: hyper regeneration, shock absorption, speed, and super strength. Midoriya had slept well knowing that his mom would be safe from almost anything given that she had an overprotective superdog that had been designed to kill All Might guarding her. The boy scarfed down a bowl of rice pudding and a cup of coffee, then said goodbye to his mom and left the apartment, heading down the street to Bakugo's. Sure enough, the explosive blonde was standing outside his house, wearing gray slacks and a black tank top under a plaid shirt. A 10-minute walk later, the dynamic duo had arrived at Coruscant Park, waiting for the rest of the group. They'd brainstormed nicknames over lunch the day before the USJ, and after much tribulation settled on the Magnificent Seven, although alternatives such as the 7 Samurai and the 7 Deadly Sins were also offered up. 3 of the others were waiting for them already. Ida was wearing a dark blue polo shirt and long khaki pants. Yaoyorozu was in a stunning violet sundress with a wide-brimmed hat, and Shinsu was wearing gray cargo pants and a purple shirt with cat paw prints on it. A few minutes later, Monoma and Uraraka arrived. The Phantom Thief was wearing a white button-up with khaki shorts, and Uraraka was wearing light yellow shorts, an ice pink shirt, and flip-flops. Well, the gang's all here ... let's have some fun, Midoriya said, pumping his fist in the air. For the next hour, the 7 teenagers hung out in Coruscant Park, enjoying the warm spring air, cool breeze, and not getting attacked by villains. After that, they wandered to the Tatooine District Mall, where they ate lunch at the first place that looked good, which was, ironically enough, a franchise of fast food chain M.G. Ronald's. Then they enjoyed an outdoor concert by the Esakari and Friends Quartet, which featured the eponymous Esakari playing the cello, Asuryu Langley on the violin, R. Ayanami playing viola, and Kei Nagisa backing them up on piano. And then, a chance encounter changed everything for these hero trainees. Midoriya and Uraraka had been sent by the other 5 students to get ice cream from an ice cream stand in the mall's food cart. The two walked alongside each other, careful not to make eye contact in order to avoid either of their blushes from growing. She's so close, Midoriya thought. He's so close, Uraraka thought. The two briefly made eye contact only to start blushing furiously. And then, as they rounded a corner, Midoriya was knocked over by a small figure running into his legs. He wondered aloud, before looking up. There, lying across his legs, was a small white-haired girl with red eyes and a horn on the right side of her forehead, clad in bandages and a filthy white dress. Hey there, he managed, waving shyly to the small child, who sat up. Hi, the child whispered. Then, with a start, she sat up and looked around, before grabbing Uraraka's leg and refusing to let go. From the other side of the plaza that was just around the corner, a positively gargantuan man was looking around. He wore cargo pants, orange boots, a black tank top that showed off his powerful upper body, thick metal gloves, and a black plague doctor's mask that covered his entire head. Eri, he boomed, and the girl clung to Uraraka even tighter, whimpering. I have a bad feeling about that man and this girl, Midoriya muttered, before looking at Uraraka. The two nodded, before the round-faced brunette scooped up the child and carried her into a nearby alleyway, Midoriya following her. As he entered the alley, he swept his fingers against the wall, and the cement closed the alleyway's entrance off. A few moments later, the heavy footsteps of the man came around the corner. That's funny. I could swear she came this way, he rumbled, before continuing away from them. As he walked off, Midoriya heard him say something else. The boss is gonna kill me if I lost the brat. Midoriya reopened the alleyway with his quirk and looked down the courtyard in time to see the massive man, a kidnapper, he thought to himself, round another corner and leave his field of view. Okay, we're clear, he said, gesturing to Uraraka. The two left the alleyway with the girl, Eri, if what the kidnapper was saying was correct, and made their way cautiously back to the park and their friends. Yaoyorozu and Monoma were engaged in an animated discussion about something. Shinsu and Bakugo were having a staring contest, and Ada was flailing his arms and lecturing them on Lord knows what, when Uraraka and Midoriya walked on the scene. Well, where's my red-hot chili pepper ice cream? Bakugo asked, before noticing the white-haired child clad in dirty rags trembling in Uraraka's arms. What the heck? Monoma asked, clearly confused. This girl ran into us on our way to the ice cream stand. She appeared to be running from someone. Most likely a kidnapper, the greenette said, and all of the teenagers immediately snapped to attention. Well, hell, let's get somewhere safer. Then decide what we're doing next. If she's gone missing, there may be other kidnappers around here looking for her, Bakugo said. Deku, can you disguise her with your quirk? The greenette nodded, before swiping a finger across the dirty dress Eri wore, which turned into a long-sleeved red and white dress, free of dirt stains. She was still shoeless and covered in bandages, but she now looked marginally better. Then, with another swipe of his finger, the girl's white hair slowly turned an inkai black. Okay, we shouldn't attract suspicion as long as we act casual, the greenette said, the others nodding in agreement. Here, this is for you, Yaoyorozu said to the girl, as she created a nesting doll out of her hand and held it out. The terrified child looked at the doll with wonder in her eyes before taking it and hugging it to her chest. All right, let's go. Momo can watch the left and Nito can watch our right. Deku, Tenya, watch behind us, Bakugo said, the others nodding as they started forward. I'll go a little bit ahead and let you know if I see anyone in a plague mask, and I'll contact a hero to help us. Several hours later, the 7 had been picked up by their homeroom teacher of all people, dealt with the police, and then ended up in Recovery Girl's office at UA. The bandages had come off and all 7 of the students had been absolutely beside themselves when they discovered rows of needle marks on her arms and legs. Speaking of the clinic, Eri refused to let go of Uraraka at any and all costs, and it was only with very careful coaxing that she allowed Recovery Girl to draw 1 vial of blood to run tests on. Finally, they were discharged, only to be met with by their teacher again. All right, it looks like at the moment she'll only respond positively to one of you 7 troublemakers, so she'll have to spend the night at one of your houses. Who's it going to be? The tired pro asked. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Given how attached to them she is, even more so than to the rest of us, I suggest she spends the night with Ochako or Izuku, the heiress said, smiling at the 2 students in question. Well, Squirt, you want to go with Deku or Chako? Bakugo asked, affectionately pinching Eri's cheek. The child thought for a few moments, clearly a little overwhelmed by the amount of love she was being shown by people she didn't even know before that day, before innocently asking a question and melting everyone's hearts with cuteness in the process. Why not both? Oh, so cute. Both Yaoyorozu and Monoma almost squealed. Shinsu and Bakugo shot knowing glances at each other before the mother of all shit-eating grins appeared on Bakugo's countenance. They grow up so fast, Shinsu mock sniffled, while the explosive blonde slung an arm over Midoriya's shoulder. Man, Deku, the least you could have done was married her first. He grinned. At this point, both Midoriya and Uraraka developed positively incandescent blushes. Kakin, how could you? You know it's not like that. The greenette sputtered. And in no way. We're just friends, that's all. Uraraka insisted, only not clasping her hands to her face to avoid dropping Eri. Monoma started snapping photos with his phone. And when Ida tried to insist that it was unbecoming of UA students to tease their peers like that, Yaoyorozu joined in. Ida relented soon afterwards and snapped a picture for himself clandestinely. Should I go to your apartment, Ochako? Midoriya asked, not having learned his lesson about double entendres around Bakugo, Shinsu, and Monoma. And no, it's not nice enough, and I live alone, Uraraka said, before realizing she'd said too much. You live alone? Never mind. You're coming over to my apartment, Midoriya said. Are you sure? Uraraka asked, maybe a little too quickly. Mom would love to have you over, Midoriya said, not noticing his own eagerness. I guess maybe I will then, Uraraka said, her face turning red again. As sweet Midoriya responded, also blushing. The other 5 quickly made it known that they too were also going to come help. And Yaoyorozu called in one of her family's limos, and they stopped by Uraraka's sparse apartment, grabbing her futon and some clothes. When she wasn't looking, Monoma, Shinsu, and Bakugo stuffed everything else into a couple of suitcases and placed them in the back of the limo. Another few minutes later, and they had arrived at the Midoriya's rather spacious apartment, whereupon Bakugo knocked on the door. Inko answered. Oh, hello Katsuki. Nice to see you, the slim green-haired woman said, opening the door. Hey, Auntie Inko, the blonde said, carrying the futon inside. Should I ask? The woman began, before seeing the white-haired child cradled in Uraraka's arms. Oh, what's this? She asked happily, rushing over to the round-faced brunette. Ochako, good to see you, Inko said, before seeing the others. And you brought Momo, Hitoshi, Nito, and Tenya. I'm so proud of you, making new friends like this, Izuku. The woman hugged her son, before looking at Eri again. Mom, this is Eri, Ochako, and I rescued her earlier from possible kidnappers. As soon as the DNA tests come back, we'll return her to her parents. But for now, she refuses to leave Ochako or I, so we figured we'd have a sleepover here tonight with her. At this, Bakugo coughed. Auntie Inko, he began as Shinsu and Monoma carried several suitcases in. Yes, Katsuki. Ochako is from Mai, and she lives alone in a really shitty apartment. You guys have 2 unused rooms in this apartment. And since Eri doesn't want to be away from her or Deku, how about Ochako move in with you guys? The blonde suggested. Hey, no, I wouldn't want to impose. Uraraka began, before Inko cut her off. All right, wait that easily, everyone thought. Now, who wants katsudon? Dinner was as delicious as any Inko Midoriya katsudon ever was. And afterwards the teens hung out in the apartment's living room with Eri. Hey, I was wondering something, Shinsu said, as Monoma and Bakugo unpacked all of Uraraka's belongings into a spare room. What is it? The greenette asked, as he handed a teddy bear to Eri. What's with this apartment? Most single-parent families don't have living spaces this big, he said, gesturing to the 2 unused spare bedrooms, one of which was being converted by Ida and Inko into a room for Eri. At this point, Bakugo and Monoma showed up. Having finished with Uraraka's new room, judging by the girls' squeal of delight, they did a good job. Well, my dad always said nothing but the best for my family. Your dad? Monoma asked. Oh boy, Uncle Sashi is something else, Bakugo said, soft-spoken, kind, and a halfway decent cook to boot. He's never been spotted wearing anything that wasn't a well-tailored suit, and his generosity cannot be matched, the blonde bomber continued, gesturing to a photo over the fireplace. On the left of the photo was Inko, who looked almost exactly the same in it as she did in the present day. To her right sat a gigantic man, probably nearly All Might's height, with curly black hair, freckles, and a very fine dress suit in contrast to Izuku's All Might hoodie and Inko's fairly plain outfit. The man had a kind look in his eyes, reaffirming him as a gentle giant. That still doesn't explain the apartment, Monoma said. Hadn't gotten that far yet. Uncle Sashi is also the majority owner of several large corporations, including United Media, which publishes Hero Weekly and runs the Channel 5 News, and Green Valley Quirk Labs, which is the biggest quirk diagnosis company in Japan. He also has major holdings in lifestyle company Detnerat Corporation, tech companies Smart Brain and Feel Good Inc., and publishing company Shueisha, Bakugo said. The room was silent for a moment before Uraraka spoke up. Wait a minute, Deku ... You don't show it, but you really are loaded, aren't you? Midoriya looked around awkwardly. I guess. Bakugo laughed. I mean ... How else do you think he bought all that All Might merch? All Might merch? Shinsu asked. Oh boy, I may be an All Might fan, but Deku is the fanboy to end all fanboys. Come on, Bakugo said, gesturing for the others to follow him. No, Kaken, don't, Midoriya began, but it was too late. Bakugo opened the door to Midoriya's room, and the others were almost blinded by the sheer quantity of All Might merchandise in the room. Posters, action figures, bedsheets, biographies, a lunchbox, and so much more. What a fanboy, Monoma snickered. I don't know, it's kind of cute to me, Uraraka said before she realized what she'd said. Once again, silence reigned for a moment before both she and Midoriya turned positively scarlet and started babbling incoherently, while Bakugo dropped to the floor laughing. Get a room already, dorks, Shinsu snarked, which only made the two teens blush harder and Bakugo laugh louder. An hour or so later, and Bakugo, Ida, Monoma, Shinsu, and Yaoyorozu had left to go home, leaving Uraraka, Eri, and the Midoriyas to settle in for the night. The small child had been overjoyed with her new room, and had gladly settled into bed for possibly the first good night's sleep in her life. The next day, in school, Class 1 had reconvened and were talking amongst themselves, mostly about the USJ incident and the coverage of it. This all stopped, however, when Uraraka, Midoriya, and Bakugo walked in, the greenette carrying a small white-haired child in his arms. Gee, good morning, everyone, Midoriya waved. The students all blinked, before the kid yawned and opened her large, innocent red eyes. She's, Ashido began. ... So ... Gyro continued. Cute. Yaoyorozu squealed. Everyone, this is Eri. We rescued her from a kidnapper yesterday and are trying to find her parents ... But she's gotten very attached to us in the process, Monoma said, gesturing to the group at the door. Uncle Nito, the child said, and the copycat blonde blushed as the class started chattering again. Good morning, class, Aizawa said, walking through the door before doing a double take. Oh, good morning, Eri. Good morning, Zawa, the girl said, and the class was once again overwhelmed by how adorable the kid was. Bakugo, Midoriya, and Uraraka took their seats, with the explosive blonde holding the child in his lap. Anyway, students, your fight is not over yet, the tired man said, looks of shock spreading over the students' faces. Not over yet, Bakugo wondered. What does he mean? Midoriya mumbled. More bad guys. Kaminari started to panic. Aizawa just stared at the class, then let a small smirk cross his face. The UA Sports Festival is just 2 weeks away. Yes, let's kick some ass, Kirishima roared in excitement, as the other students jumped in surprise at both his outburst and their teacher's menacing tone about something so normal. Language, Yaoyorozu snapped, while Shinsu reached forward to cover Eri's ears as she clung to Midoriya. Whoa, wait a minute, Kaminari said. Is it really such a good idea to do this so soon after the USJ incident? Gyro nodded in agreement. Couldn't they attack us when we're all in one place then? Aizawa coughed, then started again. The administration wants to hold it despite all that, to send a message that everything's fine to the public. Also, it's the UA Sports Festival, the most watched sporting event in the world for the past 75 years running, having long since supplanted the Olympic Games. You only have 3 chances in a lifetime to participate, so make it count, the pro said, an edge of seriousness creeping back into his voice. Now, who's ready for Shakespeare? Present, Mike asked, entering the room as the students groaned. 3 hours and a veritable mountain of cute remarks about Eri from Present Mike, Cementos, and midnight later, the students were all done with their morning classes. Suddenly, the room became aware of an intense presence behind them. Turning to the back left corner of the room, Uraraka stared intensely at her peers. Let's do our best, Deku, Tenya, Nito, she said, staring at the trio in question. Ooh, right, the copycat blonde said. Everyone, I'm gonna do my best, she shouted at Takoyami, Oase, and Kirishima. All right, the headbanded boy said. I said I'm gonna do my best, she shouted at Bakugo, Kodai, and Kaminari. Right, Ochako, Bakugo said, smirking. Oh yeah, I wonder ... Why does Uraraka want to be a hero? Midoriya wondered. In the lunch rush cafeteria, the so-called Magnificent Seven sat down at their usual table, bringing Eri with them to meet Shoji. Hello, Eri. Nice to meet you. I'm Mizo Shoji, Shoji said, sitting down at the end of the table with his lunch tray, beginning to eat with a mouth on one of his tentacles while talking through another. Wow, so cool, the white-haired child said, watching a mouth morph into an ear, then morph again into a nose on one tentacle. After all these years, it's a little hard to believe. I'm actually going to be in the sports festival. Uraraka cheered, as several of the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the perfect opportunity for me to represent my family. I won't let you down, Tensei, Ida all but shouted. Midoriya laughed, before his memory jogged a bit. Oh right, Ochako, I wanted to ask you something, he said. The table reacted in several different ways. Monoma, Bakugo and Shinsu developed almost teasing grins. Shoji, Eri, Yaoyorozu and Ida quirked their eyebrows, and Uraraka blushed. Ask away, Deku, she stammered. Why do you want to be a hero? The teasing trio blinked in confusion as Uraraka's blush faded as quickly as it arrived. Oh, I thought you were, never mind. It may not be very noble ... but I'm in it for the money, the girl said awkwardly. Wait, really? You never struck me as that type, Shinsu said in surprise. But ... why? Yaoyorozu asked. Well ... my family owns a construction company, and I originally wanted to get licensed so that I could help my folks out with that ... but now I want to become a successful hero and give my parents an easy life. Not very heroic compared to all of your goals, I guess, Uraraka admitted sheepishly. Nonsense, Ada said, starting to applaud. I'm merely following my family's tradition. Midoriya nodded. I'm just doing it because I've always wanted nothing more than to save lives. My family talked me into it, Yaoyorozu said almost sadly. I've been trying to prove something to myself and others, Shinsu said, Monoma silently agreeing. I just want to be the best, Bakugo grinned. Your goals are no less noble than the rest of us. If anything, you might be more heroic than half the people here. Wanting to provide for others while saving people is one of the most heroic goals of all, Yaoyorozu said. Uraraka started to tear up. Thanks guys, she said. Midoriya looked at his food and started to dig in ... only to be interrupted by the world's most distinctive laugh. All Might laughed, catching the others at the table off guard. I've found you, young Midoriya, young Bakugo. The blonde giant bellowed, before pulling a comically tiny lunchbox out of his suit and saying lunch. Ooh, all right. Come on, Deku, Bakugo said, picking his food up and following the pro, Midoriya following him. The others at the table looked at each other in confusion for a few moments, before Shoji simply said, well, that happened. Unbeknownst to them, a certain bichromatic student at a nearby table overheard the whole thing. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo are connected to All Might, thought Shoto Todoroki. So, you really only have a little over 2.5 hours left every day? Midoriya asked the symbol of peace as All Might brewed a cup of tea. The duo sat with the symbol of peace in the teacher's lounge to discuss important matters. I am sorry, the greenette began, before his teacher started laughing ... and spitting blood, while Bakugo rolled his eyes. There's no need to apologize. Geez, you really are like me. Anyway, have some tea ... we need to talk about the sports festival, and about finding a successor. The temperature in the air seemed to drop at those words. One for all is slowly leaving me even without passing it on. The USJ would have been even worse for me if you hadn't dealt with their Namu before I arrived, the blonde giant said, sipping his tea. Unfortunately, my days as the symbol of peace are probably numbered. The world needs to see that the next generation of heroes are strong and will truly protect them, which is why I want you to, and the rest of 1A and 1B, for that matter, to push yourselves to put on a spectacular show at the sports festival and say that you are here. So, you need to know who we've seen who might make for a good successor for you. Bakugo asked. Yes, I was already given another candidate by my former sidekick, Sir Nightai. He's a third year here by the name of Mirio Tagada ... But when asked, he, like you two, turned it down, citing much the same reasons as young Midoriya. I suspect he'd get along fabulously with you, Yagi responded. So, a first year it is. Who have you found so far? Midoriya cleared his throat. Our class is incredible. They've all got amazing quirks and the hearts of true heroes beating in their chests, but we've got a few to highlight. I would have seriously considered Shinsu, but whoever takes this power needs to become a symbol, right? He wants to be an underground hero, so that wouldn't be his style. Bakugo nodded, then continued. Monoma and Ida have their own flaws. Monoma specifically would probably decline because his whole thing is proving to himself that it's okay to have a copying quirk. Midoriya decided to conclude his statement. I doubt Shoji would be interested. And Yaoyorozu sadly isn't confident enough in herself to accept ... so our main option is Uraraka. I see. I'll consider young Uraraka's candidacy as soon as the sports festival wraps up. What's with all these people? Uraraka asked, as one attempted to depart for the day, only to find themselves blocked in by a crowd of other students. They're a bunch of idiots who are scouting out the competition, Bakugo said, as he walked to the door. Oi, extras, out of the way, I'm trying to go home, he said to the crowd, eliciting exasperated reactions from his own class. Hey, roared a boy with gray hair and weird eyelashes. My name is Tetsu. You're the badasses who survived a real villain attack, and I'm challenging all of you. I thought maybe you'd be okay, but you're really rude. You'd better bring your best. The boy was cut off by a bunch of vines wrapping around him and dragging him back to the side of a serene-looking girl, the vines being her hair. I must ask that you forgive Tetsu of his rudeness. May the Lord absolve him of his sins. Amen, she said, to 1A's confusion. "Oh, hey Shigaraki," Bakugo said, waving at the vine-haired girl. "Bakugo, it is nice to see you again," the girl said serenely. At this, everyone stopped for a few moments. "Wait, did you actually bother to remember someone's name on your own?" Midoriya asked, before wiping an imaginary tear from his eye. "Our little Kakin is growing up." Monoma and Shinsu giggled. "Whatever. I met her back during the entrance exam. She and Kirishima impressed me enough for their names to be worth remembering," the blonde said, rolling his eyes, before glaring at Tetsu. "And you, watch your language around the kid," he growled, pointing at Eri. At this, there was a squealing noise and a floating girl's uniform came bounding around the corner, a sharp-toothed brunette girl and a short brunette with bangs covering her eyes following her. The three rushed over to Eri and started chattering. "Oh my gosh, is so cute," the school uniform shrieked. "I know, right," Ashido said, bounding over. "Mina Ashido, nice to meet you." The uniform stood up. "Toru Hagakure, Class 1B. This is Setsuna Takage." One sleeve gestured at the sharp-toothed girl, who waved. "Sup, and this is Kanoko Komori." Another sleeve waved at the brunette, who meekly replied, "Nice to meet you." Another few interesting individuals squeezed through the door. One was a blonde boy with a large tail. He was closely followed by a tall and muscular boy with thick lips and a dark-skinned boy with white hair, who engaged in some kind of occultic staring contest with Takoyami, a pale-skinned, white-haired girl seemingly officiating the whole thing. "Ew, I don't mean to interrupt ... but what the heck?" Shinsu asked, walking over. "It seems I've found 2 more followers of the darkness," Takoyami muttered. "Oh great, looks like all 4 of the hero course's resident goths have arrived." "Shigaraki, at your service," the dark-skinned boy said, before gesturing to the girl. "And this talkative lady is Ryoko Yanagi." The girl nodded silently. "God, she speaks even less than Kodai," Shinsu thought, before engaging in conversation with them. "All right, what's going on here?" A voice came from the hallway. Monoma's eyes widened. "No ... it can't be," he said, an indescribable emotion crossing his face. A teal-eyed girl with red hair and a ponytail rounded the corner, a large boy covered in thick fur and an ash-haired boy with no lips flanking her. "Hopefully you're not causing too much trouble," she began, before she spotted 1A's copycat blonde, her own eyes widening much the same. After a few moments of silence, the girl spoke again. "Nito, is that you?" "Itsuka," the blonde responded. Then the two dashed forward and gripped each other in a tight hug, much to everyone's confusion. "Oh my god, how long has it been?" the redhead asked, eyes watering. 4 years since I left Chiba to go back to Holland." Monoma trailed off. "I really missed you." The two broke their hug and stepped back slightly, when Monoma felt a presence behind him. "Now what have we here, Nito?" Bakugo asked. "Well, are you going to introduce us to your lady friend?" Shinsu snarked. Almost on cue, the two lit up with luminescent blushes. This is Itsuka Kendo. She was friends with me when I lived in Chiba Prefecture after moving to Japan for the first time," the copycat blonde said, gesturing to the redhead. "Aw, that's so romantic," Hagakure and Ashido said in unison, before looking at each other. "Oh, I think I'm going to like you," the pink-skinned girl said to the invisible one. Anyway, what Tetsu was trying to say, albeit not very effectively, is that Class 1B wants to formally challenge Wona to a friendly competition at the sports festival, Kendo said, as the metal boy wrapped in Shizaki's vines struggled against his restraints. "Let's leave it all out there on the field. Show us what you've got." With that, the class president of 1B exited 1A's classroom, before ducking back in for a moment. "Oh, and Nito, it was good seeing you again," she said, hugging the blonde boy again. "Why yeah ... it was good seeing you again too," the copycat blonde responded. "All right, let's get out of here," 1B Kendo said, gesturing for everyone to follow her. "It seems that upon this day I am victorious," Takoyami said to Kurwaro as he and Yanagi exited. "What a mad banquet of darkness," the black-skinned boy responded with a shit-eating grin, much to Takoyami's chagrin. "That's my line." The raven-headed boy trailed off. "See you later, Eri," Hagakure said, squeezing the white-haired girl in a hug. "Later, kiddo," Takage chirped, Komori waving as they left. Monoma stood by the door for a few moments, still processing reconnecting with his childhood friend, when Shinsu walked up. "Hey Nito ... what's that in your pocket?" The blonde asked, looking down and rummaging in his pocket ... to find a piece of paper with a series of numbers and the words "Call me, damn it," written on it. Monoma broke out in a 10 million watt blush, while Shinsu and Bakugo started cheering loudly. "Anyway, let's go. We still need to drop by Recovery Girl's office, remember?" the copycat blonde said, eager to change the topic to literally anything else. "Oh, right, we need to find out what the old lady has to say about the squirt," Bakugo said, ruffling Yuri's hair. "It's very strange," the aged hero said, looking at a tablet. "We did DNA testing on her, but there are no return positive matches, and no missing person cases in all of Japan matched either." At this, several members of the Seven blinked. Wait, if DNA testing isn't returning anything, then can we even find her parents? Monoma asked. Recovery girl shook her head. Not as such. Chances are good that there's nothing on record for them either, which means that the circumstances of Eri's birth may be of questionable legality. Midoriya, Bakugo and Ida did a double take. So you're suggesting her family may have had criminal connections? The glasses-wearing boy asked. It's not impossible. The Yakuza are weak nowadays, but not extinguished, so she could be of criminal origin, Recovery girl responded. This also means there's no legal way for her to be returned to her family, so she'd have to go into foster care, which isn't good for someone with the veritable mishmash of social disorders she has. At this, Uraraka slammed a hand down on the table. No, she'd be in danger of getting kidnapped again. And as you said, it wouldn't be good for her either. Recovery girl smiled. That's the spirit, kiddo. What do you suggest? Midoriya cut in. Let me call up Mom. I think she might be on board with adopting her. One phone call later and Midoriya had agreed to adopt Eri. The woman saying that she'd already texted Hisashi and he was on board with the idea, his lawyer's already at work on the paperwork. Am I going home with you tonight? Eri asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Eri... We're going home. You're part of the family now. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 8:02 a.m. For 2 weeks, the hero trainees of 1A and 1B trained for the sports festival, pushing their bodies and mind to the limits in the name of friendly competition. And in seemingly no time at all, the sports festival had arrived. Midoriya walked through the gates of the school towards the UA Sports Stadium with his mother and Eri walking between them eating a candy apple. So Mom, where will you two be sitting? The green-haired boy asked. Inko smiled brightly. Oh, Eri and I are actually sitting up in the faculty box. What? The boy asked, clearly stunned. Hey, your mother has a few friends here, you know. Thanks to us adopting this little bundle of joy, she said, ruffling Eri's hair. I've gotten to know Eraserhead, Present Mike and Midnight pretty well. But we're sitting there at the invitation of another teacher. Oh, here he comes now. Midoriya turned to look where his mother was gesturing, and immediately did the mother of all double takes. There, running towards them as best he could, was none other than All Might in his skinny form. Izuku, I'd like you to meet my friend, Toshinori Yagi. Oh, but you probably already know him, the woman said in a very happy voice. Good morning, young Midoriya, the older man said, before processing that information and skidding to a stop. Wait, young Midoriya, then ... Wait a minute. Inko is your mom. All Might stuttered, clearly as surprised as his student. Midoriya gawked at the two of them. Oh, we'd better go. Good luck, Izuku. Come on, Eri, Yagi. The green-haired woman said happily, dragging the skinny blonde giant with her, Eri sitting on her shoulders happily. Her son, meanwhile, was still in shock over his mother and adoptive sister watching the sports festival in the faculty box with freaking All Might. What even is today? He wondered in surprise and awe. In the 1A locker room, the class was abuzz with excitement over their participation in their first ever sports festival. As Midoriya laced up his red shoes, he was interrupted by a voice. Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki said, walking over to the greenette as the explosive blonde raised his head. Oh hey, Todoroki, Midoriya said to the bichromatic boy. What do you want, icy hot? Bakugo growled, not liking Todoroki's tone. Todoroki studied Midoriya, then glanced at Bakugo for a few moments before continuing. From an objective standpoint, I'm stronger than either of you... But you've got All Might in your corner, helping you out. Seeing the look of shock on the greenette's face and the glare Bakugo shot him, he resumed. I don't really care what's going on with the two of you, but know that I will beat you in the festival today. And with that, the bichromatic teen walked out. We're not here to be friends today... We're here to kick each other's asses. Wait a minute, Todoroki, Midoriya said, causing Todoroki to pause. I get that you're stronger than me. In fact, you've probably got a better handle on your powers than any other first year at UA. But that's not going to stop me, or anyone else from aiming to win. So, I accept your challenge. The other teen smirked slightly. Fine by me, he said, before walking out. Prick, Bakugo said. But he's got a point. We can team up in the second round, which is always team-based... But in the first round, we're competing. So don't hold anything back, Deku. Midoriya grinned. I won't, Kakin. Heyo, all you sports fans. And welcome to the US Sports Festival. The voice hero shouted, eliciting a roar of excitement from the crowd. I'm your host, Present Mike. And joining me on commentary is Eraserhead. Now, let's introduce this year's participants. The doors on the sides of the stadium opened as the first-year students made their way to the field. First up is the class that's already fought villains. It's Hero Course 1A. The loud pro announced as the class in question made their way out into the arena. And just as talented, Hero Class 1B, Kendo and Takage waved to the crowd as their class joined 1A. But that's not all. Here's General Studies Classes C, D, and E, Support Courses F, G, and H, and the Business Course 1I. Give them all a big round of applause. The general studies and business courses were led by a bunch of plain-faced teens in UA tracksuits, who were grumbling that they were only there to make the hero students look better. Meanwhile, a pinkette wearing dozens of crazy gizmos led the support course students, grinning madly. And now introducing this year's referee, the rated R hero, Midnight. The very buxom woman in question stood atop a stage on one side of the field, inducing blushes among both students and spectators alike with her movements. Silence, everyone, the woman shouted, quieting everyone down. Leading this year's pledge as 1A Sports Festival representative, Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo and Monoma grinned at Midoriya. Go get him, Tiger, the explosive blonde said, nudging his friend forward. Midoriya ascended onto the stage, kind of nervous despite knowing this was coming. He took the microphone, and after a few moments, started his speech. I swear that I'll do my best today. As a great competitor at this amazing event, and now that that's out of the way, I want to ask you all, do your best today as well. Don't hold anything back. Do everything you can to win today. Every one of you should be aiming for the top. Are you all fired up with me? The greenette asked. At first, silence met him, but after a few moments someone in the general studies group started clapping, and within a few moments, the crowd was cheering raucously. Good job, Deku. That's what I'm talking about, Bakugo shouted. So let's go beyond. The greenette shouted into the microphone, and an electric feeling shot through all the students and spectators. They knew what was coming next, and joined in as Midoriya finished his speech. Plus Ultra. It's time for the first event, a 4-kilometer obstacle course. All the classes will participate in this qualifier round, Midnight announced, before licking her lips. I don't want to limit anyone too much, so as long as you stay on the track, anything goes. You have 1 minute to gather at the West Gate. The students crowded around the West Gate, ready for the race to begin. This will be interesting. I don't plan on losing, so let's make things weird. Mom, Dad, Eri, All Might, I hope you guys are watching. Midoriya thought as the timer started counting down. Tensei, please watch me. Ada's mind wandered to his brother, who was patrolling the streets of Hasu today. I refuse to lose, thought Uraraka. Begin. The students charged forward towards the narrow gateway with a roar of determination, every one of them gunning to win. And they're off, folks. How about some commentary from you, Eraser? Present Mike shouted. I can't believe you actually talked me into this, Aizawa muttered. Anything you think we should pay attention to at this stage of the race? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. That gateway. It's a natural pinch point. The students all pushed against each other, squashed together in the narrow tunnel. Midoriya felt a sudden chill go down his spine and jumped, narrowly avoiding being stuck in place by the wave of ice Todoroki generated, the cool air exploding out of the doorway and freezing the course in front of the stadium. Damn it, he's too strong, one general studies student commented. Several other students broke free quickly, with Aoyama, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Honuki, Bakugo and Shizaki escaping easily. Let's get back on track, why don't we? Midoriya muttered, swiping a finger across the ice floe and activating his quirk. Instantly, the ice in front of him transformed into a mess of light green tissue paper, which caused the air to be filled with the sound of crinkling paper after a few moments. The greenette dashed forward, his years of physical training with Bakugo allowing him to outpace most of the other students as he approached the first obstacle. As Todoroki ran along, the other students did their best to get past the remainder of his icy path without having a nasty fall. Ashido created liquid from the soles of her feet to slide more manageably along the ice, while most others floundered. Uraraka tried not to slip as she moved forward, while the lack of friction let Bakugo move ahead even faster. Thanks for the help, Ice-Hot, he roared, surging past Todoroki towards the first obstacle. As a small general studies student with round purple balls for hair bore down on Todoroki, gloating incoherently about his quirk strength, a metal robot arm came out of nowhere and smacked him clear off the path and into the bushes on the rest of campus. It's the Robo Inferno. The path was guarded by droves of the 1, 2, and 3-point robots from the entrance exam ... as well as over a dozen zero-pointers, all glaring down with lifeless red camera eyes at the students below them. Are those the zero-pointers from the entrance exam? Kaminari asked, clearly panicking. Where the hell does the school even get the funding for these? Yaoyorozu wondered, unzipping her jacket. Todoroki glared back at the robots. So these are the zero-pointers the non-recommendation students had to face. I'm impressed, but I wish that they would be harder to beat, he said as one reached towards him, especially since Daddy Dearest is watching. With that, the temperature dropped dramatically as the boy unleashed a wave of ice that immediately froze 3 zero-pointers dead in their tracks, before running between the legs of one. Look, an opening, a general studies kid shouted. Hey now, be careful. I froze them while they were off balance, the bichromatic boy said, as the unstable robots fell behind him, the shockwave being felt even in the stadium. Let's see if we can make things weird again. Midoriya said, ducking under a one-pointer's swing and grabbing its neck. His quirk activated, and he watched the whole thing fold into a tiny CD, which he picked up, smashed by the offspring. My quirk seems to really like making robots into their albums, he noted, pocketing the CD, before approaching a group of 4 2-point bots with one 3-pointer behind them. Time to put this move to the test. Distort and dash, the greenette shouted as he wove between attacks and systematically touched every bot in the group before activating his quirk. The first bot turned to glass and shattered, the second dissolved into caramel syrup, the third one turned rogue and attacked the fourth, and the 3-point robot started spinning and leaking glue. Yes, leaking glue from its gun turrets, leaving a large obstacle for the students behind him. Well done, young Midoriya, All Might shouted, impressed. My baby's getting so strong. Inko looked like she was about to start crying. Izu was amazing, Eri shouted, stars in her eyes. Like hell these scrap heaps will slow me down. Bakugo shouted, launching himself into the air and up to one 0-pointer's head with several smaller explosions, landing atop the bench. Forgive us if we're following along with your well-planned advance, Takoyami said, as Dark Shadow hauled him up to the top of the robot's head. TCH, now y'all are following my lead, Bakugo said, irritation in his voice. What can I say? Not our fault you've got good ideas, Zero said, reeling himself in with his tape. Meanwhile, Uraraka battled through rows of bots, shredding them by dropping them from a good height with her quirk. Kaminari electrocuted several robots, using his quirk more cautiously than usual. Gyro drove her earphone jacks into a few more bots and deactivated them with sonic attacks, and ahead of them, the 0-pointers exploded. Sure enough, Yaoyorozu had created a cannon with her quirk and was tearing through the giant enemies like they were made of paper. What an amazing quirk. Momo really is awesome, Midoriya thought, as a large explosion lit up another 0-pointer. Looking closer, the source of the explosion was not Bakugo but Monoma, who had copied Bakugo just before the race's start and was making the most of the powerful quirk. And 1A's best show their stuff, as Momo, Yaoyorozu and Nito Monoma tear the Robo-Infernos apart. No, Izuku, baby, run away. Save yourself, Inko cried, water streaming from her eyes. Young Midoriya won't give in. His heroic heart motivates him to fight on even when the odds are against him, All Might said, taking Inko's hand in his. That's why he's a true hero in the making. The woman only began crying harder at that. Izuku is strong, Eri noted. As this was happening, Midoriya ran up to another 0-pointer, dodging its attacks with ease, then placed his hand against its base. Here we go again, he thought, as the giant robot shuddered ... and after a few moments, the 0-pointer transformed into another giant marble statue of All Might. Oh god, not again, Aizawa groaned at the sight. Several students stared at one of the robots Todoroki had frozen, its icy carcass lying on the ground. Didn't that fall on someone? A student asked. Then, the metal of the robot buckled and Kirishima burst out of its remains. I quote him alive, he shouted triumphantly. 1A's Kirishima is unbreakable. He's like the ultimate spear and ultimate shield. Damn it, Todoroki. Anyone else would have died. Kirishima cursed, throwing a glare in the general direction of the bichromatic boy. A nearby section of robot buckled. What an asshole that one guy is. Anyone else would have died. Tetsu shouted, cracking his neck. 1B's Tetsu is unbreakable. He's like the ultimate spear and ultimate shield. Didn't you just say that about? Aizawa began, before Mike cut him off. They're so similar. As the other students carved a path through the robots, Midoriya raced ahead like a bolt of green lightning, almost failing to stop in time as the ground disappeared beneath him. What the foo? The boy began, teetering on the edge. The next 200 meters was a maze of pillars surrounded on all sides by an impossibly deep pit, thin cables snaking between them. Ahead of him, Bakugo blasted over the obstacle, while Todoroki slid along a cable with his ice and Isui clambered along a cable like it was second nature for her. This is perfect for me, Kiro. It's the fall. Fall in and you're out, Mike announced to the audience. This is perfect. A voice came from behind him. Looking back, he saw a Pinkette covered in support gadgets gloating to herself. Time for us support course students to show what we can do. The girl shot a long grappling hook out all the way to the other side of the obstacle course, before shouting, "Shine, my cute babies," and jumping into the pit ... and as her rope reeled her in, she shot upwards, clearing the obstacle with ease. So unfair, Ashido pouted. Not really. The support department students are often kinda weak physically. But they're all brilliant inventors ... so they get to bring anything they've invented as a crutch, Monoma said as he caught up to the pitfall. I'd better go. Only got about another minute left on Bakugo's quirk, he said, as explosions shot from his hands and propelled him forward. I know Tensei is watching ... so I'd better not make myself look like a fool, Ada said, using his engines to move while balancing on a cable. I can't lose here, Midoriya yelled, before grabbing one of the cables and activating his quirk. The cable became elastic, but retained its strength. With any luck, I should be able to shoot through the air to the other side. Pulling on the cable with all his strength, he activated his quirk again and increased the probability of the cable losing its elasticity and returning to its original state, shooting him forward into the air. Woohoo! He shouted as he passed Shoji and Tsuburaba in midair, waving at them cheerily. Tsuburaba scowled half-heartedly, while Shoji waved back with a hand duplicated on one of his arms. Landing on the other side in a roll, Midoriya shot back to his feet and pursued Bakugo and Monoma, who were bickering about something. Kaken, Nito, the blondes looked back. About time you caught up, Deku, Bakugo said. So far so good. Young Midoriya All Might said, grinning at the sight of his pupil mastering his power. Todoroki came to a sudden stop, seeing a peaceful field of dirt in front of him. Too peaceful. Why are you stopping, man? A general studies student asked, stepping onto the field. Todoroki's eyes widened when he heard a very distinctive click. No, wait, he began, as a massive pink blast erupted in front of him, the hapless student flying backwards, knocked out. There's mines, he shouted. That's right, it's the final obstacle, the minefield. Mike roared. Note that, while the mines are startling, they're harmless, just a blast of heat, light, pink dye and baby powder, Aizawa noted, as the cameras focused on the bichromatic boy in the front. Todoroki carefully crossed the minefield, avoiding the telltale round patches of disturbed earth where the mines were buried, when suddenly, like an angry rocket, Bakugo caught up to him. I got you, icy hot. Next time you declare war, don't be a moron about it, he bellowed, aiming an explosion at the bichromatic boy. Ader raced across the minefield, while Shigaraki used her vines to disarm any explosives in her path, gliding across the battlefield as an untouched symbol of purity. Midoriya finally reached the minefield and cursed at how far behind he'd fallen. I spent too much time crossing the pitfall. I need to get creative, the boy thought, before noticing several mines nearby. Oh, this is a really, really dumb idea, he thought, as he swiped a finger over each mine. Deku, what are you up to? Uraraka asked. Achako. Oh, this is perfect. Want to catch up with Kaken and Todoroki? He asked, as Bakugo and Todoroki drew closer to the end of the minefield. A massive explosion shook the stadium, heat in a cloud of pink powder rapidly expanding to cover the back half of the obstacle. That's definitely bigger than the mine blasts were supposed to be, Aizawa noted. As the other students shielded themselves from the blast, Midoriya shot out of the cloud of pink, a crazed grin on his face. Woohoo! I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky, he sang. Uraraka held onto his left hand as they soared through the air. Deku, you're crazy. She laughed. Yes, that's it, young Midoriya, All Might roared, almost shifting into his muscle form in excitement. Izuku, my precious baby boy, I'm so proud of you. Inko began to cry again. I'll get the mop, power loader said, excusing himself. Thank you, Majima, All Might said gratefully. Don't cry, Mama Inko, Eri said, which only made the green-haired woman cry harder. What the actual fuck, Deku, Achako? This is crazy even for you too, Bakugo shouted, before giving chase. Todoroki smoldered in cold fury. I won't be shown up ... not in front of the old man, the bichromatic boy thought, before racing forward as Bakugo's explosions shot him towards the falling duo. Ooh, Deku, do we have a landing strategy? Uraraka asked the greenette. Oh, right, a landing strategy, Midoriya thought, before an idea struck him. Of course, he shouted, swiping his fingers through the air and activating his quirk, grinning when he felt his hand enter an invisible space and grip something solid. The pro heroes, other students and viewers worldwide all gawked as the green-haired problem child produced a massive hammer labeled 10-ton out of midair and slammed it into the ground, triggering several more mines and launching the two of them forward uncontrollably towards the finish line. Bakugo raced in, pushing his Blast Rush Turbo to its limits in an attempt to win the race, only to collide in midair with his two friends and tumble over the finish line in a heap. And it's a photo finish for the first round. Let's see what the high-speed replays show. A slow-motion video played on screens around the stadium, showing the results of the race. There you have it, folks. The winner of the first event of this year's sports festival is none other than Izuku Midoriya. The replay showed Midoriya hitting the ground first, followed almost immediately by Bakugo, then Uraraka. Confetti rained in the late spring sunshine on the day's trio. That was some real Looney Tunes shit, Deku, Bakugo grumbled. Yes, All Might shouted in joy, transforming into his muscle form. Fortunately for the symbol of peace, his green-haired companion had already passed out in joy after seeing her son win. Skinny man is All Might, Eri wondered aloud. Outside, Death Arms and Kamui Woods did a double-take seeing the boy from the sludge villain incident winning the first round of the sports festival. In a darkened bar, Tamura Shigaraki scratched his neck at the sight, and in a secret lair somewhere, hooked up to multiple life support machines, an ancient supervillain grinned, his interest piqued by the green-haired boy. After the other students had finished the race, Midnight strutted up onto the stage again. Well then, now that the race has ended, let's see the results. The board displayed the following stats. First place, Izuku Midoriya, 1A. Second place, Katsuki Bakugo, 1A. Third place, Ochako Uraraka, 1A. Fourth place, Shoto Todoroki, 1A. Fifth place, Juzo Honuki, 1B. Sixth place, Ibara Shizaki, 1B. Seventh place, Momoye Urazu, 1A. Eighth place, Tenya Ida, 1A. Ninth place, Fumikage Takoyami, 1A. 10th place, Setsuna Takage, 1B. 11th place, Nido Monoma, 1A. 12th place, Itsuka Kendo, 1B. 13th place, Tetsu 1B. 14th place, Ijiro Kirishima, 1A. 15th place, Yosu Uwais, 1A. 16th place, Jiroda Shishida, 1B. 17th place, Mizo Shoji, 1A. 18th place, Kyoka Jiro, 1A. 19th place, Senkaibara, 1B. 20th place, Tsuyuasui, 1A. 21st place, Meshirawa Jiro, 1B. 22nd place, Hitoshi Shinsu, 1A. 23rd place, Mina Ashido, 1A. 24th place, Ryuko Yanagi, 1B. 25th place, Ponitsu Notori, 1B. 26th place, Tagaru Kamakiri, 1B. 27th place, Hantasiro, 1A. 28th place, Manga Fukadashi, 1B. 29th place, Yui Kodai, 1A. 30th place, Kajiro Bondo, 1B. 31st place, Kosai Tsubaraba, 1A. 32nd place, Kanoko Komori, 1B. 33rd place, Nairanjiki Shota, 1B. 34th place, Shihai Kirwaro, 1B. 35th, Denki Kaminari, 1A. 36th place, Huryu Rin, 1B. 37th place, Rikido Sato, 1B. 38th place, Koji Koda, 1B. 39th place, Toru Hagakure, 1B. 40th place, Mei Hatsum, 1H. 41st place, Yuga Aoyama, 1A. Only these 41 individuals will move on. Don't worry if you didn't move on ... You'll have plenty of other opportunities to shine. But now, let's see what the next event is, Midnight said, cracking her whip. Ooh, the suspense is killing me, she moaned, as the hologram displayed a spinning selection of possible events. The wheel came to a stop, landing on a cavalry battle. In the next chapter of Luck of the Draw, the cavalry battle commences. Who will team up? What will the tournament look like? Stay tuned for more. MIDORIYAS Quirk Files. Quirk, Zero Gravity. User, Ochako Uraraka. About, zero gravity is somewhat of a misnomer for this quirk, as it actually nullifies all external forces, including gravity, inertia, and kinetic energy, on any object Uraraka touches with all 5 fingers. By pressing her fingertips together, she can release her nullification. Weaknesses: can induce nausea with overuse, requires physical contact with all 5 fingers. Improvements: acclimatization by the user to nausea can increase the user's weight limit. Very creative applications possible. Comments: an utterly physics-breaking quirk. Ridiculously strong. Can't imagine how strong she'll be if she accepts one for all. Sporting confrontation. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 9:35 a.m. The next event is a cavalry battle. The Risque Pro announced, cracking her whip. So it's a team event, Shinsu said. Oh great, something complicated, Kaminari muttered. Time for the next trial to begin, Midoriya thought, before glancing at the faculty box. Let's do this. Allow me to explain, Midnight said, pointing to the screen. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 and start wherever they want in the arena. In theory, it's the same as the playground game ... but there's a few added twists, she added, licking her lips. Each player is assigned a point value based on their placement in the race. 41st is worth 10 points, 40th worth 20, and so on, except for first place, who is worth 10 million points. Immediately, everyone's head snapped around to stare at Midoriya. Oh crap, I've painted a huge target on my back. That's right ... It's the perfect chance for those at the bottom to eliminate those at the top. Oh no, Izu's in trouble, Eri said. My poor baby, Inko murmured. Good luck, young Midoriya ... You'll need it, All Might said. The headbands of other teams will have point values written on them. Collect enough points from headbands and you'll advance to the next round, Midnight said. No making other teams trip intentionally. And if the rider falls to the ground, they're out. You have 15 minutes to form teams. Midoriya went to ask Ida, only for the engine boy to decline. I'm sorry, Izuku ... But ever since the entrance exam, I've felt like I've only been playing second fiddle to you. So, I'm declaring my challenge to you. I will beat you, and prove myself worthy of your friendship, Ada declared, before walking over to Todoroki's team, which consisted of the bichromatic teen, Yaoyorozu, and the support course student from 1H, Mei Hatsum. Todoroki sent a cold smirk in Midoriya's direction, as if to say, look, even your friends are against you. Give up now and make this easier for me. Psychological warfare, eh? I wonder if Todoroki knows he kind of sucks at it, Midoriya thought, smirking himself. Kaken, want to team up? The brunette asked the ash blonde, who looked at him for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry Deku ... but I'm gonna have to pass, Bakugo said. Wait, why? I thought we were going to team up in the second round. Midoriya asked. That was my original plan. Deku ... but thinking about it some more. Both of us rely on our hands to use our quirks, which means if we were on a team one of us would be functionally quirkless, Bakugo responded. You're right ... good luck, I guess. The brunette said. Good luck, Deku. I'm gonna fucking crush Icy Hot and then I'll meet you in the finals. The explosive blonde responded. Deku, let's team up. Uraraka said. Chaco, oh thank God, Midoriya said, briefly overcoming his inhibitions and hugging the brunette, before quickly separating as the two madly blushed, while Bakugo, Shinsu and Monoma all simultaneously wolf whistled. Look at this guy, Monoma said teasingly as he walked up. Got room for one more. Look, Izu, Chaco and Uncle Nito are teaming up, Eri said excitedly, as All Might nodded in agreement. You two are really going to team up with me? Midoriya asked. Of course, that's what friends are for, right? Monoma said, before briefly glaring at Ida, who shot him an apologetic look. All right, we need one more person. A strong front horse ... and I have just the person, Midoriya said, approaching someone and tapping him on the shoulder. And we're back, folks, Present Mike bellowed, as the audience cheered. It's time to start the cavalry battle. Ready, Midnight. The risque pro cracked her whip. It's time, youngsters, she said, as the students stood at various points across the field, ready to go. The teams were ready to go, with all their different students hungry to move on to the final round. The scoreboard displayed each team and the number of points they had. Team Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, Achako Uraraka, Juzo Honuki, Nito Monoma. Team Bakugo, Katsuki Bakugo, Ibara Shizaki, Ijiro Kirishima, Yui Kodai. Team Kendo, Itsuka Kendo, Senkaibara, Tetsu, Satsuna Takage. Team Todoroki, Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Ida, Meihatsu. Team Shinsu, Hitoshi Shinsu, Ryuko Yanagi, Fumikage Takoyami, Shihai Kiwara. Team Oase, Yosu Oase, Denki Kaminari, Hantasiro, Mina Ashido. Team Komori, Kanoko Komori, Manga Fukudashi, Jiroda Shishida. Team Asui, Tsuyu Asui, Mizo Shoji. Team Gyro, Kyoka Gyro, Koside Tsubaraba, Yuga Aoyama. Team Hagakure, Toru Hagakure, Koji Koda, Meshurawa Jiro, Rikido Sato. Team Kamakiri, Tagaru Kamakiri, Ponitsu no Tori. Team Rin, Huryu Rin, Nairanjiki Shota, Kajiro Bondo. This is it, guys ... let's do our best, Midoriya said to his team. Uraraka stood as his right flank, while Monoma mirrored her on the left. Their front horse stood proudly, happy to have been picked for the first place winners team. I'll give this competition my all, Juzo Honuki of 1B said. Up in the faculty box, Eri swallowed a bite of candy apple. Good luck, Izu. Midnight raised one hand. Let the cavalry battle begin. Immediately, it seemed like almost every team on the field came after Midoriya and company. Well, damn, Honuki, you know what to do. The lipless boy nodded and stomped a foot on the ground, turning the field to mud beneath them. Hold your breath, guys. This is gonna feel weird, he said, as two teams charged them from each side. One was 1B's Team Komori, which consisted of the mushroom girl and a boy with a literal speech bubble for a head riding atop a massive hairy beast man, who was presumably Jiroda Shishida. The other was Team Gyro, which consisted of the punk girl being carried on a platform of Tsubaraba's solid air by the bug-eyed boy and Aoyama. Get them, Gyro and Komori shouted in unison. The bubble-headed boy shouted swing, and a massive onomatopoeia expanded, suggestively towards them, materializing from his head. Art of seduction, Aoyama said, thrusting his hips, suggestively and shooting a laser beam towards them. Team Midoriya sank into the earth just in time as the two attacks collided. I doubt that was very appropriate, Fukudashi Shishida chided. Fair enough, the boy responded in a tone that was both nasally and squeaky. What's this? Team Midoriya goes underground. Inside an air pocket within the ground, Team Midoriya traveled towards the edge of the arena. All right, we're safe here for now ... but we'll have to resurface soon. We won't be safe here for long, Midoriya said, looking upwards, the only light coming from Monoma's nose, which was glowing thanks to Midoriya's quirk. Uraraka was barely resisting the urge to start whistling Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer at the sight. Hold on, who's going to get us down here? The gravity girl asked. Well, given what we know about our class and what Honuki has told us about his class, we've got several people to worry about. Koda could send moles to chase us with Anavoice. Shizaki could use vines to attack us down here. Ashido's acid could get us. Shishida could dig here with his beast transformation. Komori's mushrooms could grow mycelium down here to attack us. And I'm pretty sure I saw that support class girl lugging around some kind of drill gauntlets, Midoriya said, much to Uraraka's chagrin. Well, damn, what do you propose? Monoma said. Oh, I've got a few ideas ... and they all center around some convenient holes in the rules, the greenette responded, rubbing his hands together. Back on the surface, Todoroki was getting impatient. This is bad. I need to crush Midoriya and get the 10 million ... It's the only way I'll be able to show him I don't need his power to be number one. He looked down at Yaoyorozu and Hatsume, who were apparently a perfect match for each other as they were producing drill missiles, which were programmed to Hatsume's master controller. These babies are amazing. Your quirk is awesome, ponytail girl. Hatsume cackled. Are they done? Todoroki demanded. Yes, they're ready. My sonic sounder has confirmed their location and the rockets are ready for launch, the ponytailed girl said, tapping a command in. Ready, Hatsume? She asked. Ready, the pinkette responded. Launch, Todoroki ordered. And with the touch of a button, a swarm of drill-tipped rockets soared into the air before diving into the ground. A few moments later, a low rumbling noise confirmed the detonation of the depth charges. That should force him to the surface, the bichromatic boy said confidently. The rumbling noise continued, then got stronger after a few moments. Well, this is interesting. Looks like Team Midoriya is up to something, Aizawa remarked. Bakugo laughed. Icy hot fucked up. He poked a sleeping bear, and now Deku is gonna rain chaos on the field, he said, spinning Team Kamakiri's 330 points on his finger. The Mantis boy and his American partner were tied together and parked in a corner of the field with a few of Shizaki's vines. Shizaki, we're gonna want a shield in about 7.5 seconds. The vine-haired girl obliged as the rumbling intensified. Then the field rippled and a swarm of sharks of various sizes composed of living mud attacked all the teams. Katsu had the right idea. Takoyami, shield us, Shinsu said to his front horse, the raven-headed boy obliging by using dark shadow to form a dome around them. Well, damn was all Gyro could say as the swarm of sharks descended upon the field. The semi-solid fishes proved to be fairly weak, usually turning back to mud after a few solid hits, but they were annoying and a good distraction. The rumbling intensified in one corner of the field, and Todoroki turned his head just in time to see a massive humpback whale made from mud sprout out of the ground, Team Midoriya riding proudly on its back. The greenette smirked and cheekily tugged on his headband, sending a challenge out to the teams still in contention. Come and get it, you posers. The bichromatic boy then looked down slightly and locked eyes with Monoma, who smiled a shit-eating grin and then flipped him the bird. The whale hit the ground and melted back into the dirt, taking Team Midoriya with it. Damn him, Todoroki growled. Everyone, we're taking him down. Team Away stood in another part of the field in a rather interesting position. Kaminari, who made up the left flank of the team's horse, was currently in a handstand and with an ear pressed to the ground. Hear anything? The headbanded boy asked. Yeah, I'm feeling several strong bioelectrical signatures a couple feet underground. Right over there, Kaminari responded, quickly springing back to his feet and pointing to a section of bare earth near the edge of the field. Sure enough, the dirt began to ripple, and a few moments later, the greenette's team resurfaced. Now, Awase yelled, as his team charged forward. I've got the 10 million. He shouted, jumping from his team towards Midoriya. Oh crap, the greenette thought, knowing that he was currently at a disadvantage physically and his quirk couldn't affect anything near him at that moment. Wait a minute, I can touch the air, can't I? I already did back in the race, he thought. 10 million, here I come. The Waste shouted, lunging. Midoriya swiped his hands through the air and grinned when the familiar tingle of his quirk activating traveled up his arm, before yelling the first thing that came to mind. ARRIVEDERCI. And with that, a massive zipper appeared in the air and opened with a clinking noise. Awase had just enough time to yell crap one more time before falling through the crack into some kind of weird forest, the zipper closing up automatically behind him. Wait, is that legal? Aizawa wondered aloud. Midnight cracked her whip. Midoriya, where did Awase go? She asked. The greenette looked at his hands. I honestly don't know ... and I'm not sure I can get him back easily, he responded. What's the verdict? Present Mike shouted. Well, since Midoriya didn't know that would happen, and his quirk isn't exactly predictable, I'll allow it just this once. If it happens again, he'll be disqualified. But until Awase is retrieved, that team will have to sit this one out. Ashido, Kaminari, and Cyril all groaned at that, before making their way to the edge of the field and sitting down next to the risque pro. Now, where were we? Midoriya asked, before narrowly dodging a long pink appendage. Tetsu, he asked, before turning and noticing Shoji charging them. Got it on the first try and you remembered to call me Tsu. You're really something, Midoriya. The frog girl croaked from inside a cocoon of the multi-armed boy's limbs. But we're taking that 10 million. Her tongue shot out again, the greenette barely dodging. To the sky, he shouted, as Monoma and Uraraka activated zero gravity and leapt into the air. The greenette clasped a piece of chewing gum from his pocket and activated his quirk. The gum stretched all the way out to the announcer's box. What are you doing, Midoriya? Why are you grinning? Aizawa asked in a deadpan tone. The gum contracted suddenly, pulling the weightless team through the air and launching them onto the giant shade structure over the stadium's edge. Midnight, is that even legal? The exhausted pro asked again. There's nothing against it in the rules, Midoriya shouted from the top of the stadium. He's got a point. I'll allow it, the pro said, cracking her whip. Would it kill you to be literally any less lenient, Nimari? Aizawa asked. A barrage of scales shot over the heads of the leading team. Where the hell did those come from? Monoma asked, before another barrage answered his question. Get down here, damn it, yelled the leader of Team Rin, his arms covered in scales. At least they missed us, I guess, Uraraka said. You'd better not have jinxed us, Monoma responded. Honiki's eyes narrowed, then widened in surprise. Oh crud, they've got Shota on their team. Look out above us. The heavyset blue-haired boy on Team Rin snapped his fingers. Twin impact. The fired scales, which had soared far overhead by now, suddenly changed direction and soared towards Team Midoriya at several times their original speed. The scales rained down where Team Midoriya had stood a few moments earlier, fortunately enough not penetrating the metal of the roof. Let's go again, the Chinese transfer student stated to his teammates, aiming his arms to fire more scales. Only to find that his team was frozen up to their elbows in ice, and Todoroki was making off with their headband. Midoriya is my prey, and nobody else's, the bichromatic boy said coldly. Team Todoroki ruthlessly immobilizes Team Rin. Bakugo growled at this, gripping the headband Shizaki had covertly snatched from Team Asui in his hand. Bastards hogging the spotlight. How about we take him down a peg? Todai nodded and reached down, picking some pebbles up off the ground and using her quirk on them before handing them off to Bakugo. I like how you think, Yue, he said, first name basis. The quiet girl wondered. The explosive blonde gripped the rocks in his right hand, then flung them forward as hard as he could, a large explosion bolstering the attack. Now, the dark-haired cooter touched her fingers together, and the rocks expanded to the size of small boulders, hurtling at high speed towards Team Todoroki. The bichromatic boy's eyes widened. Yaoyorozu, you know what to do. The raven-haired girl produced a pull from her right arm which dragged through the ground alongside them. Ada and Hatsune turned as Todoroki used his quirk to create a massive glacier, blocking the barrage of boulders, breaking huge chunks of ice. Seem you're icy hot. I'll show you what it means to challenge me, Bakugo roared. Team Gyro and Team Hagakure were caught up in the icy attack and frozen in place, but their headbands were already gone, taken by some other team, Todoroki surmised. We're 10 minutes in, so let's check the rankings. Team Midoriya still holds first, followed by Team Bakugo, Team Todoroki, Team Kendo, and Team Shinsu. Team Oasis is still out of commission, and everyone else has no points at all. Meanwhile, Team Midoriya had returned to the arena floor gracefully thanks to the 2-0 gravity users, and were currently on the run from Team Asui and Team Komori, whose points had been snagged by Team Bakugo and Team Shinsu, respectively. Chichichichit. The four members of the leading team cursed in unison as Team Todoroki joined the chase. We can outrun Todoroki and his team ... but I don't think we can outpace Shishida and Shoji much longer, Monoma yelled. That's why we're going to get creative again ... full steam ahead, Midoriya responded, pointing to one of the side gates to the arena. You've got to be kidding me, Aizawa said. In the faculty box, All Might was hackling at his students' antics. Young Midoriya, your creativity truly knows no bounds. Inko was giggling, and in the background it wasn't hard to hear Power Loader, 13, Ectoplasm and Snipe all snickering at the scene. God, he's driving Shouta up the wall. 13 chuckled. About time. He'd be well served to take that stick out of his. Ectoplasm began, before Hound Dog cut him off. Not around Eri. The white-haired child didn't notice, too engrossed in her adoptive family's antics to do anything but smile joyfully. Again, is that even legal? Midnight started to raise her hand, only to be cut off by Midoriya shouting there's nothing against it in the rules. Ugh, fine. I'll allow it, Midnight shouted, Aizawa groaning again at her leniency. Somewhere else, Principal Nezu was laughing his furry rear off at Midoriya's antics. Oh, I like this one. I wonder if I could mentor him. And just like that, pro heroes all over the country and UAS faculty felt a simultaneous shiver of terror crawl up their spines. The 10 million point team rounded a corner and dashed past the locker rooms, racing down a long hallway. A couple unlucky pros were bowled over by the teenagers dashing full tilt down the hallway, falling to the ground only to be run over by 3 more teams of competitive students. Come here, Midoriya, Shishida growled. No thanks, Uraraka responded, sticking her tongue out at the hairy teen, who growled and ran faster in pursuit. Team Midoriya rounded another corner and down another hallway. About halfway down the hall, another hallway intersected with it ... and out from that hallway stepped a massive red-haired man clad in navy blue with flames adorning his hair, face, beard, and shoes. Look out, Monoma shouted, as the man noticed the group of teenagers running towards him, eyes widening slightly. He stepped backwards just in time for 3 teams to pass by him so fast that his fiery beard was extinguished. Team Todoroki ran past, and the bichromatic boy atop the horse glared with utter icy contempt at the man, before flash freezing the entire hallway as the teams rounded one last corner and ran back towards the field. The number 2 hero, Flame Hero Endeavor, blinked for a few moments, before reigniting his beard and scrunching his face up in confusion. Just what the hell was UA teaching their students nowadays? And here they come now, just as fast as they vanished. Present Mike screeched, as Team Midoriya dashed out of the exit, followed closely by Team Asui and Team Komori. Is it just me, or is it getting colder? Asui asked. Oh no, Shoji trailed off, as an explosion of cold air shot out of the tunnel, freezing both of the pursuing teams to the ground as Team Todoroki continued their pursuit of Team Midoriya. Shoji noticed his teammate's shivering form and wrapped her in his arms to keep her warm, relaxing slightly when the frog girl's shivering subsided somewhat. Meanwhile, Team Bakugo had chosen their final target, the 10 million points. Hey DAKU. 1, 2, we're COMIN for you. Bakugo roared, a massive grin covering his face. Kaken is really getting into this, isn't he? Midoriya thought, exasperated by his best friend's intensity. 30 seconds left, Mike announced. Wait, really? Monoma asked. Honuki, make as big a softened area around us as you can. Midoriya shouted, the lipless boy obliging. Don't think that'll stop me, Bakugo yelled, launching himself through the air towards Midoriya, one of Shizaki's vines waiting to reel him in. Todoroki, there is something I should tell you. I have a move that, while it may render me useless afterwards, should allow us to win, Ida said, getting into a sprinter's stance and readying himself to run. He relayed his plan to his teammates, who nodded in agreement. The boy's engines began to shoot blue flames as he prepared to dash forward. 20 seconds left. Midoriya readied himself for Bakugo's attack, swinging his hand through the air and creating a layer of prismatic air with unknown properties. Well, that's new, the greenette thought. Torque over, RECIPRO burst, and in a sudden burst of speed, Team Todoroki raced past from the left and grabbed the 10 million points from Midoriya. Wah! Both of the childhood friends gawked, before springing into action. Simir ICYHOT. Bakugo roared, turning his attention to Todoroki. I'm taking that back, Midoriya said, his quirk activating as his hand burst into flames, the greenette swinging at Todoroki. The bichromatic boy's eyes widened, and for a moment, fire covered his left side. What the hell am I doing? He wondered, before Midoriya tore 2 of the 3 headbands from Todoroki. I hope one of those was the 10 million. The greenette thought as Present Mike's voice cut through the air. Time's up. Let's see the results. Midnight cracked her whip. Ia in first place, with 10,001,070 points, none other than Team Todoroki. Ada adjusted his glasses, while Hatsum gloated and Todoroki coldly stared. In second place, Team Shinsu with 1,980 points. What a surprise! Shinsu grinned, while Takoyami and Kurwaro engaged in some kind of gothic brood-off and Yanagi stood next to the insomniac. Looks like today is the day of the emo kids, Shinsu snarked. What a mad banquet of darkness, the other 2 boys responded in unison, glaring at each other. In third place with 1,970 points, Team Bakugo. The explosive blonde looked slightly sour. We didn't crush icy hot ... but we still did good. Nicely done, all of you, he complimented Kirishima, Shizaki, and Kodai gruffly. Don't get a big head because you beat us by 10 damn points, he growled at Shinsu, who rolled his eyes. In fourth with 1,360 points, Team Midoriya. The greenette smiled, while Monoma and Honuki high-fived. Yeah, we did it, Deku-kun, Uraraka shouted, hugging Midoriya, who stopped functioning. Monoma, Bakugo, and Shinsu whistled in unison at this, only making their friend blush harder. In fifth with 1,140 points, Team Kendo. The orange-haired girl looked at her team and sighed. We'll get him next time, Tetsu muttered. Midnight walked up to Midoriya. Midoriya, now that the battle is over, a waste needs to be brought back from wherever you sent him. The greenette jumped. Oh, right. Swiping his hands through the air, he activated his quirk, and a massive zipper appeared again, before the headbanded boy dove through, looking grimy, scruffy, and unshaven, his 680 points still fastened around his head. Oh my god, he yelled. 3 months. I spent 3 months in that forest, fighting those alien bugs and avoiding eating those weird fruits that mutate stuff. At least the bugs were safe to eat ... But the worst part is that I used up all my pocket ketchup to make them edible, he roared, dumping no fewer than 6 massive empty bottles of the red condiment out of his uniform. You carry pocket ketchup? Zero asked. You don't carry pocket ketchup, Uwais responded. And in 6th place, Team Uwais, who still have their 680 points one-dimensional jump later. This officially concludes the second round of the sports festival. We will now break an hour for lunch. Good job, Midnight said, before walking offstage to grab a bite to eat. I can't believe he forced me to use my fire. Even for a moment. This will not stand, Todoroki thought, glaring first at his hand, then at Midoriya, then finally at the stands, where an imposing man covered in fire glared right back at him. He then turned to the massive sheet of ice covering much of the ring and started thawing out the teams trapped in it. As the students left the building for food while the entire arena was reformatted again for the final round, Uraraka looked around. Hey, where's Midoriya? She asked. I dunno, why are you asking? Monoma responded, grinning and causing Uraraka to start blushing. In a side entryway, Shoto Todoroki glared at one Izuku Midoriya. Why did you bring me here? The greenette asked. Izuku Midoriya. We need to talk, Todoroki said, continuing to stare wordlessly at the hapless figure of Izuku Midoriya, who was getting hungrier and far more uncomfortable by the second. We should probably eat soon. The cafeteria is going to be mighty busy, Midoriya said nervously. You overwhelmed me, and I broke my vow, Todoroki started. None of the others noticed me using my fire. Not Bakugo, Ida, Monoma, Yaoyorozu, Hatsune, Uraraka or Honuki. But you did. You forced me to break that vow. At this, Midoriya's eyes widened. What sort of problems does Todoroki have? Midoriya, tell me the truth, the bichromatic boy said, clenching his fist. Far away, one of Shoji's ears picked up their voices and started to relay the information to Uraraka, Monoma and Yaoyorozu, now curious themselves. Did you make some kind of deal with the devil for your powers? Huh, Midoriya asked. What all four of the distant eavesdroppers said in unison. What? No, not at all. Next thing you're going to say is that I'm All Might's secret love child or something weird like that. The greenette all but laughed. Based on that reaction, there's definitely some kind of secret involving your quirk, but I won't pry. My father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor, which means that, given your seeming connection to the number 1, I have even more of a reason to beat you, Todoroki said, as Midoriya's horror and awkwardness increased. Back in the cafeteria, Shoji duplicated another mouth on one of his limbs and commented on the whole thing. What the heck is with Todoroki? My father has always been stuck at number 2. He's never been able to surpass All Might at any point, which is how I came into being, the bichromatic teen said. I don't get it. What are you trying to say to me? Midoriya asked. Todoroki sighed, then continued. Tell me. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Back in the cafeteria, the eavesdropper group's eyes widened. No, Uraraka whispered. He wouldn't, Shoji said. What the hell, Endeavor? Monoma growled. Yaoyorozu was almost steaming in fury, some long-buried anger reigniting within her. That bastard, she hissed. They became an issue in the first few generations after quirks first became commonplace. But in some places they still happen despite having been outlawed decades ago, Todoroki said, his eyes narrowing. My father has a long list of accomplishments, good and bad, and a lot of money with those. He bought my mother's entire family off in order to have her and her powerful ice quirk. Seeing the look of abject horror on Midoriya's face, he continued, I hate the fact that I'm even related to that bastard, much less that he views me as his ultimate creation. In all my memories of my mother, she was crying ... and she called my left side unbearable before pouring boiling water on my face. Midoriya stared in shock. While in the cafeteria, Uraraka tried not to cry. His pride drove him to become this barbaric monster. It's why I refuse to use his damned fire quirk ... and why I will come in first without using it. Around a corner, listening to the conversation, Katsuki Bakugo's fists tightened in rage. What the fuck? God, I never liked Endeavor, but now I know for sure he's a legitimate piece of flaming shit. He steamed in fury, using every ounce of his willpower to avoid trying to go explode the number 2 here right then and there, a fight he knew he'd most likely lose. That's fucking villainous. I don't care what your goals, ambitions, or connection to All Might are, the bichromatic boy said, turning to walk away. Just know this, I will beat you and Bakugo both with only my right side. I promise you that. Midoriya thought hard about what Todoroki had said, before making his move ... and placing one hand on Todoroki's shoulder. What are you doing? Todoroki asked. Listen, Todoroki ... you've had an utterly horrible life, and I want to invite you over to my house to light what little Endeavor merchandise I have on fire after today is over ... but it's really not healthy at all to do this to yourself, Midoriya said. What do you mean? I just explained that I have to. It's the only way that I'll show that bastard that he can't control me. Todoroki began, before Midoriya cut him off. No, none of that. You're playing into his hands right there by limiting yourself that way. You're allowing him to use your anger to control you. The greenette shouted, now utterly incensed. You really think quirks work like that? That you can become a hero limiting yourself to half your power? Don't you get that it's your power, not his? Midoriya demanded, and something inside Todoroki rang like a bell. The bichromatic boy looked at his right hand ... then his left. Maybe you're right. It ... is my power after all, Todoroki murmured, before turning to the greenette. Thank you, Midoriya, he said, running off with a small smile gracing his face. Face it, Deku. You've got a real unique effect on people. Bakugo stepped out from around a corner, grinning like mad. Kakin, how long have you been there? Midoriya asked. Since the start. And let me tell you, I think the Magnificent Seven need to have a get-together and collectively punt all our Endeavor merchandise into the sun. The explosive blonde snorted. Now, let's get some food before the cafeteria is all out. Well, that was. Ushoji's mouth started. Heartbreaking, Uraraka asked. Infuriating, Yaoyorozu steamed. Maybe a bit of both, Monoma said. Oh yeah, Momo. Why are you so angry? Uraraka asked the furious girl. Why am I? Oh, sorry. The quartet sat down at an empty table in one corner. My mother was the result of a quirk marriage. My grandmother married my grandfather solely for his strong quirk. Like Endeavor, she had plenty of money to back her up, and has always been horrible, especially to my mother and grandfather, Yaoyorozu explained, angrily cutting a piece of meat. Anytime they come to visit, my mother starts to have a panic attack. And whenever I see my poor grandfather, who has had to put up with over 4 decades of abuse from that woman, I can't help but shake in fury. Uraraka suddenly hugged the taller girl. I'm so sorry you've had to deal with a terrible relative like that, the brunette said, trying to hold back her tears. You really are strong, Shoji said, bowing his head and closing his eyes. Monoma looked pissed. Again, the raven-haired girl started to tear up herself. And then 2 figures walked up to their table. A&D, we're back, ladies and gents. It's almost time to get started on the final round, but we've still got some fun and games for you and the students who didn't quite make it before we start. President Mike shouted. We even brought in cheerleaders. Several girls in cheer costumes were doing a dance routine in one part of the stadium. Wait. What the heck are they doing? Aizawa asked, his eyes narrowing on one part of the field. The girls of 1A were all dressed in UA cheer costumes. It looks like 1A's gone full fanservice. Mike shouted. Those bastards. They tricked us. Yaoyorozu steamed in fury, while Shiro and Kaminari looked like they were having the single best day of their lives. I don't want to do this anymore, Gyro said, frowning. Well, I do, Ashido said, jumping happily. Anyone else with me? I am, chirped an unfamiliar voice. Takage from 1B, Yaoyorozu asked, as the sharp-toothed brunette walked up. That's my name, don't wear it out, the girl said, before flashing a sharp-toothed smile. Anyway, if any of you want out, I'm in. Gyro, Kodai and Yaoyorozu immediately raised their hands. I'd like to wear real clothes, if that's possible, Kiro Asui added. Well then, it's settled. Kanoko, Toru, Pony, wanna join in? The brunette asked of 3 of her friends, a tiny brunette with long hair and a tall blonde with horns on her head. Totally, friendy, the blonde said, before realizing that came out wrong. Sorry, my Japanese still isn't very good, she chuckled. Absolutely, the short one said, blushing a little under her long hair. You bet I do, the floating tracksuit chirped. Awesome, anyone else want in? Ryuko, the brunette said, looking towards the gray-haired girl, who shook her head. Itsuka, the orange-haired class president, declined, but not before weighing her options for a moment and eyeing a gray-eyed blonde on another part of the field. Ibara, she asked of a vine-haired girl, whose face immediately contorted into a visage of horror, flushed red with embarrassment. Oh Lord, absolutely not. Such debauchery in the eyes of God. The religious girl clasped her hands in prayer. May the Lord absolve you of your sins. Amen, she said, before walking away, still blushing. Is she going to be okay? Asui asked. Don't mind Swamp Thing's religious daughter, Takage said, giggling. Ibara's a nice girl. But she's kind of a prude. As the finalists gathered in front of the stage, Midnight took her position. All the finalists will now draw lots to determine their opponents. There will be a half-hour reprieve before the first match starts, so the finalists can either conserve their energy and prepare for battle, or participate in the games, the risque pro said, before a glint of mischievousness shone in her eye. Just then, 2 students from the second-place team raised their hands. Look, we're incredibly happy that we've made it this far, but neither Yanaga's quirk or my own is particularly useful in this setting, Kiwaro said, shaking his head. I am inclined to be in agreement with Kiwaro. My ability relies tremendously upon the levitation and manipulation of the kinetic motion of small objects. This arena is rather devoid of the aforementioned small objects, Yanagi added, her classmates doing a double take at her speaking that much. Well, that's a first for me. We'll have to wait and see what Midnight has to say, though, Aizawa stated. The rated R hero stood in stunned silence for a moment, before cracking her whip. So be it, naive of you, but at the same time very sporting. It turns me on. The entire crowd of students blinked in confusion, some facepalming and others blushing. Did she really say that out loud? They all wondered. Well then, it looks like 2 members of Team Kendo will move on. Congratulations, kids, it's your lucky day, the pro announced. Takage immediately declined and Tetsu decided that Given Kirishima's qualification, he wouldn't stand out much. He would also decline, so Kendo and Kaibara were chosen to move on. The 16 finalists drew lots, and a few moments later, the results were displayed on a holographic screen. Pay close attention. These will be your round 1 opponents. The matches were announced as follows: Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinsu, Yui Kodai vs Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki vs Sen Kaibara, Ibara Shizaki vs Juzo Honuki, Ochako Uraraka vs Itsuka Kendo, Beihatsum vs Tenya Ida, Fumikage Takoyami vs Ijiro Kirishima, Katsuki Bakugo vs Nito Monoma. Each competitor stared at their first opponent. May the best woman win, Kendo, Uraraka said. Agreed, Uraraka, her orange-haired opponent, responded, with respect on her face. Do your best, Kodai Yaoyorozu said to her quiet foe. You too, Yaoyorozu, the dark-haired girl whispered. You'd better keep up, Nito, Bakugo warned. The gray-eyed blonde clenched his fist. You bet I will. Katsuki, Hatsum, Ada asked, before a shiver went up his spine at the sight of the Pinkette inventor's crazy grin. Takoyami, oh, you're super strong, so this will be really manly. Kirishima grinned, his bird-headed opponent solemnly nodding. May the best of us win, Shizaki Honuki said. I agree, Honuki, the vine-haired girl, nodded. Aw crap, I'm gonna die here, Kaibara remarked, completely ignoring Todoroki's icy glare. Shinsu, it's too soon. We shouldn't have met until the semifinals. But it looks like this is fate, Midoriya said, before turning to his purple-haired friend. Good luck, Hitoshi, he said. Good luck to you too, Izuku Shinsu responded. Oh no, Uncle Toshi is fighting, Izuku, Eri muttered, gripping her All Might plushie. The 30-minute intermission starts now. Better get your popcorn. This tournament will be a doozy, Present Mike stated. But first, some words from the U.S. Sports Festival's official sponsors, the Detnerat Group, Shueisha and Smart Brain, Inc. In no time, the 30 minutes had flown by, and the ring was in place for the final round of the tournament. Hey sports fans, are you ready? Present Mike asked, a huge pop from the crowd greeting him in response. For this round, please welcome our special guest judge, Cementos, Aizawa added in a voice devoid of life, emotion or joy as the stony pro climbed to the top of a platform next to the ring. I'll step in and stop the match if things get out of hand, he said, before settling comfortably into his chair. First up, we have 1A's oddity of oddities. It's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouted as the greenette made his way towards the ring, a determined smile covering his face despite Mike's awkward introduction. And his opponent, also from 1A, the boy who I'm convinced is Aizawa's secret love child, Mike began. He's definitely not, Aizawa grumbled. Hitoshi Shinsou. A purple-haired boy walked into the ring, staring determinedly at arguably his best friend. As 4 massive torches lit up the ring from its corners, Aizawa explained the rules. Victory is achieved by incapacitation, elimination from the ring, disqualification, or surrender. Don't hold anything back unless it poses a threat to someone's life. We have Recovery Girl on standby to treat injuries. May the best man win, he yawned. Midoriya, are you ready? Midnight asked, the boy nodding in response. Are you ready, Shinsu? I am, the purple-haired teen responded. Then, begin. It's far too soon for this match. We should both have had a chance to shine, Midoriya thought, as he and Shinsu kept their eyes locked on each other, not daring to move yet. After a few moments, Shinsu spoke. Hey, Izuku. Be a dear and just give up for me already? Okay. Midoriya blinked, before backing up to one of the flaming braziers at the ring's edge and tapping it, activating his quirk. The fire of the brazier spiraled upwards, then coalesced into a wooden sign. The sign read, Sorry Hitoshi, but I'm not letting you use your quirk that easily. Shinsu growled. Figures, you know about my quirk and its weakness. I guess I'll have to go hand to hand then. With that, the lilac-haired boy charged Midoriya, bringing his right arm back in a fist to perform a picture-perfect Katsuki Bakugo right hook. And when Midoriya stepped aside for that, Shinsu swept his legs out from under him and pinned him down. With a quick use of his quirk, the greenette escaped his friend's grasp by spontaneously transforming his sweat into vegetable oil and slipping out, jumping back to the signboard and peeling off another wooden sign like one would peel a stamp off of a roll of stamps. This sign read, Good try, Hitoshi. At this point, Shinsu was getting frustrated. Take me seriously, damn it, he roared, charging his friend again. This has suddenly gotten very personal. I'm feeling kind of uncomfortable, Present Mike stated, a little more quietly than usual. Midoriya sidestepped at the last moment and touched the floor of the ring itself, activating his quirk. The concrete rippled and began to spiral upward into several large waves. The lilac-haired insomniac jumped upwards, briefly touching the spires of the waves before leaping towards one of the braziers, flipping backwards and kicking Midoriya in the stomach and yelling at him. Izuku, you and Katsuki were some of the first people who accepted me for who I was. Nito feels the same. So show me some courtesy. And don't hold back against me. The greenette's eyes widened and he leapt backwards to the sign again, peeling off a third one. I understand, Hitoshi. Brace yourself. Midoriya's hand swept through the air again, and his quirk activated, creating a shimmering layer covering the entire ring that cracked open, dropping an anvil from the sky that landed a matter of a couple centimeters from the tips of Shinsu's toes. The purple-haired boy leapt backwards, unaware that he'd just stumbled into Midoriya's trap. A banana peel on the arena floor caused Shinsu to stumble backwards towards the edge. Damn it, not yet, he thought, regaining his balance and charging forward again, too late to notice Midoriya reaching up one of his sleeves. The greenette spun around and let his pastry projectile leave his hands. The force behind the blackberry cream pie as it made contact with Shinsu's face was enough to knock the lilac-haired teen well out of bounds. I'm sorry, Hitoshi, Midoriya murmured. Midnight cracked her whip. Hitoshi, Shinsu is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. The crowd cheered, even if half of them were utterly confused about the ending. And in an emotional battle, Izuku Midoriya emerges the victor. Anything to add? Aizawa nodded, before delivering a quick and effective summary of the match. This match may have seemed one-sided, but it was anything but. Clearly these two are in good condition and would have easily gone on much longer if it wasn't for Midoriya deciding to end the match early with whatever that was. What's your take on your son's loss? The Insomniac Pro groaned. He's not my son, Hisashi. How many times do I have to tell you? Down on the field, Shinsu lay, covered in frothy vanilla goodness. I lost. I'm really not good enough, am I? His staring at the sky was interrupted, however, by a green-haired Phenom who smiled warmly at him. You did amazing, Hitoshi. If I didn't know how to avoid your brainwashing, I'd have been a goner. You will make a truly amazing hero. The lilac-haired boy smiled back. Yeah, maybe I will. The loser of the match grabbed the winner's hand and got back to his feet, before raising the greenette's hand in a show of sportsmanship, the crowd going crazy at the sight. As they walked back to the locker room, Midoriya turned his head to look at his friend. Hitoshi ... Are you crying? The lilac-haired teen glared back. What? No, I just ... have pie filling in my eye, he responded, a single tear of joy streaking down his right cheek. Now that that's over, it's time for the second match to start. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 11:13 a.m. The audience roared as the next two competitors for the sports festival's first round were called to the field. The two dark-haired beauties of 1A stood face to face on opposite sides of the ring. First, from Hero Class 1A, the cool, calm, collected Yui Kodai. The cooter stared with an emotionless gaze at her opponent. And her opponent, also from 1A, the Queen of Creation, Momo Yaoyorozu. The ponytailed girl bowed stiffly, clearly uncomfortable about all the eyes on her. Good luck, Kodai, Yaoyorozu said, a slight edge of discomfort entering her voice. Her opponent only nodded. Midnight cracked her whip. Kodai, are you ready? The girl nodded. Yaoyorozu, are you ready? I am, the ponytailed girl responded. Then begin. You did good, Deku, Uraraka shouted, as the greenette made his way into the student seating with Shinsu. Here, we saved you some seats, Ida said, gesturing to the two empty spots between Uraraka and Monoma. That was weird, Takage muttered, still a little confused about the chaos her fellow greenette had wrought. As he passed Bakugo on his way down, the explosive blonde flashed a thumbs up. Good job, Deku. Now, go kick her ass. 7, he yelled at Kodai. Looks like 1A's Bakugo has a favorite in mind. The blonde's face contorted in annoyance. Shut up, MIC. What he said, Aizawa agreed. Kodai's face steeled into a look of fierce determination at Bakugo's shout. I won't let you down. Reaching into the pouches on her belt, a support item cleared with the Sports Festival Commission a week prior as per the guidelines, the cooter produced a hex nut and threw it headlong at Yaoyorozu. Before activating her quirk, the nut quickly grew from a centimeter across to the size of one of Kendo's enlarged hands and crashed into the arena floor, pulverizing the concrete where the ponytailed girl had stood moments before into powder. I need a diversion for this idea to work ... That's it, Yaoyorozu thought, concentrating on creating something from her stomach again. A trio of grenades popped out of her hands as Kodai's eyes narrowed. The ponytailed girl threw the first one, a bright yellow one, which landed in front of the quiet girl, forcing her to jump backwards as it exploded into heat and light, a flashbang. Kodai landed in another part of the ring, only to realize that a dark purple one was next to her foot. The grenade hissed, then spat out a cloud of dark purple gas, blinding and choking Kodai, a smoke grenade. As Kodai escaped the gas, disoriented and uncomfortable thanks to the thick smoke, she almost tripped over the last grenade, a light blue one. With a loud bang, the last grenade exploded, creating a thick layer of ice, trapping her, a cryogenic grenade. And now, the finish, the ponytailed girl shouted, throwing the last item she had created. The pair of bolos flew through the air and wrapped around Kodai's torso, magnetically locking into place with a clicking noise. Kodai, can you move? Midnight asked. The cooter shook her head. The rated R hero cracked her whip. Yui Kodai is immobilized. Momo Yaoyorozu advances to the quarterfinals. And with that, the first quarterfinal match has been decided. Midoriya versus Yaoyorozu. Present Mike shouted, as the crowd roared for Yaoyorozu's victory. The girl in question walked over to her opponent and created a de-icing agent, which quickly thawed the other dark-haired girl out. Sorry about that. I might have gone overboard, Yaoyorozu said sheepishly. You did what you had to do, Kodai responded, voice barely above a whisper as the victor helped her defeated foe to the locker room. The crowd cheered again at the display of sportsmanship. Up in the stands, Bakugo smirked. Not bad, Yui, he muttered. A quick intermission later, and it was time for the next match. The third match is about to begin. Now introducing the combatants. First, from Class 1A, the unbelievably strong Song of Ice and Fire, Shoto Todoroki. The bichromatic boy stared coldly at his nonchalant opponent. And his opponent, 1B's human whirlwind, Senkaibara. The brown-haired boy looked completely unfazed by the fact that he was competing with possibly the strongest first year at UA, illuminated by the giant torches on each corner of the ring. So, who do you think is going to win? Uraraka asked. Oh, that's easy. Fidget spinner is no pushover. But icy hot's on a whole different level, Bakugo snorted, before looking back to the ring. Sure enough, Yaoyorozu arrived just in time for a massive chill to race through the air, cooling the stadium as a glacier smothered Kaibara, hitting him like a runaway train. The plain-looking teen didn't even get a chance to start his offensive before he was trapped. The entire arena shook. In the commentary booth, Present Mike's glasses almost slid off his face, and Aizawa stared wide-eyed. Up at the faculty box, Inko passed out again from shock, and All Might was utterly stunned. The hero students gawked at the massive glacier that had formed feet from their faces, instantly dispelling the whirlwind. And outside, the pros guarding the stadium stared at the top of the ice formation jutting out over the edge of the top. Finally, Aizawa broke the silence. I'm suitably impressed. Midnight stood half-frozen on the stage nearby. Kaibara, can you move? The boy in question, now frozen 30 meters in the air inside a glacier, shook his head. Are you crazy? There's no way I can get out of here, he chattered. Midnight raised her hand since she couldn't crack her whip. Senkaibara has surrendered. Shoto Todoroki advances to the second round. The crowd murmured in awe at the level of power displayed by both competitors as Todoroki melted the glacier. I'm sorry, I was angry, the bichromatic boy said, before walking back to the locker room, staring coldly at the flaming man near the top of the stands. I pity whoever has to go up against that, Gyro muttered. No kidding, Zero agreed. Jesus Christ, icy hot. Could you have gone any more overboard? Bakugo growled. The 1B students sitting on the left-hand side of the heroics division looked on. That guy took out Kaibara ... He's easily among our class's strongest, murmured Ajiro. Up next is a clash of Class 1B. First, the lipless wonder, Juzo Honuki. The ash-haired boy facepalmed at this description. Seriously, Mike-sensei, he groaned. And his opponent, the arboreal assassin of 1B, Ibarashiozaki. The vine-haired girl's eyes snapped open and she raised her hand. Excuse me, she shouted. Yes, I have not come to bring harm or the end of a life to my opponents today. I have only come to show my peace and tranquility, Shigaraki said, as Honuki barely kept a straight face. Right, okay, I'm sorry, Mike said. Aizawa added his 2 cents. Congratulations, Mike, you just got schooled by a student. Midnight cracked her whip. Okay, so with that interesting exchange out of the way. Honuki, are you ready? She asked, stifling a giggle. I am, the ash-haired boy responded, cracking his knuckles. Shigaraki, are you ready? The vine-haired girl silently nodded. Then begin. So, Deku, who do you think will win this? Uraraka asked. Bakugo chuckled. From what I've seen based on how you guys did in the Cavalry Battle, Lipless there is pretty strong ... but Shigaraki is taking this easy, the ash blonde said. Hey, you're so sure? Ashido asked. Yeah, she's on a whole other level ... She might actually give Icy Hot a run for his money in the next round. Sure enough, a loud crash echoed through the ring, and when the dust cleared, Honuki was hanging by his legs well out of bounds, his body wrapped in vines. Shigaraki, meanwhile, stood in silent prayer atop a mountain of plant matter, several exceptionally large ones coming from the concrete that Honuki had softened in a futile effort to avoid Shigaraki's attacks. Midnight stared up at the lipless boy. Honuki, can you move? The ash-haired boy solemnly shook his head. Juzo Honuki has been immobilized. Ibara Shigaraki moves to the quarterfinals, as a graphic of Todoroki and Shigaraki was displayed next to the one for Midoriya versus Yaoyorozu. Several 1B members gawked at what they'd just witnessed. I knew Ibara was powerful ... but holy crap, she beat one of our 2 recommendation students in a flash. Hagakure said. Agreed. Shizuki is an unparalleled competitor in our class, Shishido murmured. Midoriya, meanwhile, simply stared. If I beat Momo, I'll have to deal with either her or Todoroki ... and neither one sounds very fun. 1 10-minute break later, and it was time for the next match to start. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 5th match of round 1. Present Mike shouted, as the crowd cheered. Uraraka stood on one side of the ring facing her orange-haired adversary. Introducing first, from Hero Course 1A, the adorable mistress of gravity, Ochako Uraraka. On the opposite side of the ring, Kendo stood serenely as she stared at her opponent this round. Her opponent, the de facto leader of Class 1B, ITSUKAKENDO. May the best woman win, the duo said in unison, eyes narrowing at each other. Uraraka, are you ready? Midnight asked. Yep. Kendo, are you ready? Yes, I am. The hero cracked her whip. Begin. Uraraka immediately charged forward, expecting Kendo to make her hands bigger to attack with ... only for the orangette to duck under her lunge and strike her in the gut with a knee strike. As the brunette stumbled back from the blow, her opponent shook her head. Uraraka, that was naive of you, Kendo said, shaking her head in disappointment, before continuing. I know how your quirk works, and that this is a bad matchup for me. My hands would be bigger, easier targets for you if I used my quirk, which is why I'll beat you without using my powers. Back in the stands, Midoriya watched in horror. Oh no, Ochako's quirk would normally put her at a significant advantage. But if Kendo is fighting her quirkless in hand-to-hand, she's at a massive disadvantage. Monoma grimaced. This isn't looking good for Ochako. She's tough, but she relies too heavily on her quirk. In the ring, Kendo was handily keeping the upper hand against Uraraka, despite the Gravity Girl's best efforts. Her strikes were too quick and efficient for Uraraka to even hope to get a good hold on Kendo. This looked like it was going to be a fair fight. But it's turning out to be a pretty one-sided BEATDOWN. Mike shouted. That's not it at all. Uraraka is at a natural disadvantage here due to her lack of physical training in favor of quirk training. Something that many students and pros alike could improve on. Aizawa responded, his words giving Midoriya callbacks to how easily he thrashed the villains at the USJ in hand-to-hand after disabling their quirks. And then, just when it looked like Uraraka's fate was sealed, Kendo slipped up. As the orange-haired girl came in for a hard elbow strike, hoping to end the battle, Uraraka ducked under her swing and clasped one hand on her wrist. Kendo found herself suddenly weightless, with the momentum of her last attack carrying her forward towards the edge of the ring. Oh no you don't, she yelled, expanding her hands until they were larger than her own body, before bringing them together in a massive clap. The blast of wind released by her weightless thunderclap buffeted the crowd and bowled Uraraka over like she was the weightless one. But the tactic backfired spectacularly of 1B's big sister. The propulsion generated flung her all the way across the ring in reverse, over the white line and out over the green. Before she could correct her course and get back to the ring, Uraraka seized the chance and touched her fingers together. Release. Kendo fell to the ground, landing on her feet but out of bounds. Midnight cracked her whip. Itsuka Kendo is out of bounds. Ochako Uraraka advances to the quarterfinals. As the crowd cheered for Uraraka's victory, many pros also commented on Kendo's strength and skill in combat. One masked, muscular pro with mint green hair immediately decided to make offers to both of them after that performance. And like that, Uraraka pulls off a surprise win. What an exciting turn of events, folks. Aizawa nodded in approval. They both did very well. Kendo held the upper hand through much of the battle with her strength and experience. But Uraraka's natural instincts allowed her to take advantage of an opening and turn the tables. Uraraka was mobbed as she returned to the stands, people in both heroics classes congratulating her on her victory over as skilled of a combatant as Kendo. Speaking of, the orange-haired girl had congratulated Uraraka for her victory, sheepishly admitting that she started getting too into the battle and got sloppy. The round-faced brunette took her seat next to Midoriya, eagerly waiting to see who her opponent would be in the next round. It's time for another pulse-pounding battle, folks, the voice hero shouted. First, from support class 1H, it's the eccentric Mei Hatsume. The Pinkette smirked as Ida walked out to face her, wearing multiple interesting gadgets. Midnight coughed, before pointing at Ida. You there. You did not file the paperwork for a support item. What are you doing? The tall boy bowed. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Midnight. But Hatsume asked me beforehand if I could wear some of her inventions as well during our match. I want to honor her wishes, he said. This ... is a waste of time, Aizawa groaned. Well, is it going to be allowed? Mike shouted. Midnight grinned in a strange sort of ecstasy. Such sportsmanship. It turns me on. I'll allow it. The entire arena sweat dropped. Did she really just say that it turns her on? Ida, are you ready? The brunette boy adjusted his glasses. I am. Hatsume, are you ready? Yep. The risque pro cracked her whip. Then, let this match begin. One 15-minute-long glorified commercial break later, Hatsune stepped out of bounds, leaving Ada the winner, much to the audience's confusion. What the hell was that? Bakugo roared in disbelief. Shinsu face-palmed. Good grief, Tenya. So, I guess we should get on to the next match then, Mike said as a graphic for Uraraka vs. Ada was displayed on a screen next to the other two semifinal matches. A few winks of an eye later, and it was time for the second-to-last match of the first round. And we're back, folks. Time for a battle that should hopefully be a bit more exciting than the last one. The crowd cheered as the two combatants stared each other down. First up, from 1A, the Dark Wizard himself, Fumikage Takoyami. The bird-headed teen's arms were crossed as he stood confidently. And his opponent, the rock-hard brawler of 1A, Eijirokirishima. The spiky redhead cracked his knuckles. This is going to be pretty manly. He trailed off. Any idea who will win? Someone from 1B asked. This one could go either way. Takoyami has better ranged abilities, but Kirishima is unrivaled in close combat. It all depends on if Dark Shadow is strong enough in daylight to overpower Kirishima's hardening, or if Kirishima can outlast Dark Shadow and reach Takoyami. Midoriya murmured. Kirishima decided his best option would be to start off swinging, letting off a loud war cry as he charged Takoyami. It's over, Takoyami, Kirishima roared, as a strike from Dark Shadow bounced harmlessly off of his hardened body. The spiky redhead seemed intent on beating Takoyami as quickly as he could. I'll take you down now, so that I can face Baku Bro or Bro Noma in the next round. Bringing his right arm back, Kirishima increased its hardness to the max and swung with all his strength. Red Breaker. A blast of wind shot through the stadium with a loud crack, the noise rattling the bones of the audience members. The ring's floor cracked and crumbled from the indirect force of the blow, and a massive cloud of dust enveloped the arena floor. What's going on? I can't see anything, Mike announced as the dust began to clear. Shinsu smirked lightly. I think Kirishima is about to lose. The dust cleared to reveal that Kirishima's outstretched fist had made contact with a shadowy barrier wrapped tightly around Takoyami, drawing its strength from the darkness of his unbuttoned PE shirt. He's using it again, Ada said. Using what again? Uraraka asked, an intrigued expression on her face. Back at the USJ, he used this move to enhance his fighting abilities. I suspect he traumatized at least half the criminals who attacked us. It won't be as strong given that it's a sunny day instead of a gloomy artificial rainstorm ... but I think Kirishima has just lost. Black ink, Takoyami shouted as the darkness wrapped around him more and more, until it had formed a suit of dark armor with two bright yellow eyes shining just above Takoyami's own. Kirishima grinned. Now that's manly. Bring it on, Takoyami. Putting his arms up in a guard, the spiky redhead prepared to bear the brunt of the next attack. Meanwhile, Takoyami raised his left arm, coated in darkness, and as the stadium's occupants looked on in amazement, the arm seemed to grow until it was dramatically larger than Takoyami's own body. Gloom Fist. The giant arm swung and made contact with Kirishima's hardened defense, and a massive plume of dust shot up well above the top of the stadium, while the impact reverberated all the way to the arena's foundations like an earthquake. As the dust cleared, it revealed that Takoyami was standing in the ring, while Kirishima had been launched out of the ring and embedded in the very wall of the arena by the impact. Midnight cracked her whip. Ajiro Kirishima is out of bounds. Fumikage Takoyami advances to the quarterfinals. The spiky redhead grinned as he began to slip into unconsciousness. So, manly. Next is, Midoriya began, before seeing the next match, his eyes widening. In the faculty box, Eri gripped her All Might plushie. Uncle Katsuki is fighting Uncle Nito, she murmured in worry. On the field, the two blondes stood facing each other on opposite sides of the ring. Let's get the last match of the preliminaries underway. In the next chapter of Luck of the Draw, Bakugo vs. Monoma. Which blonde will emerge triumphant? And what is Nito's motivation? Plus, we have quarterfinals. Stay tuned for more. MIDORIYAS Quirk Files. Quirk, Dupli Arms. User, Mizo Shoji, Moku Shoji. About. Dupli Arms is a versatile mutation quirk that manifests as 6 webbed tentacles that Shoji typically uses as arms. This quirk's abilities stem from unusual quantities of stem cells that can be activated at will by the user to duplicate any body part onto the tip of a tentacle, including another tentacle. These tentacles are also very strong. Shoji is physically the single strongest member of our class for this reason. His family is rather well off thanks to this. His father is a pioneer in using this quirk for regenerative medicine. Maybe a treatment with the quirk cells could help All Might. Special techniques. Octoblow. Shoji can duplicate multiple arms for a rush of attacks augmented by his incredible natural strength Eye of the World. By meditating and duplicating a large number of tentacles and creating eyes, ears, and noses, Shoji's senses are enhanced dramatically. He can see a fly on a wall from 300 meters away with this technique. Weaknesses. Tentacles are not invulnerable to damage and can still be painful for Shoji if hurt. Potential for sensory overload during Eye of the World technique. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 12:15 p.m. On the field, the two blondes stood facing each other on opposite sides of the ring. Let's get the last match of the preliminaries underway. Present Mike bellowed into the microphone. Introducing first, from Heroics Class 1A, the blonde bomber himself, Katsuki Bakugo. The ash blonde teen scowled up at the commentary box. "TCH, annoying as ever," Mikey growled. And his opponent, also from 1A, the Phantom Thief of Hearts, Neitomona. The copycat blonde raised an eyebrow at his introduction, while Aizawa face-palmed. "I'm pretty sure that's copyrighted," he muttered. The rated R heroine cracked her whip. "Bakugo, are you ready?" A look of glee, typical for the Blood Knight of Class 1, across the bomber's face. "Who do you think I am?" "Of course. Monoma, are you ready?" The gray-eyed blonde took a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves. Opening his eyes, he stared directly into the soul of his opponent. "Damn right I am." "Then begin." Bakugo immediately shot forward, propelled by his explosions and appearing practically right in front of Monoma. Another explosion forced the gray-eyed blonde to jump to the right, into the path of yet another blast. Monoma leapt from the cloud of smoke, reaching for Bakugo's hair, but the ash blonde casually dodged, then struck his foe with a vicious kick to the gut. "No free hits, Nito," he shouted, spinning to deliver another blow. To his surprise, Bakugo struck something very hard and was forced to kick off of his target, using a midair explosion to regain control of his trajectory and land gracefully. Monoma smirked, his entire body covered in the distinctive rock-like hardening associated with Kirishima's quirk. "What's this?" Monoma had a copied quirk before the match even started. Mike shouted. Aizawa and Midnight both looked ready to protest. But Monoma channeled his inner Midoriya to shout there's nothing against it in the rules. And both teachers had to acquiesce. A feral grin lit up Bakugo's face, swinging right out of the gate with a copied quirk. "You're clearly not holding anything back ... just the way I like it," he shouted gleefully, unconsciously causing several small explosions to pop in his palms from the joy he was feeling at a good fight. Monoma allowed a small smile to grace his own face. "Of course, it would be insulting to your strength if I didn't face you with everything I have and then some," he stated, respect continuing to creep into his voice. The duo charged each other again, throwing hardened punches and explosions at each other. Bakugo leapt above one of Monoma's blows and blasted him, only to feel a hardened leg bury itself in his gut, sending him careening head over heels towards the edge of the ring. Narrowly regaining his balance, the ash blonde's grin widened further as his warrior instincts guided him back towards his opponent. Knowing that Bakugo was about to go on the offensive, Nito pushed his copied hardening quirk to its limit, riding out the storm of explosions that the other blonde rained on him. Heat, light, and force buffeted the gray-eyed teen, but he refused to budge so easily. As Bakugo swung one last exploding palm point blank at his face, Monoma closed his eyes and found himself diving down a rabbit hole of memories. July 19, 2108, The Hague, South Holland, the Netherlands. That day ... had my quirk been explosion and yours copy, would I have your life, and would you have mine? I wonder. Natsuki Monoma, Japanese ambassador to the Netherlands, sat in his office finishing the last of his diplomatic paperwork for the day. Taking a moment to pull his glasses off his face, he rubbed his eyes, ensuring the continued cooperation between two fairly important nations was exhausting work, only for a commotion outside his office to catch his attention. Stepping outside, the ambassador saw his 5-year-old son Nito running towards him, repeatedly shouting "Daddy." Behind him followed his mother, the lovely Eveline Monoma. Chuckling slightly, the gray-eyed man knelt down and tousled his son's hair. Now, Nito-kun, what's got you so worked up?" he asked. "I got my quirk, Daddy," the boy responded, reaching his hand out to touch a pen in Natsuki's blazer pocket. He activated the power flowing through his fingertips and pulled the pen through the air towards him, demonstrating his mother's ability, a fairly weak touch-based telekinetic quirk. "Just like your mother." "Well, you certainly have good taste. I was just hoping it'd be like mine," the man laughed. Eveline spoke up. "That's the issue. Nito, honey, please show your father," she said. The small boy obliged, touching his father's hand. After a few seconds of thought, the boy touched his right hand to the side of his face, causing his features to morph into those of one of his father's friends, Albert Stumpf, the mustachioed Prime Minister of Germany. Seeing the elder statesman's features on his toddler son's face made the elder Monoma almost choke in surprise. "A copy quirk," he murmured. A little later that evening, Nito went to his father's office, looking for his mother to ask if she'd let him watch All Might's debut on the computer again. To his surprise, he heard both his parents talking inside the study. "You know how copy quirks are seen back in Japan, darling?" his mother exclaimed. "I'm worried about how he may be treated if you have to go back there on a permanent basis." "I know," murmured his father. "Japan isn't like Europe and America. Quirks are valued much more highly and more competitively due to the higher number of quirked people there. Much of Japanese society has doubled down on the narrative that your quirk is your identity. And because of that, people's personalities are judged by their quirks. My poor baby ... He'd be viewed as a parasite by other children and a target by villains, Eveline said, her voice beginning to crack. He's been a target since he was born for being a diplomat's son. And having a copy quirk makes him more of a target, Natsuki stated, embracing his wife. If he's anything like you though, he'll be strong enough to overcome all that. I believe in our son. Not willing to listen in any longer, Nito ran back to his room, not fully understanding why his parents were crying. May 9, 2111, Takedown, Chiba Prefecture, Japan. The day his parents had feared came about. Nito's father was replaced as Japanese ambassador to the Netherlands and was transferred back to Japan for a new position. The family had settled out in Chiba Prefecture, where Natsuki could still reasonably commute to Tokyo while being far enough from the metropolitan area to still be in touch with the outdoors. And Nito had just finished his first few hours of public school, having previously been taught in private classes with the children of other diplomats back in The Hague. During recess, a few of the other kids approached him, hoping to learn more about the new kid in town. A rough-looking boy with a weak electrical quirk introduced himself as the leader of the pack. My name's Kenji Megami. What's yours, new kid? Nito Monoma. And nice to meet you, the blonde responded, uncertainly. Other children gathered around them, suddenly making Monoma the center of attention. So, what's your quirk, Monoma? One unnamed kid asked. Oh, my quirk is called copy. And it lets me copy someone else's quirk for 1 minute, Monoma responded. This was the wrong thing to say, as all the kids immediately backed away from him, disgust in their eyes. You can steal quirks. Get away from me. My quirk is mine only. I'm not sharing, parasite. Hey, everyone. Let's call him Leech. Maybe it'll be his villain name. Monoma tried to back away, but tripped and fell backwards as the mob advanced on him. Several of the kids cracked their knuckles, ready to attack the gray-eyed blonde solely for his quirk ... But a flash of orange knocked them back. Hey, what did I say about bullies and how I feel about them? Growled the orange-haired 7-year-old, cracking her knuckles menacingly. The eyes of the other kids widened. Oh no, it's Kendo. Let's get out of here. Just as quickly as they gathered, the hostile crowd dispersed, leaving Monoma sitting on the ground, staring up in awe at the green-eyed orangette as she turned around, backlit by the sun. The girl offered him a hand up. My name's Izuku Kendo. You're Nito Monoma, right? The stunned boy nodded as he took her hand. All right, nice to meet you, Kendo-sen, he murmured. Kendo grinned. If they ever give you trouble again, just make some noise, and I'll be there, she said, still backlit with the sun now forming a sort of halo behind her, before she turned and walked away. That was where I met her ... The strongest person in my life ... The sun in my sky. Izuku Kendo. November 13, 2114. Takedown, Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Chaos swept through the Monoma household again. Natsuki had been named a Japanese ambassador again. This time to the entire European Union, which meant that his family was moving back to The Hague once more. As the moving company scoured the house, leaving no door unopened and no floorboard unturned, Nito walked out through the garden, wriggled through a hedge, and made his way to a nearby park. Itsuka was already waiting for him. So ... You have to go. Already. The gray-eyed boy averted his eyes and nodded sadly. He may have been only an 11-year-old, but his emotions could still pack a punch, damn it. I knew this would happen as soon as my father became an ambassador again. Moving back to Holland ... To where I was born ... It was inevitable. Kendo looked up at the sky, watching the clouds lazily drift by. Say, Nito ... What do you want to be when you're all grown up? She asked. The boy began, uncertain of himself for a moment before clenching his fist and staring with eyes of determination at his friend, tears streaking down his cheeks. I want to be a hero. I want to prove that, even if my power will always rely on others, I can still save 1,000 people and bring hope to the hopeless. Kendo turned back to him. And to Monoma's shock, she was silently crying too. It's a promise then, she said, holding out her right pinky finger, which the gray-eyed blonde hesitantly grasped with his own finger. As soon as we can see each other again ... We'll become great heroes together. That's right. I made a promise to her. I can't just break that promise. As the explosion lit off in his face, Monoma's eyes snapped open and he ducked backwards, the blast of heat and force shooting just above him as he brought his hardened right fist around. As the blow connected with Bakugo's left cheek, a jolt of electricity encircled his fist and shocked his opponent. What's this? After several minutes on the back foot, Monoma seems to have sprung back into action. The ash blonde barely righted himself before he could fly out of the ring. His head was now spinning from the blow. Yet, despite the force of the hit he just took and the knowledge that Monoma had now successfully copied his quirk, Bakugo was grinning like even more of a madman now. Up in the box, Kaminari's eyes widened. Did he just use my quirk? When did he even copy it? The electric blonde asked, and in conjunction with Kirishima's quirk. I didn't think he could combine quirks like that. Is this some kind of evolution based on? Midoriya began, before Bakugo shouted stop muttering DEKU at him from the ring. Thank you, Katsuki Monoma began, wiping the sweat and blood from his face, his gray eyes steeled with resolution. Once upon a time, I made a promise to someone. A promise to become a strong hero, even knowing that my powers aren't mine alone. But I let my fears and worries hold me back for so long that I forgot what it meant to be a hero. Monoma began to float in the air, electricity crackling around him as his skin hardened and explosions danced under his palms, propelling him until he was floating level with the stadium's roof. In response, Bakugo just grinned harder. I knew you had it in you, you copycat son of a bitch. Now let's not hold back anymore. Give me everything you've got. The explosive blonde shouted, caught up in his own battle fever as he raised his hands to face his foe, pulling all the sweat he could between them as he rubbed them together to increase sweat production. This cannot end well. Cementos, you should probably step in. Aizawa began, but the concrete hero had already begun to move to stop the clash. Midnight, they could get injured with this kind of power. I understand. We may need to call off the match, the rated R heroine shouted, ripping a section of her suit to release the somnambulist gas created by her quirk. Up in the faculty box, All Might stared in surprise at Monoma's newfound power. He almost reminds me of, he began to think, before shaking his head. No, that man is dead. Even if young Monoma does hold his blood, the boy has the heart of a true hero, not to mention that his lineage is well known. Preposterous of me to think that way. Monoma began his descent with a few well-timed explosions, spinning faster and faster just like he'd seen Bakugo do during the entrance exam against the zero-pointer. Kaminari's electricity crackled around him, filling the vortex with the sound of thunder as it picked up strength. Multiple cement barriers popped up in front of them, but it was far too late to stop this clash. Howitzer, impact, Monoma shouted, bringing his hand forward and discharging electricity just as he detonated the pool of nitroglycerine in his palm. DYNAMIC. Missile, Bakugo responded, opening his hands and lighting off the single biggest explosion of his life, dwarfing what his gauntlets were capable of, or the Azide-boosted blasts from one experiment with he and Midoriya's quirks. For a brief moment, it seemed like the air in the arena stood perfectly still. Then, an unparalleled blast of heat, light and sheer concussive force released a shockwave that deafened front seat spectators, blew the hats off of much of the audience, shattered the glass of the announcer's box, and generated a flash of light and column of smoke that could be seen clear over in Camino if you knew where you were looking. What's going on down there? I can't see anything, Mike shouted. As the dust cleared, the silhouettes of two figures became visible, both struggling to their feet. Bakugo had mostly retained his footing through the explosion, although even his naturally resilient frame had been bowled over by the subsequent shockwave. Monoma, meanwhile, was barely capable of picking himself up off the ground, one gray eye swollen shut. His copid quirks ran out the moment he finished picking himself up. For a moment, all was quiet again. Then the two fighters charged each other one final time, hoping to settle the score for once and for all. Both swung with predictable right hooks, but at the last moment, Bakugo managed to duck. Monoma's fist sailed harmlessly through his hair, while Bakugo's connected firmly with the side of the other blonde's jaw. Both teens fell into each other, then backwards onto the floor of the ring. Midnight cautiously made her way over. Monoma, can you still fight? She asked skeptically. The gray-eyed blonde laughed. I don't think I could even stand right now, Midnight-sensei. The risque pro cracked her whip. Then it's over. Nido Monoma cannot continue. Katsuki Bakugo advances to face Fumikage Takoyami in the quarterfinals, she announced, as the crowd exploded into applause for both contestants. Bakugo chuckled on the ground nearby. I'm not much better off, he shouted between weak laughter. I'm fairly certain I have a concussion right now. Midnight raised one eyebrow, then held up two fingers. How many fingers am I holding up? The explosive blonde squinted. 7. Also, why are they green? Regarding her hand for a moment, the rated R heroine signaled for medical bots to come collect both competitors. As they were wheeled off the field, Monoma spoke up once again. Hey, Katsuki, thank you again. You helped me break the limitations I didn't even know I'd placed on myself. Bakugo snorted. About damn time, if you ask me. And I didn't even know you when the year began, he responded. Monoma's eyes had, however, been drawn to a visibly emotional orangette in the stands. Looks like I can make good on our promise after all. Itsuka, now that that's settled, we will begin the first quarterfinal at 12:30. Don't miss Izuku Midoriya vs Momoye Urazu. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 12:30 p.m. Once more, two combatants walked onto the field, intent upon obtaining victory and punching their ticket to the semifinals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first matchup of the quarterfinals, Mike announced to the cheering crowd. I hope you've got your popcorn, because this is going to be a doozy. Aizawa groaned somewhat. Mike, will you please stop the showboating already? Ignoring him, the voice hero proceeded with his exposition, introducing first, Class 1A's Queen of Creation, Momo Yaoyorozu. The ponytailed girl waved to the crowd, her normally non-existent self-confidence boosted somewhat by her victory over Kodai in the previous round, although she did not anticipate such a win in this match. And her opponent, Class 1A's King of Chaos, Izuku Midoriya. The greenette felt 1,000 eyes boring into him, every glare containing sheer, total, utter confusion about his abilities. A feeling that made the boy feel like he had been a victim of the tickling menace, a low-level villain with the power to tickle people from afar that All Might had defeated when he was a young psychic about 3.5 decades earlier. Once more, the umpire of the sports festival cracked her whip for attention. Yaoyorozu, are you ready? I am the Ravenet responded, the rhythmic, almost mechanical feeling of her quirk buzzing below her skin, poised to create at a moment's notice. Turning to the other combatant, Midnight addressed him. Midoriya, are you ready? Nodding, the greenette wiggled his fingers, ready to activate his probability-defying nonsense generator of an ability. I'm ready, Midnight-sensei. Then begin. Yaoyorozu sprang into action, calling upon her quirk's power in her right hand and on her left forearm. The effects were instantaneous, recalling the molecular structure of the item she was creating. The girl's subconscious directed a subcutaneous membrane housing her quirk to make hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon from her fat reserves undergo nuclear fusion into titanium and iron, assembling a titanium steel bow staff and shield seemingly from nothing in less than 3 seconds. By the time she finished, Midoriya was already lunging at her, right hand extended, ready to nullify her first move or incapacitate her in one move. Why does he remind me so much of Shigaraki right now? The girl wondered to herself, avoiding her friend's attack by driving the tip of her staff into the ring and pole vaulting over him, intent on bringing the staff down on the back of his head and taking him out of the fight in one hit. To her surprise, the other teen reacted to the attack, grabbing her staff and activating his quirk on it while using it as leverage to get above her, dropping a brutal axe kick that she barely caught on her shield. Leaping backwards, Midoriya created space between himself and Yaoyorozu, holding the large roll of paper that the staff had become. Then, a curious expression crossed his face. Oh, he shouted, grabbing his right foot, the one he had kicked her shield with, hopping around for a few moments to deal with the pain from kicking a solid piece of titanium steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yaoyorozu created another staff, then reached down to her midriff and began forming an item that looked like. Is that a grenade launcher? Asked Kaminari up in the stands. Yaoyorozu, that seems like it's going overboard. It is not right to use potentially lethal force against a classmate. Ada shouted, his hand chopping through the air so fast that it created a light breeze across the stadium. Just as she finished the grenade launcher, however, she was slapped in the face by a fish. What a fishy surprise. Midoriya seems to have acquired some piscine power. Mike announced. I need a drink, murmured Aizawa. What the? She started, looking across the ring to see her opponent knelt down next to the unrolled paper and ichthyological poster. Now mildly enraged, the girl fired her grenade launcher, the sound of ignition drowning out Mike's surprised shouts. As it reached halfway across the ring, the shell exploded, revealing a net large enough to cover a full half of the ring. Just as the net fell across Midoriya, the greenette smirked, an uncharacteristic look for him, before pulling a 6-foot-long sawfish from his poster and revving it like a chainsaw. To the stunned surprise of the audience, judges, and his own opponent, he sliced through the net like it wasn't even there. Midnight, what even is this match? Aizawa questioned over the loudspeakers. I don't know, the risque pro admitted, but I'm fairly sure there's nothing against it in the rules. En garde, Midoriya shouted, brandishing a swordfish as he leapt at Yaoyorozu. The typically cool, calm and collected heiress's eyes bugged out of her head in sheer surprise, barely bringing her staff up in time to block the attack. While she dueled with Midoriya, her quirk acted again, assembling carbon, hydrogen and bromine within an aluminum casing with an oxygen and hydrogen propellant mixture, forcing her opponent back across the ring. Yaoyorozu had enough time to load and fire her tear gas round at Midoriya, hoping to incapacitate him. However, like a dead-eye marksman, the greenette activated his quirk and threw a single rotted fish directly into the path of the gas cartridge. The attack exploded, but instead of tear gas, it ejected a massive quantity of aging, rotting herring all across the arena. Midoriya was prepared with a clothespin already pinching his nose shut. But Yaoyorozu did not have enough time to form a gas mask, especially when caught off guard by her attack backfiring like this. Within a few moments, overwhelmed by the odor of 3 tons of rotting fish, she fainted. Attempting to maintain her composure despite the smell, Midnight cracked her whip. Momo Yaoyorozu has been incapacitated. Izuku Midoriya advances to the COUGH semifinals. The crowd awkwardly attempted to cheer, but soon switched to simply complaining about the smell. While Yaorazu was carried off to the infirmary to be woken up, Midoriya ascended to the student seating, only to be shooed away by all his friends. Deku, you smell like crap. Go take a fucking shower. No points awarded for guessing who this was. Deku-kun, please change your uniform, Uraraka gasped. Anyone got any soap and water? Shinsu called. All right, I can take a hint. I'll go rinse off, the green-haired teen acquiesced, turning to walk away. Hopefully I can catch up on the next fight before my own. Are you ready for another pulse-pounding battle? Mike roared, cheered on by the crowd. 13 had recently recovered from her injuries sustained at the USJ and had just finished her first job back on duty, sucking up several tons of rotted fish from the arena floor. First, he's hot and he's cold. He's Class 1A's SHOTOTODOROKI. Recognizing the reference, the bichromatic teen barely resisted the urge to sigh loudly at his introduction. Aizawa was doing a good enough job of filling in for him on that front. And his opponent, God's own angel on earth, Class 1B's IBARASHIOZAKI. Once again, the vine-haired girl's eyes snapped open and she raised her hand. Excuse me. She called up to the announcer's box. Yes, Mike responded, somewhat more subdued than usual. I am not an angel, saint, or anything of the sort, Shigaraki stated. I am merely a humble servant of the Almighty. Please do not blaspheme by saying otherwise. The voice hero cleared his throat. Okay, I quote am sorry. He responded awkwardly. You got schooled, again, by a student. Congratulations, Mike Aizawa said dryly. Spicing things up a little, Midnight withdrew a writing crop from somewhere and cracked it to draw attention. With that interesting exchange out of the way, let's get started. Todoroki, are you ready? I am, the bichromatic teen stated. Shigaraki, are you ready? The vine-haired girl nodded silently, eyes closed in prayer. Then begin. Todoroki immediately acted, sending a massive sheet of ice at his opponent, hoping to end the fight quickly. The temperature in the arena dropped dramatically, with even spectators with heat quirks finding it cold. Is it over? Uraraka wondered aloud. She was answered when Todoroki suddenly leapt aside, carried upwards on a platform of ice as he narrowly escaped the jungle of spiked vines erupting from the concrete beneath him, shredding through his glacier with ease. Shigaraki rode a wave of rising vines up to Todoroki's level, the two now over 20 meters in the air and riding on platforms created by their quirks. The bichromatic teen held his left hand to the right-hand side of his chest, the frost slowly melting off of him. Looks like I have to turn the temperature down some more, he murmured, concentrating the power of his cold side further than he had originally considered necessary for an opponent so pedestrian. Once again, a wave of ice shot outwards from him, this one so gargantuan that it towered above the rim of the stadium, chilling the air to such an extent that a cold fog formed outside of the stadium itself, rivers of cold air flowing down the hill towards Musutafu proper. Surely this is enough to beat her. It's FRICKIN. Freezing. In here, Eraser, Mike chattered in the commentary box. Aizawa nodded, regretting not wearing winter gear that morning. Todoroki's mental question was answered by the tendrils that exploded through the ice and struck at him faster than he could react. The glacier broke to reveal Shigaraki, seemingly unharmed, with her hands clasped in prayer. As the vines wrapped around him, he squinted at the girl's face just before he was completely encased in a cocoon of plant matter. It looks like Shoto Todoroki may be unable to. Midnight began, before the temperature utterly plummeted. As the crowd watched in awe, the ball of vines froze solid, a line of ice tracing away from it along the pious girl's hair. Shigaraki detached the majority of her vines in an attempt to escape, but the ice bridged the gap and traveled all the way to her scalp, freezing her in place. A sound like breaking glass filled the arena as Todoroki broke free, fog trailing from his mouth as he approached his opponent. Yield, he declared simply. I surrender, Shigaraki chattered. Midnight struck her crop on a piece of ice. Ibara Shigaraki has surrendered. Shoto Todoroki will face Izuku Midoriya in the semifinals. The greenette in question had returned from his shower just in time to hear this announcement. Seeing the Arctic landscape littering the arena floor and the cold look in his next opponent's eyes, Midoriya blinked a few times in surprise, then groaned in dismay. Damn it, welcome back to the US Sports Festival, Mike announced as the production team signaled to him that the commercial break was over. Time for our next exciting matchup. First, Class 1A's Lord of Speed, give it up for Tenya Ida. The youngest member of the Ida family waved stiffly to the crowd, finding that being the center of attention was a little bit awkward, and his opponent, the woman feared by gravity itself, 1A's OCHAKOURARAKA. On the opposite end of the field, the young gravity mistress strode forward with a determined glint in her eyes, ready to take on one of her best friends. Deciding that the riding crop was perhaps too inconvenient, Midnight pulled out her whip and cracked it for attention. You both know the rules, so let's skip all the foreplay. All around the arena, foreheads met their owners' palms. Did she really just call it foreplay? Ida, are you ready? the rated R heroine called, ignoring the facepalm chorus from the crowd. "I am," the bespectacled teen all but shouted. "Uraraka, are you ready?" A threatening aura surrounded the round-faced girl. "I'm ready." "Then begin. I'll finish this with one blow," Ada thought to himself. "Recipro." Burst, shooting forward. He began a course that would send him just behind his opponent, allowing him to quickly remove her from the ring without either of them suffering any injuries. "Sorry, Ochako, but I have to prove myself." Unfortunately for Ada, he had not learned how dangerous his opponent truly was by watching her last match. Uraraka sidestepped her bespectacled friend, touched him with her left hand, and watched as his own momentum carried him past her, up in the air and right back into the student seating, landing between Monoma and Shinsu with a loud crash. Midnight blinked a few times in sheer confusion before rendering judgment. Tenya Ada is out of bounds. Ochako Uraraka advances to the semifinals. As the round-faced teen celebrated her victory by jumping for joy in the middle of the ring, Ada rubbed his head. "How disgraceful," he cried dramatically. "I must strive to not be so linear in my combat strategies." Shinsu and Yaorazu patted him on the back. "Don't feel so bad," the heiress said comfortingly. As Kendo learned last round, Uraraka is a bad opponent for anyone with a quirk that requires close combat. Her powers let her disable you with one touch. "Right," the bespectacled teen shouted, sitting up. "I shall not let this failure dishearten me. In fact, I feel quite motivated right now. Also, Kaken and Takoyami are next ... and I have a feeling I already know who your opponent would have been if you'd beaten Ochako," Midoriya noted, gesturing to the graphic on the arena's Titantron. "Mike will be back in a moment, which means I get to do the introductions," Aizawa stated dully. "In one corner, we have Katsuki Bakugo. In the other, we have Fumikage Takoyami. Mike's introductions are irrationally extravagant." Bakugo glared up at Aizawa from his place at the edge of the ring. "Is it bad that I kinda missed that fucking cockatoo's introductions?" he wondered. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long, as Mike returned from his bathroom break, clearly disappointed. "What's wrong with a little irrationality, Eraser?" Mike joked. Anyway, moving on to the real introductions. First, the bombing king himself, One's Katsuki. The blonde teen grinned at the introduction. "That's more like it, Mike." And his opponent, the embodiment of the void under the shadow of creation, One's Fumikagetokoyami. The brooding raven-headed teen crossed his arms silently, cracking her whip. Midnight took the stage once more. "Bakugo, are you ready?" Smoke was already curling from the bomber's hands. "Of course I am, ya damn stripper." "What's a stripper?" Eri asked Toshinori and Inko in the faculty box. "A very bad word," Inko responded, as the deflated All Might coughed blood into a handkerchief out of sheer surprise. "Takoyami, are you ready?" "I am," Takoyami responded pensively. "Then begin." Dark shadow stretched from Takoyami's chest, wrapping around the inside of his gym uniform while extending two enormous dark claws towards Bakugo. "Black ink. I can end this fairly quickly, but I have to wear him down and get close first," Bakugo thought to himself as his palms glowed, shooting an explosion at the claws. The attack didn't stop, but it did slow down, a weakness that the blonde bomber's incredible battle instincts picked up on immediately. Launching himself high into the air with a couple of blasts, Bakugo held the claws behind him off with the light from those attacks. To his surprise, however, Dark Shadow's head stretched out of Takoyami's jacket and grew to gigantic proportions, opening its mouth to bite down on and trap the explosive teen. The claws pursued him upwards, meaning that Bakugo had 3 targets he needed to hit with only 2 hands. Suddenly, the bomber's feet lit up, and light exploded from his shoes. "What's this? Bakugo can use explosions from his feet too," Mike shouted in surprise. "I did not know he could do that," Aizawa admitted. In the stands, the students were stunned. "Hold on, Bakubro can shoot explosions from his feet too. Since when?" Kirishima shouted. "That is completely unfair," Ashido complained. "He's always been able to do that," Midoriya explained. "He just doesn't do it very often because I don't use blasts from my feet because shoes are expensive, and kicking is a pain in the ass." The explosive blonde shouted triumphantly, backlit by an explosion as he fell right in front of Takoyami and held his hands in front of him, both palms glowing as he unleashed a blast of concentrated light. Stun grenade. When the spectators finished blinking the spots out of their eyes, they saw Takoyami pinned on the ground by Bakugo, his right palm glowing, while Dark Shadow cried, having shrunk to a fraction of its original size. "Sorry, Fumi," it muttered. "It is okay, Dark Shadow. I yield," Takoyami replied. Midnight cracked her whip again. Fumikage Takoyami has surrendered. Katsuki Bakugo advances to the semifinals against Ochako Uraraka. "Ape," the round-faced girl squeaked, realizing who her opponent would be. Bakugo helped Takoyami to his feet. "Good fight, edgelord. You'd be a hell of a lot stronger if it wasn't high noon right now," he stated gruffly. but with a hint of respect in his voice. I thank you, Takoyami responded. As the duo walked off stage, Midoriya walked down a hallway towards the waiting room for his matchup. Despite his heavy training over the past few weeks, he was still incredibly nervous about this fight. The bichromatic teen had easily defeated two of 1B's strongest members. The Greenette wasn't fully confident he could have beaten Shigaraki or Kaibara, especially that easily. And then, just as he turned a corner, he almost ran smack dab into the towering figure of the number 2 hero. Endeavor, he shouted, surprised at first by the presence of such an important man. Then, the memory of his conversation with Todoroki flashed through his mind, and his features hardened. Izuku Midoriya, I presume. The Burning Man responded. You've been a rather interesting figure in this tournament. I dare say your power is one of the oddest to ever enter this school. In fact, I almost wonder if you may have made a deal with the devil for them. Confusion flooded Midoriya's mind. Is he serious? Todoroki-san said the exact same thing. Does a love of outlandish and nonsensical conspiracy theories run in the family? Coughing in surprise, the teen replied, what the hell? That's ridiculous. So there is something behind your powers. I won't pry, however. You're facing Shoto in the next round, Endeavor said. He was created to surpass all might, so I would appreciate it if you gave him enough of a challenge to accept his purpose. As Midoriya continued to walk towards his waiting room, he looked back over his shoulder at the flame hero. Then you're in the wrong story with the wrong mindset. I'm not all might. And Todoroki-san isn't you. The Greenette teen turned a corner, leaving Endeavor in stunned silence. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 1:10 p.m. So, any bets on who wins this one? Zero asked. Ida sputtered. Betting on the competitive spirit and relative strength of our classmates is unbecoming of heroic students. Kendo cut him off. 15 yen on Todoroki. 2,000 on Midoriya. Monoma challenged. 25 on Todoroki. Gyro said, twirling one of her earphone jacks around her finger. 100,000 on Midoriya. Yaoyorozu began. Uraraka cut her off. Nobody here other than you has that kind of money, Yamomo. Please don't make us have to mortgage our parents' homes to pay you back if you win this. The ponytailed Ravenette acquiesced and lowered her bet to 25 yen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen all around the world. It's time for the one you've all been waiting for. Mike roared, and this time the crowd seemed more deafening than they'd been all day. Introducing first, the oddest fighter in UA history, Class 1A's Izukumidoriya. The green-haired teen in question flexed his fingers like a cowboy in a duel would do before drawing his gun. I don't know why, but I feel oddly at peace right now. I have a job to do. Whether I win or lose, I need to break Todoroki of that self-destroying mentality of his. Midoriya thought to himself. And his opponent, the blazing star of fire and ice, Class 1A's Shototodoroki. The bichromatic teen rolled his shoulders, keeping his breathing steady. I can't afford to underestimate him. Midoriya has already proven himself to be the most dangerous wildcard in UA's first-year student body. And while I want to thank him for that pep talk earlier, I still just can't use my fire. Todoroki reminded himself mentally of his motivations and intent in this matchup. Midnight had already retreated a safe distance, having learned her lesson from Todoroki's previous matches. Midoriya, are you ready? She called. The Greenette cracked his knuckles, his viridian orbs blazing. I am. Turning to the other combatant, Midnight addressed him. Todoroki, are you ready? The teen in question nodded icily. Then begin. Todoroki's eyes almost seemed to glow before an enormous wave of ice exploded towards Midoriya from his right foot. The temperature in the arena dropped dramatically, to the point where Yaoyorozu had to create an electric blanket to keep Tsuyu from entering hibernation. Todoroki has learned wisely from his experiences during the USJ incident, and by watching the previous matches to know that Midoriya is not to be underestimated, Aizawa stated. Just as the expanding glacier reached Midoriya, the Greenette held his hand out in front of himself and activated his quirk the second that the ice touched it. The enormous structure of ice shimmered green for a moment as it stopped expanding. Tapping it a few times with his right hand, Midoriya smirked as he found the spot he was looking for and flicked it casually with the middle finger on his right hand. The entire glacier shattered in an instant, cold winds buffeting the stands as house-sized chunks of ice rained down across the arena floor. Jaws dropped all around the world in silent awe at this display of power. Midoriya goes on the offensive in astounding fashion. Who knew he had this kind of power? Mike shouted. I did. Several Hero Corps students chorused. Todoroki was shocked. How the hell did he do that? I know he doesn't have a super strength quirk, and even then, you'd need one almost on par with All Might to break my heaven-piercing ice wall. What's wrong, Todoroki? Scared that you can't finish me in one move? A cocky voice asked, channeling his inner Bakugo. Midoriya had chosen to be as hammy as he possibly could to provoke his opponent into breaking his self-imposed limits. Or are you just surprised that I changed your ice's internal structure to make it breakable with one well-placed blow? That's what he did, Todoroki thought. This will be far more difficult than I anticipated. Leaning against a particularly large block of ice, Midoriya activated his quirk, transforming it into a grove of bamboo. Now come on, icy hot, let's dance. Don't think you can beat me with such pedestrian abilities. You'll need more power. Another iceberg was transformed into a volcano of maple syrup. Yet another dissolved into Lego bricks. Damn it, roared Todoroki, his icy composure breaking as he created an enormous shell of frozen water around his opponent. In another instant, he formed an enormous hammer of ice and brought it down on the icy prison with a thunderous crash. I did not know I could do that, he thought to himself. I did not know he could do that, Aizawa stated. I did not know he could do that, Endeavor thought in stunned surprise. A voice came from behind him and to his right. Midoriya stood where one of the braziers had previously been, still untouched. With a scream of rage, the biggest glacier Todoroki had ever created expanded towards Midoriya at practically point-blank range. The greenette's eyes widened. Maybe provoking him so much was a bad idea after all. At the last possible moment, he touched one hand to the expanding wall of ice and the other to his stomach and activated his quirk. Here goes nothing. To the surprise of the entire audience, Midoriya opened his mouth and swallowed the entire glacier like a black hole swallows a star, slurping it down like a giant soba noodle. For a few moments, you could hear a pin drop in the arena from how silent it was. Then, all hell broke loose as the crowd roared in excitement. Midoriya just ate a glacier. How freaking rad is that? Mike shouted in disbelief. Problem child, I have just one question for you. Why? Aizawa groaned at an uncharacteristic volume. As Todoroki stood in stunned surprise, Midoriya shivered a little before delivering a verdict. Your ice is roughly 33% oxygen, 66% hydrogen, and a hair under 1% volatile organic compounds, he stated, shivering again. What was that all about? Rolling his shoulders and exhaling a thin cloud of mist, the greenette's features hardened. Well, whatever, let's get back to it, he shouted, shooting snowballs from his mouth like artillery fire. Todoroki's eyes widened as he made a new shield of ice, the snowballs leaving large divots in the frozen material. After a few seconds of sustained fire, Midoriya coughed. Is that really it? He wondered aloud, before seeing Todoroki closing the gap between them. Oh, the bichromatic teen roared in rage before striking his opponent in the stomach with a ferocious kick, following it up by raining blows on Midoriya's body. Although the greenette had trained heavily with Bakugo and All Might in terms of physical condition, it was at this moment that he realized he didn't know a damn thing about hand-to-hand combat. Oh, Todoroki has snapped. Mike shouted over the ... Well, Mike, why? Todoroki began, delivering a strong right hook to his opponent's jaw. Won't you? He continued, freezing Midoriya's hands. Let me. Midoriya received 2 knee strikes, first to the gut, then to the chin. Reject his power. Up in the faculty box, Midoriya finally fainted at the sight of her son's beatdown. With one furious roundhouse kick, Todoroki sent Midoriya careening towards the edge of the ring, the greenette throwing himself to the ground to slow down and break the ice off his hands. He barely stopped at the edge of the ring, nearly being sent out of bounds. Oh, that's going to hurt tomorrow, even if Recovery Girl heals me, the greenette thought. Todoroki probably broke a few of my ribs with that beatdown rush of his. My jaw is aching, and my head hurts enough that I may be concussed too ... But I can't stop here. Midoriya snatched a large chunk of ice off the ground, activated his quirk, and threw it directly at Todoroki. The ice spontaneously became a glob of molten lava, nearly melting its way through Todoroki's hastily erected ice shield, flash-boiled water spattering across the other teen. This was a mistake, as Todoroki's eye widened in anger. Before he sent a colossal wave of ice at his foe, the hot water had triggered a few painful memories for him. June 10, 2109, Todoroki Residence, Misutafu. Todoroki knelt on the floor, doubled over in agony and staring into a pool of his own vomit. His father stood over him, glowering at the child below, while his mother crouched over her youngest child in concern. Get up. If you can't take this much, then you have no chance of even beating some thug from off the street, much less surpassing All Might and Todoroki. No, Endeavor growled. Todoroki rubbed circles in her son's back. Stop it, NG. He's only 5 and only manifested his quirk a month ago. I know that you were hit hard by Talius, she protested, only to be cut off by a blow from her husband. Do not mention that name in front of me, Ray. Endeavor roared at his wife, who now lay sprawled on the floor. Turning to his son, the fiery man glowered at his son. Now, where were we? October 1st, 2109, Todoroki Residence, Misutafu. The bichromatic child rubbed his eyes as he entered the kitchen, just in time to hear his mother talking on the phone. I can't take it anymore, Ray gasped. Every day that passes, NG just gets worse and worse. And Shoto, when I look at his left side, all I can see is his father and his brother ... It's unbearable sometimes. I think I'm breaking. I just want to run away sometimes. And Mom, what are you saying? Todoroki asked, just as the kettle began to boil. Ray stiffened and grabbed the kettle, turning to reveal eyes full of trauma and instability. Then pain. White-hot pain. Blinking in and out of consciousness. Todoroki saw his mother crying and reaching towards his burned face, frost slowly covering her palm. The sensation of her ice on his burn initially felt soothing, but quickly became an unbearable burning sensation, like his eye itself was on fire. October 5, 2109. Todoroki residence, Musutafu. Huddled up in a ball, back leaning against a door, Todoroki regarded his father with his one visible eye. What happened to Mom? The child asked. Endeavor stiffened, turning around in a manner all too similar to his wife, even down to the madness in his eyes. I had her confined to a hospital. She damaged you so badly that your eye was almost lost. I won't keep her around after doing something as callous and ignorant as damaging my masterpiece to finally best All Might. In Todoroki's one visible eye, an icy fury burned gray as he stared in hatred. No, I won't be like you. I will reject your dream, no matter what. RRRARGH. Todoroki screamed in fury as fog began to pour off his right fist, the appendage cooling down colder than he'd ever made it go before. Leaping over his ice shield, he charged Midoriya like a wounded animal, much to the greenette's surprise, before driving his fist into his opponent's midriff. Oh crap Midoriya thought to himself, as ice exploded outward from the impact site, rapidly freezing him into the center of a huge glacier, the wall of ice expanding upwards and into the stand. Several pros with flame quirks had to leap into action to prevent part of the audience from being frozen by the glacier. This is insane. Todoroki almost caught the audience in his attack. Mike shouted, snapping the bichromatic boy out of his rage. I almost hurt people with my ice, just like Endeavor does with his fire. Well, what does this make me? Am I actually just a monster like him? Todoroki panicked internally, his conflict pouring out of his mind as wisps of both fog and smoke spiraled off of his quivering form. Then, the entire glacier shuddered and began to shrink, collapsing inward on itself before midnight could declare Midoriya to have been immobilized. The greenette had, once again, slurped up an entire glacier. Oh, I think I got a brain freeze from that, he thought internally, glaring at his opponent. Is that really all you have, Todoroki? Midoriya roared, now agitated by his opponent to the point where little green sparks of energy were discharging between his fingers. Are you really this incapable of breaking free from your father's influence? What do you mean? I told you earlier that, by rejecting his fire, I can. Todoroki began, before Midoriya cut him off. And I told you earlier, you absolute heterochromic moron, that it's not his power. It's yours. Once again, Todoroki felt himself falling back down memory lane. June 12, 2109. Todoroki residence, Musutafu. Sitting on a couch next to his mother, the bichromatic boy watched an interview with the red, white, and blue symbol of peace and justice, All Might. While it's true that children often inherit the quirks of their parents, or develop similar powers, the fact of the matter is that a quirk is what you make of it. All Might's voice boomed over the TV. The circumstances are irrelevant. No matter what, you decide whether you want to be a hero and how to use your powers. Nobody else can make that choice for you, kids. So take this lesson to heart. You can do it. Ray turned to look into her son's eyes. Listen, honey, you still want to be a hero, right? When her son nodded, she continued. Then it's settled. You can become a hero. Just always remember to be true to yourself, no matter what. I can't believe it. How did I forget something so important? You're not your father's prisoner. It's okay to use your power. To become the hero you want to be. As he remembered his mother's words, the smoke on Todoroki's left side grew thicker before he suddenly burst into flames, the conflagration melting any nearby ice and warming the crowd that had been chilled to the bone by his previous ice blast. He did it. He brought out his fire. Uraraka shouted in surprise, unzipping her gym jacket due to the sudden burst of heat. He told me earlier that he'd never use his fire in combat. Ada thought to himself. Midoriya did it, just like he said he would. He made Todoroki use his full power. You just can't leave people alone, can you, Deku? You're always getting into people's business. You heroic little bastard, Bakugo shouted, a massive grin lighting up his face at his best friend's heroically self-sacrificial tendency. Todoroki. Midoriya made him use his fire. Mike shouted. Next to him, Aizawa stared in surprise. He really did it. He got Todoroki to finally show his full potential. Problem children, the lot of them. Midoriya grinned. But you love us, don't you, Aizawa-sensei? He shouted, only to receive a pained groan from his teacher. Young Midoriya may have just thrown away his chance of victory. Just to save young Todoroki. All Might stated with shock on his face, before breaking out into a smile. He never disappoints me. That's the spirit of a true hero. Next to him, Eri stared in awe while Inko cried her eyes out with both pride and worry. God damn. Even though you want to win. You decided to push me this far, just for my sake? Todoroki asked, as the ice coating his right half slowly melted away while a satisfied grin grew on his face. You've won me over. I want to be a hero too. As the two competitors engaged in a stare-down, Endeavor's jubilation finally got the better of him. "SHOTOOO," he shouted, catching the attention of the entire arena as he stormed down a flight of stairs. "You've finally chosen to embrace your destiny, your purpose. With my blood, you will surpass me, and finally fulfill my dreams of overtaking All Might." Endeavor shouts, words of encouragement. "Such a doting father," Mike remarked, sarcasm in his voice. Todoroki ignored both his father and the commentary, now fully focused on his opponent. "Wow, it's beautiful," Midoriya remarked, regarding his opponent's flames with a smile. "Why are you smiling?" Todoroki asked, ignoring his own grin. "Going this far against an opponent like me, getting in a hopeless situation like this, and still smiling. You're off your rocker, you magnificent bastard. Don't blame me when it backfires on you." Stomping his right foot on the ground, Todoroki let his ice bloom into a veritable glacial garden, exploding into huge waves and spires behind and around him, while fire blazed on his left side. In response, Midoriya shifted his weight forward onto his right foot while drawing his arms out to his sides, hands held in front of him ready to work their magic while discharges of green energy danced off of his form. "Midnight, we have to stop this one now," Cementos shouted, activating his quirk. "Let's hope we can actually stop them before someone gets seriously injured." The rated R heroine responded, ripping her suit to release her quirk's sleeping gas. An enormous wave of ice shot forward from Todoroki, enveloping the entire ring almost instantly. At the last possible second, Midoriya brought his hands down on the ice floe and flipped forward on his hands, allowing the layer of oil he had created on the frozen sheet to send him careening towards Todoroki at insane speeds. "I'll get in range, right in front of him, and hit him hard where it matters most," Midoriya thought, before voicing his challenge to his opponent. "Come on, Todoroki, give me everything you've got and then some." The flames on Todoroki's left half suddenly intensified, sublimating the ice around him into water vapor with a hint of explosive hydrocarbons. As he raised his left hand, now glowing white-hot, the bichromatic boy looked into the eyes of his rapidly approaching opponent and acknowledged him. "Thank you, Midoriya." Cementos's barriers popped up, cleaving through the ice. But it was far too late. Both teens' attacks pierced through the cement like it wasn't even there. And in a flash of light, the inside of the arena was filled with heat and noise as a tremendous explosion sent a column of dust high above the stadium's roof. An incredible gust of hot wind threatened to carry children into the air, buffeted the spectators, and almost extinguished Endeavor's beard. "WOAH. Who won?" Mike asked, stunned by the display of raw power they'd just witnessed. On the arena floor, bits of pulverized concrete littered the arena floor, along with burnt bamboo, melted plastic, and bits of burned paper created by Midoriya's quirk from Cementos's barriers. Midnight picked herself up off the ground, having been blown off her stage and almost into the arena's wall by the winds. "Oluwa," she began, before the dust cleared enough for her to determine a winner. Todoroki stood in the ring, half his jacket burned off by his quirk as he panted from exertion, while Midoriya picked himself up off the ground in front of the arena's wall, blood from a head injury forming a sort of crimson mask on his face while he grinned like a madman. Raising her hand since her whip had probably been blown up into the stands somewhere, Midnight called the match. Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki advances to the final round. As Midoriya got to his feet and the crowd murmured about what they'd just witnessed, everyone in the student section stared glumly at Yaoyorozu. "We should have let her wager that 100,000 yen. They all thought to themselves, "I may be rich, but I'm glad I didn't wager that 100,000 yen," Yaoyorozu thought to herself. As Midoriya was stretchered off the field for fear of a possible concussion, he called out to Todoroki, "Hey, Todoroki-san, that was a good match. Let's do it again sometime." While the bichromatic boy stared dumbfoundedly at his former opponent, Aizawa smacked his forehead. "The more time goes on, the more convinced I am that this kid is genuinely crazy." As the crowd laughed about Eraserhead's mild existential crisis, Bakugo and Uraraka shot each other quick glances, competitive fires in their eyes. They were on next, after all. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 1:28 p.m. Ochako Uraraka sat in the waiting room for her match, having been given a 10-minute reprieve while an assortment of pro heroes cleaned up and repaired the ring after Midoriya and Todoroki's highly destructive clash. The round-faced teen hadn't seen power of that magnitude on display before. Even the USJ Incident and Bakugo's match with Monoma earlier couldn't compare to that battle. "I have bigger things to worry about than them though. Katsuki is going to be a tough opponent, but I don't intend to just give up for him," the brunette thought, when a loud noise disturbed her out of her reverie. The subject of her thoughts himself had kicked the door open, staring inwards in surprise at her, his new pair of shoes gleaming on his feet. He'd needed to replace them after exploding the soles of his last pair with his kick earlier. "Oi, Ochako, what are you doing in my waiting room?" Bakugo asked gruffly. "What do you mean, Katsuki?" This is waiting room 2. I thought you were told to go to room 1. Uraraka responded, also confused. Room 2, Bakugo began, before looking at the sign on the door. Shit, I went one door too far. Don't worry about it, Uraraka laughed, before steeling her nerves and staring seriously at Bakugo. You had better not go easy on me just because I'm a woman. Bakugo grinned. I wouldn't have done that anyway. You can't prove your strength to me if I half-ass my fight. And besides, it'd be fucking disrespectful anyway. You had better give me a damn good fight though, round face. The brunette sighed. Back to the nicknames again. Kaken? She asked. Bakugo sputtered for a moment before regaining his composure. You win this one. Ochako ... but you'd better not expect me to hand you a win that easily out in the ring. He all but shouted, storming out of the room and slamming the door behind him. His opponent could tell it was all bluster though. A few more minutes passed before the intercom crackled with Aizawa-sensei's voice. Katsuki Bakugo. Ochako Uraraka, please report to the ring immediately. Uraraka exhaled heavily as she stood up, her joints popping as she stretched and released the tension in her body. It's go time, she thought to herself, walking out of the waiting room towards the biggest fight of her life so far. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and little listeners all around the world. Mike shouted, earning a roar of applause from the audience. It's time for the second semifinal, to determine who will face Shoto Todoroki in the final match of this year's US Sports Festival. Introducing first, the Atomic Blonde himself, Class 1A's KATSUKIBAKUGO. The explosive teen grinned and rolled his shoulders, flexing his fingers a few times in preparation for the fight. And his opponent, who I'm personally rooting for, 1A's OCHAKOURARAKA. The Gravity Girl stood with a look of determination on her face, but internally she was scowling at her introduction. Favoritism isn't a good look, Mike-sensei. As if he'd read her mind, the blonde lit off an explosion. Oi, Mike, he shouted. Why yes, the pro asked, already terrified of getting another tongue lashing like the ones Shigaraki had given him earlier. Showing favoritism isn't very impartial, and it sure as hell doesn't respect how strong she is, Bakugo shouted, chewing out the voice hero exactly as Aizawa had intended to before his student spoke up. Murmurs and discontent spread through the stadium. The audience had seen what Bakugo was capable of. Why would he speak as if such a frail girl was capable of going toe-to-toe with a beast like him? All right, anyway, moving right along, Mike responded, hoping to save some face. Midnight took the stage again, cracking her whip for attention. Uraraka, are you ready? Inhaling deeply, the round-faced teen steadied her nerves. I am. Bakugo, are you ready? The ash blonde grinned. Damn right I am. Then, begin. Gotta get in close. Uraraka thought to herself, immediately beginning a mad dash towards her opponent. All I have to do is touch him once, and it'll be my win. Bakugo, however, was already expecting this, and let loose with a close-range explosive blast that tore across the ground and sped just past Uraraka like a freight train. The round-faced teen was blown to one side by the shockwave and regained her footing just in time to be hit head-on by another, launching her backwards in a cloud of dust and smoke. It's not gonna be that easy, round face, Bakugo shouted. As the smoke cleared, the teen spotted the signature blue and white of a UA track jacket. Gotcha. To his surprise, however, what Bakugo pinned against the ground was not his opponent, but just her jacket. Clever girl, he muttered to himself, wheeling around to deliver another blast directly behind him. And yet, there was no opponent to be seen there either. Where the hell did she go? Bakugo thought to himself. As if to answer his question, a chunk of concrete whizzed past his head from off to his right. There you are, he shouted, spinning to send another blast towards his hidden opponent. However, once again, there was no round-faced brunette to be seen after the smoke cleared. Damn it, where are you? The blonde shouted, throwing more and more explosions outwards. I know she'll try to ambush me at some point ... so I need to work up more of a sweat in order to be ready for her. These extra blasts should do the trick. As explosion after explosion rocked the stadium, murmurs spread through the crowd once more. How unfair of him. Now he's just bullying her. Just throw her out of the ring already. I wouldn't take that man on as a pro. By this point, both the combatants and several of their classmates were incensed by the criticisms from the booing crowd. Those bastards don't want him to take me seriously, the brunette griped internally. They're disrespecting her strength. The enraged blonde thought to himself. How dare they? Midoriya smoldered at the crowd's reaction, furious at the audience for painting his best friend as a villain and his crush as weak. OOOH, there's booing in the crowd. Who started this chant? The entire crowd went silent before an orange-haired man with odd black markings around his eyes, wearing a headband, an orange jumpsuit, a white cape, and weird gauntlets running up his arms, raised his hand shakily. You're a pro. Well, I advise going home and hanging up your cape after today, Aizawa criticized the man, his words drawing a loud gasp from the crowd. Bakugo's fierceness is a show of acknowledgement towards his opponent. He's remaining on his guard and refusing to hold back because she is a strong opponent and he doesn't want to disrespect her strength. Finally, someone who gets it. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Both contenders and their green-haired friend thought in unison. Another chunk of concrete flew at Bakugo from in front of him, causing the blonde teen to blast it, then whirl around and shoot a blast forward from his right hand. However, he was caught off guard when Uraraka dashed out of the cloud of smoke to his left, reaching towards his outstretched left arm, her right hand barely a second away from making contact with him. The bomber's lightning-fast reflexes kicked in at just the right moment, causing him to blindside Uraraka with a point-blank explosion that made the crowd gasp and sent her flying. The round-faced teen crashed to the ground in a heap, but forced herself back to her feet. Uraraka isn't done yet. At this declaration from Mike, the smoke cleared enough to show Uraraka standing in defiance right across the ring from Bakugo, rubbing a small amount of blood from her lip where a piece of debris had nailed her in a previous blast. "Thank you, Katsuki," she said aloud, the blonde raising an eyebrow in response. "You didn't hold back and didn't let your guard down, giving me the respect I'd hoped for. But now, it's time to end this." The round-faced girl touched her fingertips together, releasing her quirk's effects. Bakugo looked around, first to his left, then to his right, and then finally straight up. He couldn't help but let his eyes widen as he took in the enormous meteor shower of pulverized concrete that Uraraka had suspended in the air above the stadium. "Holy fuck," he breathed out, a little bit of reverent awe in his voice. "You're friggin' crazy, Ochako. Only a crazy plan could have any hope of beating you, Katsuki," the girl retorted, removing her own gravity and dashing forward towards the blonde bomber as the crowd gawked in awe. "I'll beat you and finally prove myself. Finally prove that I belong here at UA." Bakugo grimaced and raised his right hand to the sky, bracing it with his left. "This is going to hurt in the morning," he muttered, before releasing a gargantuan blast that dwarfed even the explosion from his battle with Monoma earlier. Pros and civilians alike were buffeted by the winds in the stands. Mike's glasses finally stopped trying to cling to his face and were carried away by the sudden updraft, and the deafening noise could be heard all the way in downtown Musutafu as a faint boom. As the smoke and dust began to clear, Uraraka climbed back to her feet, having been sent careening head over heels by the blast's force coupled with her lack of gravity at the time. "Omuwa," she muttered, rubbing her head while ignoring the nausea she had felt from using her quirk to that degree. Bakugo clutched the right arm that hung limply by his side. "Holy crap, that hurt more than I expected," the explosive blonde growled, trying desperately to ignore the pain coming from his cramped hand and possibly dislocated shoulder. A thin rain of concrete dust began to fall down on the stadium and the grounds around it, having been pulverized and scattered by the blast. Just as Uraraka made to rush Bakugo again, Midnight cracked her whip. "Ochako, Uraraka is out of bounds. Katsuki." Bakugo advances to the finals against Shoto Todoroki. The stunned girl looked down at her feet, and sure enough, she was out of bounds by a tiny margin, barely a couple of centimeters at most. The crowd was set off into murmurs by the peculiar outcome of the match. Bakugo was the strong favorite going into the semifinals against Uraraka. But despite the fact that he had won, she was on her feet and barely injured, while he was clutching his arm and was clearly in pain. A small explosion in his left hand drew everyone's attention to Bakugo as he pointed to Uraraka, his forehead glistening with sweat. "I knew you had it in you already, but now I'm certain you're the most worthy opponent in this tournament," he stated, to the stunned surprise of the audience. "Shitty hair, goth bird, even Deku ... you're the best out of all of them. I'm already prepared to be disappointed by icy hot." With that, Bakugo turned and stalked out of the arena towards Recovery Girl's office to get his shoulder and hand checked on. The crowd sat in stunned silence for a moment. Did this explosive ace just imply that some nobody Gravity Girl was a more worthy opponent than the son of the number 2 hero? Then, after a pause, someone began clapping. The applause spread like a wildfire until the entire arena was cheering for Uraraka, who just stood in silent awe as she processed that she was being applauded on live television despite her loss. There will now be a 15-minute break while the finalists rest up after their matches. In the meantime, the third-place tiebreaker match will commence in 10 minutes between Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa droned out to the audience. "Be sure to return by then." Uraraka walked back into the locker room and pulled out a small pink flip phone, dialing a familiar number and pushing the call button. The phone rang twice before a click could be heard on the other end. "Acha-chan, you made your ma and I proud today," said the voice on the other end, in a thick Kansai accent. The pride in his daughter shined through in Zohei Uraraka's voice crackling through the worn-out speaker of the aged flip phone. "But I lost, Pa," Uraraka responded, letting her accent go now that she was alone and talking to her parents. "Katsuki-kun was too strong, dang it. I was hoppin' to go further, so that I could help you and Ma sooner. Acha-chan, it made your ma and I proud enough as is. For crying out loud, that Bakugo kid thought you were a more worthy opponent than Endeavor's kid," Zohei responded. He's right, honey, Metsuko Uraraka added in. Why don't you just worry about being a good hero and not worry about us? We'll be fine till you can give us that Hawaiian vacay you've always wanted to. At this point, Uraraka couldn't help herself any longer and started crying tears of joy. I promise I'll be a darn good hero. The best hick I can be. Around the corner, Bakugo eavesdropped on his second conversation of the day, a small smile gracing his face. I fucking meant it too. You're one hell of a fighter, Ochako. Welcome back, listeners worldwide, to the second to last match of the day, Mike shouted, the audience raucously cheering with his announcement. First, the Chaotic King I'm sure you all know by now. It's 1-Izuku Midoriya. The Greenette smiled softly at the crowd as he walked onto the field, now that he no longer had to push himself to last long enough to meet Todoroki in combat. He was quite a bit less worried than he had been earlier, and his opponent, the Gravity Girl who wowed the world in the last fight, 1-Izuku. The brunette stepped up into the ring with her head held high after the pep talk with her parents, knowing that Bakugo held her in higher regard as an opponent than even Midoriya or Todoroki had done wonders for her self-esteem. Midnight cracked her whip as the large randomizer wheel from earlier appeared on the giant screen. Allow me to explain the rules of this match, the rated R heroine announced. This will be a non-combat competition between these two contestants to determine the bronze medalist of the first-year sports festival. And, for those who are curious, this year's tiebreaker will be. The randomizer wheel spun on the giant screen, the audience watching with bated breath before it slowed to a stop. A staring contest. The rules of this contest are simple. Both contestants will stand 4 meters apart and maintain eye contact. Both are allowed to use their quirks to get their opponent to break eye contact, thus winning the match. Midnight explained. Cementos used his quirk to quickly rearrange the very surface of the ring, marking the 4-meter distance between the two contestants. Are you both ready? Midnight called. The two nodded, blinking their eyes to prepare for the staring contest. Then, begin. Midoriya immediately reached back into his track jacket. Uraraka, he started. You have to ask yourself one question at times like this. Do I feel lucky? The brunette girl frowned but didn't say anything, barely resisting the urge to blink at the Greenette's words. Well, Midoriya began. Do you, punk? In one deft motion, the teen pulled an assortment of deadly-looking cartoonish weaponry out of his jacket, every single barrel trained on Uraraka. Deku-kun. She gulped. Sorry, Onchachin ... but this is it, he said, pulling the triggers. The girl flinched away, as did much of the audience, expecting the worst, when all they heard was an empty clicking sound. However, they all turned back to look at the scene. Instead of lethal weaponry, all that had popped out of Midoriya's cartoon guns were flags with the phrase Bang 316 written on them. Midnight cracked her whip, resisting the urge to laugh. Ochako Uraraka blinked first. Izuku Midoriya is the bronze medalist. The brunette girl blinked in stunned silence for a second, then began to laugh with the audience, running over to her friend. That was great, Deku-kun. You really got me. She giggled, impulsively gripping the Greenette in a hug. Midoriya, for his part, did nothing but blink owlishly before blushing 16 shades of red, a state exacerbated by Bakugo, Monoma, Kaminari, and Shinsu all wolf whistling at him. Now that this tiebreaker has concluded, there are 5 minutes until the finale. Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, please report to the waiting rooms. Aizawa droned. Even if he himself had been amused by the previous match, several members of One leapt from the seating area onto the arena floor in order to hoist the new bronze medalist and his opponent onto their shoulders and carry them off the field in celebration, while Bakugo smirked at Todoroki and walked down the hallway to his waiting room. What a day, Midoriya thought to himself. I wouldn't trade it for the world. A few minutes after the first semifinal match of the UA Sports Festival, April 28, 2190, Izuku Midoriya slumbered in the infirmary of the UA High Sports Stadium, under the influence of Recovery Girl's quirk. Recovery Girl had shined a pen light in each of his eyes, quickly deduced that he was, in fact, very concussed after his impact against the arena wall and had immediately sent him into a deep sleep to heal and recover. Little did she realize how his unconscious mind would wander. A funky tune started up as a camera panned in on what looked like UA High, if UA High was built onto the side of an erupting Mount Fuji. In the not-too-distant future, 2119, there was a guy named Izuku, not too different from you or me. Sure enough, inside some kind of loading dock, the green-haired teen in question checked off some boxes on a clipboard, wearing a hard hat and a lime green technician's jumpsuit. Looking into the eye of the beholder, he smiled and tipped his hard hat. He worked at Hatsume Institute, just another face in a green jumpsuit. The aforementioned H-shaped building on the volcano could be seen, before cutting to a view of the teenager wheeling several barrels marked dangerous and radioactive waste through a corridor, flashing a thumbs up. He did a good job cleaning up the place. Speaking of Midoriya, the greenette could be seen vacuuming the walls with something that looked vaguely like a nuclear-powered accordion. But his bosses didn't like him, so they shot him into space. Bakugo and Shinsu stood up from behind a control panel, shaking their heads in disappointment as the former flipped a switch. One of the buildings opened up, shooting a rocket ship into space with Midoriya on it. Aizawa and Shigaraki stood in the background, also wearing green jumpsuits. "We'll send him cheesy movies," Shinsu stated, his gloved hands holding a box of DVDs literally covered in Gruyere cheese out in front of him. "The worst we can find," Bakugo added. A film reel covered in camembert swung loosely in his right hand. "Alola," Aizawa and Shigaraki sang in unison, briefly popping on screen again. "He'll have to sit and watch them all, and we'll monitor his mind." Midoriya could be seen sitting in a theater, watching All Might's Antarctic Bash 2, Attack of the Snow villain, and laughing at it alongside a black bird-like robot and a blue and gold robot with what appeared to be a candy jar for a head. Now bear in mind, Izuku can't control when the movies begin or end. A series of 7 elaborate blast doors are seen opening as a movie starts, sending the greenette and his robots into a panicked frenzy, because he used those special parts to build his robot friends. The teen in question is seen in a variety of bizarre and comedic situations with those robot friends of his, before holding up a large signboard reading "Robot Roll Call." Toru, a robot that was nothing but a long cable with a video lens with 2 hands attached to it, filmed itself in a mirror. Momo, another robot, this one nothing but a grabber claw with 1 large eye and a bundle of cables resembling a ponytail, grabbed the letters of its name. Nito, the blue and gold robot, held its tiny arms out and looked cocky. Well, as cocky as a robot with no face could, anyway. Fuyomi, the black bird-like robot, looked up and down the length of its impressively long name. If you're wondering how he eats and breathes, and other science facts, the satellite of love could be seen in its full glory, as Aizawa and Shigaraki popped up to sing all again. Then repeat to yourself, "It's just a show. I should probably relax." Once again, both Midoriya and his evil bosses are seen in a variety of comedic situations. For Mystery Science Theater, .3000, a moon with the title card slowly rotated into view as one final funky guitar strum was strummed. Midoriya shouted as he shot awake, sweating slightly and looking around the inside of the hospital room. "What the hell was that?" "Oh good, you're finally awake," Todoroki stated, standing up from the chair next to Midoriya's bedside. "Gee Todoroki, what are you doing here?" the greenette asked in surprise as he crawled out of bed, stretching out as he stood. "I'm here to thank you, Midoriya. Without your raw determination, I might never have been snapped out of my self-imposed limitations," the bichromatic teen stated. "I also intend to make a hospital visit tomorrow. I need to see if I can reconcile with my mother." Midoriya's eyes widened. "Gee, good for you, Todoroki. I'm glad I could help you." The bichromatic teen nodded as he started to walk towards the door, beckoning for his new friend to come with him. "Uraraka and Bakugo's fight should be concluding soon," he stated, a muffled explosion audible in the background. "I don't think you want to miss it." "All right," Midoriya responded, hurrying to follow Todoroki out of the infirmary. Elsewhere, at around the same time, the ancient supervillain sighed audibly. Not an easy feat, ever since that infernal blonde menace had crushed his trachea and shifted in his chair, only hearing the sounds of heart and brain monitors around him, and the UA Sports Festival broadcast over the TV in front of him. "Is something the matter, my lord? Your brainwaves imply you are weary, distressed." A voice spoke up. The man's thermal vision allowed him to see the round, pudgy doctor in another part of the large room they occupied, no doubt prepping another Namu experiment. "Yes, Dr. Yujiko," the villain sighed, wishing he still had eyes so he could roll them in the general direction of his primary care physician. The old man chuckled. "Please, my liege, we've known each other for nearly a century now. You know you can call me by my real name." "Force of habit," the eyeless villain remarked back, before sighing again as President Mike's voice crackled over the TV again, commenting on someone shooting explosions at someone else. "Please, my lord, what has you distressed?" the rotund doctor asked, and the other villain had to sigh again, before looking directly towards his longtime colleague. "I miss my wife, Yujiko. I miss her a lot. I'll be back," he said, starting to stand before his colleague interrupted him. "Sir, you can't leave anytime soon," he said, reminding all for one of his injuries. "Damn it." April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 1:57 p.m. Shoto Todoroki sat in the waiting room he had been assigned to, waiting for his match. He had made it to the finals, but not without breaking his vow and having his entire worldview shattered. He didn't think he'd be making himself easier to control by refusing to use his father's fire, but Midoriya's statements about his father using his own hatred to control him hit uncomfortably close to home. A loud noise pulled him out of his reverie and back into the real world. Katsuki Bakugo glared in at him, having kicked the door open. "Oi, icy hot. What the fuck are you doing in my waiting room?" The blonde growled. Todoroki raised one eyebrow and pointed to the number on the door, a bright red 2 that made it very clear exactly which room this was. "Shit," Bakugo cursed. Internally, the blonde smirked. "Last time, I honestly got lost. This time, I've decided to feign ignorance to confront Icy Hot about his bad choices." "Listen the fuck up, Icy Hot," Bakugo declared loudly, slamming his right foot loudly on the table. "You'd better go all out against me. Fire, ice, the whole 9 fucking yards. I don't care what kind of stick that flaming garbage prick shoved up your ass. All I know is you'd better not have put it back after Deku pulled it out." "And what if I can't?" Todoroki retorted. "Huh," Bakugo answered, clearly taken aback. "I could only use my fire because Midoriya caught my attention so well that I had forgotten my old man was even there," Todoroki explained. "I do not know if I can do it again. Not unless you manage to pull my mind away from everything my family and I suffered from at the hands of that man and pull my focus exclusively to our battle." Bakugo ran a hand through his hair, thinking for a few minutes. Finally, he sighed. "Listen, Icy Hot, I can understand you just a little. You've been through some really bad shit. And that really bad shit ain't gonna go away immediately just because Deku punched you in the face." Todoroki blinked owlishly. That ... was more insightful than I expected. "I'm not a fucking idiot," Icy Hot Bakugo growled. "Just cause I'm not some once-in-a-century brainiac or genetic anomaly like Deku doesn't mean I'm not goddamn perceptive." "I am relieved that you understand," Todoroki said. "However, that doesn't mean I will just give you what you want just because you bark loud enough." Bakugo's left eye twitched. "That's it, we're fucking done, Icy Hot. You'd better not hold back in that ring, or I'll goddamn well kill you." The explosive blonde exploded, turning and storming back out the door. "Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, please report to the ring," Aizawa's voice stated through the pause system. Todoroki stood up, took a deep breath, and did some quick stretches to loosen up before his match. "It's time. It's time for the grand finale, folks," Present Mike announced to a roaring crowd. In the red corner, the son of the number 2 hero, 1A's SHOTOTODOROKI. The bichromatic teen scowled at his introduction. Mike had managed to avoid overtly calling him out for his heritage until now. Why couldn't he have come up with a better introduction that didn't saddle him with his father's reputation and expectations? And in the blue corner, the nitroglycerin firecracker, 1A's KATSUKIBAKUGO. The blonde bomber rolled his shoulders and flexed his fingers in anticipation of the match to come, even if he was fairly certain that he would be disappointed. "Todoroki, are you ready?" Midnight asked the bichromatic teen. "I am. Bakugo, are you ready?" The explosive blonde grinned. "Let's get this show on the road." The risque pro cracked her whip. "Then, begin." Todoroki opened the match by slamming his hand on the ground and sending a gargantuan wave of ice at his opponent, the glacier expanding upwards and outwards until its frosted tips extended just above the stadium's sunroof. Bakugo rubbed his hands together quickly to heat them up. "Don't underestimate me, Icy Hot," he shouted, melting the ice that got within his reach with a series of rapid-fire explosions. "Is it over already?" Mike asked. A low-pitched booming noise from within the glacier cut him off, slowly getting louder and louder as flashes of light started to emanate from within the ice. After a few moments, a large crack appeared, before an explosion carved a hole out of the front of the glacier. Bakugo stepped out, shaking the condensed water off the tops of his hands. "Impressive. I would have thought that the ice would inhibit your ability to sweat nitroglycerin," Todoroki remarked, flexing his fingers to break off the thin layer of ice that had formed on them. "Cold water may weaken my explosions, but that's meaningless. I've trained and pushed my limits to increase the potency of my sweat so that no 2-bit thug with a water or ice quirk can catch me off guard," Bakugo responded, shooting himself forward with 2 small blasts. Todoroki swung his right hand forward, hoping to catch Bakugo and freeze him in place, but the blonde suddenly shot to the right with an explosion from his left palm. "There's another place where you need to take notes, Icy Hot," he began, catching the heterochromic teen by the left shoulder of his track jacket. "You may have a stronger quirk than me, but that's fucking meaningless with how little precision you have with it." Lifting Todoroki into the air with him, Bakugo shot a series of explosions from his free hand, spinning the 2 of them around and around in midair. "X-catapult," the blonde shouted, hurling his opponent through the air with his explosion-generated centrifugal force. Todoroki barely caught himself in midair with an ice slide, using a layer of frost on it to generate friction and slow himself down before depositing him back on the concrete of the arena floor. Stumbling to a stop, Todoroki glared at Bakugo as the explosion user closed in on him again. "Come on, Icy Hot, stop handicapping yourself," the blonde shouted, lunging for Todoroki's left side. "Use your fire." Endeavor growled up in the stands. Todoroki spun around instead, grabbed Bakugo with his right arm, and used the momentum of his right hook to throw him back across the ring. The fuming blonde landed on the arena floor and glared at his opponent. Am I just unworthy of your full strength? Is that it? Are you intentionally trying to embarrass both of us? Todoroki looked at his opponent in shock as Bakugo used a small blast to defrost and heat up his palms before dashing forward. If you didn't want to be here, then you shouldn't have tried to beat Deku in the last round. I'd rather be facing him than you if this is all the fight you're gonna put up. As Bakugo rushed him, Todoroki's mind continued to move on its own. Midoriya brought out my full power, but only because he made me forget that Endeavor was in the stands, he thought, relaxing his left hand. Sorry, Bakugo, but I just can't honor your wishes. The bichromatic teen was brought out of his reverie by Midoriya shouting at him. Stop retreating from yourself, Todoroki. You're here to win, so ignore that flaming trashcan you call a father and show Kaken what you've got. The atomic blonde smirked. Thank you, Deku. Todoroki's eyes widened. Midoriya, clenching his fist, the teen allowed his left side to catch on fire, causing the ice on his right to break off and melt. That's more like it, Bakugo shouted, launching himself into the air. If you're gonna be the one standing before me, you'd better be trying to win. Using a series of controlled explosions, the blonde created a cyclone of force around himself with its terminus right in front of his opponent. Todoroki raised his flaming arm towards his foe, while Bakugo allowed a pool of his explosive sweat to form in his left hand. At the last moment, however, Todoroki's past caught up with him again, and his flames were extinguished right as Bakugo reached him and brought his left arm forward, as if he was throwing a softball. Howitzer. Impact. A gargantuan explosion dwarfing the one from when he'd last used this move shattered every bit of ice in front of him, causing a wave of heat, light, and force to buffet everyone in the stands. The ground shook, and all the pros patrolling outside the arena stared in awe at the giant plume of dust and smoke rising from the sunroof. When the smoke cleared, Todoroki lay unconscious on a bank of crushed ice. Bakugo's eyes widened in rage as he remembered the circumstances of his win. Todoroki ... You put your damn fire out, you bastard. Getting to his feet, the fuming blonde turned to walk away. This victory wasn't worth shit, he muttered. I can't accept a win from circumstances that are this pathetic. Midoriya looked down at his best friend in worry. Kaken. Midnight cracked her whip once more. Todoroki is out of bounds and incapacitated. Katsuki Bakugo wins the first-year sports festival. It's over. Bakugo wins. The awards ceremony will be in 12 minutes at 2:30. Be there or be square. As the crowd exploded into applause, Bakugo stalked off the field and returned to the stands, taking a seat between Monoma and Uraraka. Midoriya reached an arm around behind Uraraka and placed it on the explosive teen's shoulder. You okay, Kaken? Bakugo shook his head, growling. That was fucking pathetic. Nito, Ochako. Hell, even Birdbrain over there actually gave me matches that were worth fighting, he gritted out. They actually pushed me to my limits. But icy hot. He just ... gave up at the last minute. It was pathetic, and I'm ashamed I even fought him. Monoma patted Bakugo's other shoulder sympathetically. I think I understand. Why don't you go talk to Midnight or Aizawa-sensei or Cementos about rejecting your medal? He wondered aloud. Bakugo's anger slowed from a boil to a slow simmer. You know what, Nito? That's a good fucking idea. The explosive blonde stood up and turned to walk out of the stands. See you fuckers in a few minutes. I'm gonna go talk to that stripper about rejecting my award. Walking down a few flights of stairs and through a hallway, Bakugo kicked open the door to Midnight and Cementos' temporary office for the sports festival. Oh my, it's this year's big winner, the rated R heroine said, looking up from some paperwork she was doing. That's why I'm here, Bakugo responded gruffly. I want to reject that medal. Midnight dropped her pen in surprise. You what? I didn't earn first place, the explosive blonde stated. Icy Hot gave up at the last second. Midnight sighed and smiled sweetly. That's his problem, not yours. Fact of the matter is that you won, and he didn't. Bakugo gritted his teeth in fury. What kind of a win is it if your opponent gives up? How is that at all sportsmanlike? The risque pro was taken aback. It's against UA Sports Festival policy to allow the winner to reject their medal. They have to be held up to the public as the unofficial face of the first-year heroics department. It'd leave a sour taste in a lot of mouths if the winner didn't want their award, she sighed, unhappy about the burdensome regulation and the fact that she was required to enforce it. Fuck the HPSC for making me do this. I don't give a fuck what the public thinks, Bakugo said, turning to leave the room. I'm not showing up to that award ceremony. An odd odor like lavender caught his attention as he tried to walk away, before his vision went blurry. What the fuck? He trailed off, collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. Midnight caught him just after the effects of her quirk, Somnambulist, kicked in and knocked the explosive teen out. You don't have much of a choice, young man ... and I promise you, I don't like this either. April 28, 2119. UA High Sports Stadium, 2:30 p.m. It's time, listeners, for the last and best part of the day, the awards ceremony. Midnight took the field again, addressing 38 of the 41 students who had made it past the first round. Thank you all for an excellent performance today. Your youth has shone through at every level of the tournament. It really turned me on. For the third time today, every student either blushed or facepalmed. Did she seriously say that out loud? Again, pointing towards a seemingly empty section of the field, the rated R heroine smiled. And now, introducing the 3 medalists for this year's festival. A blast of smoke and glitter filled the air as a large podium rose from the ground. Hey, are you serious? Shinsu muttered. The heck? Kirishima asked. Is this necessary? A stunned Shoji murmured. On the left-hand side of the podium stood Midoriya, with a large bronze number 3 emblazoned on the stand below him. Todoroki stood on the right-hand side, a silver number 2 beneath his feet, and in the middle, chained to a large post with Quirk suppressant cuffs on his hands and a muzzle on his face, an enraged Bakugo struggled with a large golden number 1 emblazoned under him. The hell? Aizawa wondered aloud, his microphone thankfully shut off, before he turned and dashed out of the announcer's box. Wait, where are you going? Mike asked. And to present the awards, Midnight stated, gesturing to the top of the stadium. Ha, I am here, All Might shouted, eliciting cheers from the crowd as he leapt to the ground next to Midnight. Here to present awards, that is the number 1 hero, All Might himself. The risque pro finished, taking in the sight in front of him. Toshinori Yagi found it disturbing that his fellow faculty had felt it necessary to shackle one of his protégés more thoroughly than some villains. A flash of green caught his eye, and he turned slightly to stare into the quivering emerald orbs of a quietly fuming Izuku Midoriya. Young Midoriya, why did they do this? The number 1 mouthed to his green-haired apprentice. They did it because Kaken thinks he didn't earn his award. They don't want to let him reject first place, Midoriya mouthed back. That's not right. I need to bring this up with Principal Nezu, All Might responded. Yagi-sensei, please don't try to stop me, Midoriya mouthed. Before the number 1 could respond, his green-haired protégé reached his right arm out and placed all 5 fingers on the post that Bakugo was chained to. Several pulsing flashes of green light signaled the activation of Lucky Draw. The post, chains, cuffs, and podium all transformed into ice, then bamboo, then peanut brittle, before finally exploding into grains of rice. Midoriya, what do you think you're doing? Midnight began, before a glare from the green-haired teen cut her off. The rest of the students froze as well. It was the first time they'd seen the boy who was considered 1A's resident cinnamon roll look downright furious. No, what do you think you're doing? The enraged Greenette spoke. You thought I would just let my best friend be chained like a feral animal because he thought his victory was worthless and wanted to reject his medal, something he should have the right to do. Well, the rules. Midnight began. Think of how this looks from a PR perspective, Midoriya continued. How do you think the public is going to feel about seeing someone who is supposed to represent the next generation of heroes being chained to a post with more thorough restraints than are placed on some villains? I wasn't allowed to. The risque pro tried to argue. I am inclined to agree with Midoriya, Todoroki stated. I did not give Bakugo the fight he deserved, and for that I am truly sorry. If he wants to reject his award, he should be allowed to. Bakugo had ripped off his muzzle but remained quiet, instead looking in surprise at his best friend and his latest opponent. The crowd had also gone silent, not quite sure how to react to the drama unfolding on the field. I am in agreement with these young men, All Might added, causing Midnight to stare in stunned surprise. Sportsmanship and heroic ethics should be both practiced and promoted at a place like UA. And it is neither sportsmanlike nor heroic to chain young Bakugo like this. Midnight sighed. Fine, I'm in the wrong here. Let's wait for an official call from Principal Nezu on this matter. Consider it done. A small voice stated. Aizawa ran onto the field with the small principal riding in his scarf, drinking the last of his cup of tea. If Bakugo-kun wants to reject his medal, then it is his right to do so. That marketing rule from the commission is to be suspended and placed under immediate review for the foreseeable future. The rated R heroine acquiesced, and a few moments later the order had been rearranged and All Might could continue the ceremony. Young Uraraka, you did a remarkable job beating the odds and surpassing all expectations today, the symbol of peace stated, placing a bronze medal around the brunette's neck and embracing her. I think I can safely say that you have made a lot of people very proud today. Thank you, Uraraka sniffled, proudly accepting her third-place finish in the sports festival. I'll try my best to live up to expectations. As the number 1 hero turned to the next contestant, the round-faced brunette had one thought on her mind. His armpit smells like freedom and justice. Young Midoriya. All Might boomed as he placed a silver medal around Midoriya's neck. You wowed many people today, myself included. I'm especially proud of you taking a stand for sportsmanship and heroic honor. You'll be an incredible hero in the future. Thank you, All Might, the Greenette responded, readily embracing his teacher. How do you feel about Ochako? he whispered in the symbol of peace's ear. I'm suitably impressed, All Might whispered back, surprisingly quiet for a man of his size. She'll be a fine successor. Meet me tonight. We'll meet you tonight, All Might Midoriya whispered back as the giant released his protege from his embrace. And finally, young Todoroki, the symbol of peace said, placing the gold medal around the bichromatic teen's neck. You did excellent today, but I don't suppose you'll tell me why you didn't use your fire against young Bakugo. I'm still too unsure of myself, Todoroki responded, looking down at his left hand. Midoriya helped me overcome my past, but I still have a long way to go before I can finally move forward. I'm going to have to look at Inji a little closer, All Might thought to himself. I want to believe the best about him, but the way his son, his supposed pride and joy is acting is concerning, to say the least. Well, when you do, you'll be a fine hero. The number one stated, embracing Todoroki, and embraced the bichromatic teen was more than happy to return, standing back up and turning to the crowd. It's true that these three were the winners this year, but anyone in that crowd could have just as easily ended up on this podium, All Might said, gesturing to the other competitors. Competing, improving, going beyond. The next generation of heroes is a sight to behold. So with that in mind, I have just one more thing to say. Please say it with me, All Might shouted, the crowd readying themselves in anticipation. 1, 2, plus Ultra. Thank you for all your hard work. The entire arena was quiet for a moment before All Might shrugged. What? I thought they worked hard today. A fireworks display signaled the end of the first-year sports festival, as people around the world applauded the young heroes in the making. Elsewhere, however, some were not so fortunate. April 28, 2119, Hasu City, Tokyo, 2:38 p.m. Tensei Ida lay in an alleyway, bleeding from multiple stab wounds. Hold on, Ingenium-san, backup is on the way. A voice shouted in his ear. Above him, a towering man dressed in shinobi-like garb flicked the blood off of his blades and sheathed them. Tensei Ida, the hero killer, Stain, addressed his latest prey. You are certainly more authentic than many of the fakes I have ended. However, you are still not worthy of being a hero, still just another fake. For that, you will be punished. A quick strike from Stain's long katana cut a deep gash in each of the speedy hero's legs. You will not die today, but that cut almost certainly severed multiple important ligaments and tendons. You will be lucky to ever walk again, and you will never be a fake hero again. As the tall man turned to walk away, Ingenium gasped out at him. You're more sentimental than I remember. Stentol. Stain whirled around and glared at his prey. Tensei tried to shrug, although it probably looked more like a gasp to his foe. I remember you from Naruhata. Old man Aguro must have done a number on you. Knuckleduster may have taken my nose from me, but he directed me to take more direct action against the fakes and frauds that have infected heroism. Stain responded. For that, I am thankful to him. Tensei chuckled slightly as he slipped out of consciousness. Whatever floats your boat, Akaguro. April 28, 2119, in a dingy bar in Kamino Ward, Yokohama, 2:44 p.m. Interesting, a scratchy voice muttered, the sounds of a pen on paper filling the air. It seems that the walking glitch is somewhat attached to the exploding NPC. Tamura Shigaraki spoke, the deep voice of Kirigiri, who now wore an elegant barman's outfit as he polished a fine crystal glass. I take it you have extensive notes on the sports festival and the UA students. Damn right I do, Kirigiri Shigaraki hissed. However, I have had a few other interests as of late. If it was possible, the smoky villain would have quirked an eyebrow. Do tell. I want to try to reach out to the hero killer. He could be one hell of a co-opus player if we can get him on board. That is the kind of critical thinking I was hoping for, young Tamura, a voice said, coming from the TV monitor reading sound only. You're making me quite proud right now. And how about you, sensei? Did you see anyone of interest among those UA NPCs? Shigaraki asked the screen. There are a few who I think are worth looking at. Thanks to our unwitting mole, I have a list of students who could either be tempted to our side due to quirk discrimination against their villainous quirks, or who we could focus on to hit that blonde-haired buffoon where it hurts the most. Consider me interested. When can we start getting our party together? Shigaraki asked. We will strike on July 9th, during UAS annual first-year summer heroics boot camp. That should be ample time to assemble a group of the finest scum from society's underbelly. All for one addressed his protege. I understand, sensei. Might I inquire who you have an eye on aside from the walking glitch and living landmine? Shigaraki asked. The blonde one with the copy quirk is interesting. He couldn't hope to ever hold a candle to our lord here, but he could make for the base of a fascinating experiment. Another voice spoke up, elderly and tinged with mad curiosity. Aside from what you and the good doctor have said, there are a few with mutations or so-called villainous quirks who may be swayed. Discrimination never truly goes away in society, does it? I am also intrigued by the one with the gravity quirk. She seems like a light-hearted child, but I sense a darkness in her heart that only requires the right catalyst to grow and bloom. April 28, 2119, Midoriya family apartment, 10:25 p.m. Ochako Uraraka was pulled out of her slumber by someone shaking her slightly. "Mom, I was having such a good dream. I'd just gotten third place in the UA Sports Festival," she murmured, blinking the blurriness out of her eyes. "That wasn't a dream, round face." "Ape," Uraraka exclaimed in surprise, sitting up in her bed to see both her green-haired crush and his explosive best friend standing in her room, fully dressed. "Kaken, Deku, what are you doing in my room?" "Don't call me Kaken," the explosive blonde muttered. "Don't call me round face," the brunette retorted. Ochako-chan, please get dressed and come with us. We've got someone we'd like you to meet," Midoriya said. "This is a little weird, but alright. I know I can trust you too," Uraraka said. A few minutes later, the round-faced brunette was dressed and following two of her best friends as they walked the streets of Musutafu. "Are you sure we're not going to get mugged?" she asked. "Relax, Ochako. This route avoids all the shitty parts of town," Bakugo responded. "We're here anyway." Uraraka found herself looking at a large stretch of sandy shore at the bottom of a large stone and concrete retaining wall. Dagaba Beach Municipal Park. "Didn't this place used to be a dump before it got mysteriously cleaned up?" she asked. "Yep, you're looking at the two people who cleaned it," Bakugo responded, gesturing to himself and Midoriya. "Kaken, I thought we were keeping that a secret," Midoriya hissed. "Yeah, we did, but we're about to trust her with a way bigger secret. If she can be trusted with that, we can trust her to keep our actions here anonymous," the blonde responded as he and Midoriya walked down a flight of stairs to the beach below. Following them, Uraraka was surprised to see them walking over to an incredibly tall and skinny man with blonde hair and sunken eyes. "Deku-kun, Katsuki-kun, who is that?" she asked. The blonde scarecrow stepped forward. "Young Uraraka, my name is Toshinori Yagi," he said in a voice that sounded strangely familiar, but that she couldn't quite place. "And nice to meet you, Yagi-sen," she said, bowing to him. "We have met before," however, Yagi continued, much to the brunette's confusion. "You've seen me at UA, after all." Before Uraraka could open her mouth to ask more questions, the tall man continued. "Have no fear, young Uraraka, all your questions will be answered momentarily." The man then inhaled, before a sudden flash of steam obscured the brunette's vision. "Because I am here," the man finished, now a blonde-haired titan of muscle and strength. "All might," Uraraka stammered. "That is correct, young Uraraka ... and I am here to tell you that you are worthy of my power." April 28, 2119, Dagaba Beach Municipal Park, 10:40 p.m. Ochako Uraraka stared up in surprise at the towering pillar of society in front of her, a man who had appeared to her as a skinny and frail individual a few moments earlier. "All might," she stammered, stunned by the man's transformation. "That is correct, young Uraraka. I am here ... to tell you that you are worthy of my power," the man boomed in response. The round-faced brunette blinked owlishly a few times. "Wait, worthy of your power? What is that supposed to mean?" she asked. All Might laughed. "You should see your face right now. Just tell me if you want my awesome power," he began, before two silhouettes jumped behind him. Midoriya and Bakugo brought rolled-up newspapers down on the number one hero's head, causing him to deflate in surprise, spitting up blood. "Oh my god," Uraraka shrieked, surprised by Yaga's sudden hemorrhaging. "No, bad," Bakugo chided, brandishing the newspaper at their teacher once more. "Yagi-sensei, you said the exact same thing to us. I think you can drop the formalities and drama though," Midoriya explained. "But the drama is the best part." Yagi trailed off. Bakugo facepalmed at this, while Midoriya shook his head in mock disappointment. Recomposing himself, the symbol of peace turned to the gravity girl and began his speech. "Young Uraraka, I'll be frank ... my days as a hero are coming to an end," he said, pulling up his shirt to reveal the trademark scar on his left side. The round-faced brunette looked sick to the stomach, but Yagi continued. "About 6 years ago, I was badly injured in a fight against Japan's last known supervillain, and lost a lung, a kidney, my pancreas, and almost my entire stomach. As my role in society was too important to step back, I never properly healed and have been losing strength since then." Uraraka finally found the composure to speak again. That's ... that's horrible. The ramifications of you dying or retiring could shake this country to its core," she stammered. Yagi and the other teens nodded grimly. "Exactly. However, I fear the supervillain who did this may still be alive, albeit in similarly bad shape, and backing the League of Villains," he said as Uraraka paled. "This is where you come in." Holding one hand in front of him and opening it, the symbol of peace showed off a glowing prismatic light in his palm. "The truth about my quirk has long been speculated as some ridiculously strong enhancement or super strength ability, but those are all wrong." He laughed. "My quirk is called One for All. It is a transferable stockpiling quirk that has been held by 7 heroes before me ... and I would like you to be its 9th wielder." The girl fell backward into a sitting position, overwhelmed by the truth she had been told. "Oh my god," she whispered. "But ... why me? And do we know what this will do to or for me?" All Might grinned in his usual manner, thin and sickly, but genuine. Because you're one of the most promising young heroes I have ever met. And because these two, he gestured at Midoriya and Bakugo, vouched for you and directed my attention to your potential. Scratching his head, he continued. As for what it will do, I'm not sure. My master had her quirk boosted from flotation to flight with it, whereas I just got super strength since I was born quirkless. Behind him, Midoriya and Bakugo's jaws dropped. Wait, Yagi-sensei, you were, Midoriya began. Born quirkless? Bakugo asked in confusion and genuine surprise. The lanky blonde grimaced. Yes, I was born without a quirk. Back then, quirklessness was more common, but falling out of social acceptance rapidly. I was just one man who wanted to make a difference in the world. And when Nana Shimura, the hero Titania, found me, I was granted that power. She was enamored with my idea that we needed a symbol of peace to quell the era of chaos. Sitting down on the sand, Yagi sighed. I fear, however, that my nature as a symbol was a severe miscalculation on my part. Society has grown overdependent on me, and on the idea of a singular pillar providing peace through strength, he said. Right now, my mere existence deters villains from acting in broad daylight. But what will happen when I retire, or worse, die? Will this peace we've held fall? Looking towards the students, he raised his left hand and pointed one finger towards the three of them. That's why we need a new generation of heroes, pillars of society who can share the burden instead of shouldering it alone. That's why next ... it's your turn. So do you think you and your classmates can handle that weight? He asked. The trio's faces steeled in determination. Damn right, SE and SEI. Bakugo shouted. We'll do our best and then go beyond that. Midoriya added. We can do it. Uraraka said. All Might ... and oh, Yagi-sensei, I'll accept your power. The gaunt man smiled. That's exactly what I was hoping for, he said, buffing up into his muscle form and plucking a hair from his head. You're a brave and tough young woman, and you'll be one of the models of heroism for a new generation of peacekeepers in our society. Now eat this. What all three students responded. Not a question, not an exclamation, just a flat what. The transfer of one for all works through DNA. All Might explained. Wouldn't a transfer of blood work better then? It wouldn't require time to digest the DNA sample, Midoriya postulated. All Might's grin dampened as the awkwardness of the situation set in. I've got a pocket knife, Bakugo said, pulling a small blade out. If you both cut your thumbs and shake hands the right way, you should be able to do an immediate transfer. All Might and Uraraka looked at each other, nodded silently, and turned to the explosive blonde. 2 thin cuts and a handshake later, and the multi-generational power of One for All had settled within its 9th bearer. As the other 3 people on the beach stared in stunned surprise, a thin pink glow began to outline the gravity user while she slowly floated off the ground. Little discharges of fuskia lightning danced between her fingertips. While the brunette breathed out, voice barely above a whisper. The symbol of peace deflated back to his normal proportions. Fascinating. Would you like to try using One for All in an active manner, young Uraraka? He asked. As the brunette started to speak, Midoriya raised his hand. Ooh, Yagi-sensei, I'm not sure if that is the best idea right now. She just gained One for All, and it appears to be interacting unpredictably with her natural quirk, he explained, rationalizing his objection. Bakugo nodded in agreement. I'm with Deku on this one. She should give it some time to settle in, then experiment with it at an actual damn training ground, the blonde said, gesturing at the little bits of sand and rock floating off the ground around Uraraka as the fuskia lightning danced across them. You can stop that now, round face. I don't know how, Kakin, Uraraka admitted, causing the other 3 beachgoers to face fault. Well, that's unfortunate, Midoriya sighed. Maybe we can carry her back home like this and hope she stays put while sleeping tonight. Meanwhile, Bakugo dug around in his pockets for a few moments, before pulling out a spool of twine, then tied it around her ankle and handed it to Midoriya. Here, have a kite string to walk your girlfriend with, he snarked. Both Midoriya and Uraraka blushed furiously as Bakugo laughed and Yagi looked on in amazement, amusement, and confusion. Ah, young love, the symbol of peace chuckled. Shut up, Kakin, he's not my. Shut up, Kakin, she's not my. Thump. The sudden embarrassment occupying her mind caused Uraraka to forcibly deactivate her quirks. This, however, had the side effect of causing her to fall right on top of Midoriya, the 2 of them landing in the sand in a tangled mix of limbs, silica grains, and embarrassment. Bakugo howled with laughter, while All Might coughed up a little blood in surprise. Problem solved. The explosive blonde giggled. As All Might and the trio went their separate ways, Bakugo scratched his head. Oh yeah, how are we gonna explain it if round face starts floating in class? He asked, as the ramifications of something like that happened. The 2 lovebirds took a few moments to process the question before their eyes widened. Oh crap, Uraraka muttered. Midoriya thought about the problem for a few moments, then smacked his right fist into his left palm as he hit a realization. I know, we can say that the exertion from her fights with you, and Kendo-san today caused her quirk to start evolving, but she doesn't have a handle on it quite yet, he said, smiling a little in relief. That could work, Uraraka said. It's got potential, Bakugo added as they continued down the streets of Musutafu. April 29, 2119, Kashiku Mental Health Home. Mustuafu, 9:55 a.m. Shoto Todoroki opened the doors to the mental hospital, steeling himself for the meeting he had planned today. After going home the previous night, he was greeted by his siblings, and after a short conversation confided in them about his desire to see their mother again. His sister had just smiled softly and said, then go do it, and his brother had added, I think she wants to see you again too. So the next morning, one day after coming to terms with his left side, the bichromatic teen decided to conquer his painful memories. Lighting a candle on the shrine to his dead eldest brother Tauya, Shoto set out for Kashiku Mental Health Home to visit his mother Rei. Good morning, young man. The receptionist at the desk greeted him in a chipper voice. How can I help you today? I'm here to visit Rei, Todoroki, Shoto responded. His hair was swept over his left eye to cover his scar, and he wore a baseball cap to disguise his distinct two-colored mop of hair. Which room is she in? Room 204, the receptionist responded, checking patient visitation records. She looked up with a raised eyebrow. She'll be delighted to see you. Normally she only gets 1 or 2 visitors a week, but you're her second visitor today. Maybe you'll see each other. I don't think he's left yet. Shoto blinked in surprise. Who visits her? He asked. Odd. Natsuo and Fayumi said they'd both be too busy today. The receptionist smiled sweetly in response. Oh, it's so romantic. Her husband comes to visit her at least once a week and has been doing so for years. She replied. I wish I had someone who cared for me that much. Shoto blanched in record time. What the hell? He blurted out to nobody in particular, turning to run up the stairs as his cap fell off his head in surprise. Hey, no running in the halls. The receptionist cried out. Huh, he looks super familiar. Shoto dashed up the stairs and raced down the second-floor hallway. What is he doing here? Can't he just leave her in peace? The fuming teenager thought to himself, wisps of mist and smoke starting to trail off of him as he ran. As he got closer to room 204, he heard sounds coming from within the room. Sounds like music. Throwing the door open, the two-colored teenager skidded to a stop in shock. Sure enough, in the medium-sized residential room inside, Shoto Todoroki bore witness to a surprising sight. On a large carpet near the middle of the room, with a phonograph on a table playing some archaic rock and roll tune, both his parents could be seen, dancing the twist. In the background of his mind, Shoto dimly registered the song's tune and lyrics. They furnished off an apartment with a 2-room Robux sale. The coolerator was crammed with TV dinners and ginger ale. But when Pierre found work, the little money common worked out well. C'est la vie, say the old folks, it goes to show you never can tell. The two seemed entirely in their element on the dance-floor until the door was hurled open, at which point they stopped and both whirled around to face the newcomer. Shoto, the number 2 hero, sputtered in surprise, dressed in a tuxedo with a bolo tie around his collar. His face was bare, the flaming beard that normally adorned it even at home nowhere to be seen. Son, the white-haired woman across from him questioned, wearing a simple pair of black pants and white button-up shirt with no shoes on her feet. At this point, Shoto Todoroki's brain became overloaded with the weight of all the emotions and contradictions he was trying to process, and so did the only sensible thing. He fainted. A few minutes later, the youngest Todoroki reawoke in surprise, sitting up in a bed. The last thing he remembered was visiting his mother, and then, looking around the room, he was greeted with the sight of 2 people sharing a pot of green tea. One of them was the bane of his existence, a face that brought back memories of fire and grueling training regimes for a decade. The other was a sight that reminded him of tender care and burning cold pain over his left eye. His father, sperm donor, general pain in the ass, whatever he was. Enji Todoroki turned to greet his youngest child. Hey, you're finally awake. You passed out when you walked in on your mother and I dancing, he said. Shoto rubbed his eyes again, trying to dispel the illusion quirk that had clearly been used on him. After several fruitless attempts, he finally gave up, opting for a verbal approach. What are you doing here? He demanded of his father, before looking to his mother. What is he doing here, anyway? More of how it was back at home, he asked, referencing Endeavor's previous domestic abuse. Rei Todoroki sighed, sweeping a stray section of her long white hair behind her head. Shoto, I'm so happy to see you again, especially now that you're all grown up. That being said, I think it's time for us to tell you the truth. The whole truth, she said, a tinge of sadness in her tone. Enji whirled around so fast that Shoto could swear he left an afterimage. Rei, are you sure this is a good idea? He asked, but his wife stopped him, one hand held up. He's old enough that he needs to know. About you, about me, about himself, about Tauya, Rei said, and her tone seemed to imply that it was final. Enji looked ready to object, but just sighed and nodded. Yes, dear. A few minutes later. Wait, he actually loved you back then? Shoto exclaimed in surprise. Endeavor wilted slightly at the implication. What do you mean, loved? You say that like it's past tense. The giant of a man muttered awkwardly. In contrast, Ray laughed it off. He was initially super awkward when my parents first introduced him to me, she explained. I wasn't given a choice in whether or not I was to be married off. They wanted the money and influence that would come as a result either way. But I did get to choose who I got married off to, instead of just being sold to the highest bidder. Enji won me over in 3 ways when I first met him, Ray elaborated. First of all, his demeanor. He was awkward but confident in himself, so he felt like a safe individual instead of some asshole waving money around. Secondly, I could see his ambition and determination in his eyes, a man who would be damn well capable of providing for his family. Shoto grimaced slightly, the irony of his mother's words leaving a metallic taste on the back of his tongue. And third of all, he unknowingly brought me my favorite flowers on his first visit. That may have been the minor touch that won me over, the white-haired woman said, sipping her tea. The teenage Todoroki's eyes widened slightly as he watched his father blush. Despite this, he kept his expression as neutral as possible before gathering his thoughts again. And what about Talia? He asked. You said that I didn't know the full truth there either. What happened that I was too young to remember? Each elder Todoroki grimaced in unison. Your elder brother Talia, Fayumi's twin brother. He was the first promising hero of our 4 children, and G explained. A few years before you were born, he first manifested his quirk, a fire quirk even stronger than my own, and I became too carried away in celebrating this, telling him that he could be a hero, and a damn good one at that. I assume you're saying this in a negative light for a reason relating to his death, Shoto responded softly. And she suddenly looked extremely weary, like a man many years his senior. So Ray took over for him again while giving his right hand a comforting squeeze with her left hand. Unfortunately, while his flames burned hotter than your father's, he inherited a body like mine, very resilient against cold temperatures, but weak against the heat, she said sadly. He was the opposite of Fayumi. She has an ice quirk at least as strong as mine, but a heat-resistant body like your father. When we realized that his own quirk would destroy him with overuse, we looked into every option out there. Special cooling gear, special quirk-made burn creams to stifle the drawback of his flames. And we even contacted the renowned Dr. Shigaraki about the possibility of dangerous, experimental and illegal gene therapies to help your brother on a molecular level, Ray continued. Unfortunately, we kept hitting dead ends. Nothing was strong enough to help him. And so we gave up, Enji said in a voice tinged with sorrow. We told him that he needed to reconsider being a hero. And that even if he could handle it physically, his own body would destroy itself if he used his powers. I refused to train him further, especially after your birth, and threw myself further into my hero work, my endeavor persona, to cope. There is nothing I regret more than igniting that ambition within him, then having to extinguish it when we found out it was impossible. Shoto felt his composure slowly starting to fracture as an icy dread began to grip him. Then what happened? He asked. Ray gave her youngest son a haunted look. We thought he had listened to us, but he was secretly training behind our backs. One day, we caught him treating his own burns. And when we confronted him about it, he tried to attack you, she said, to Shoto's horror. He started screaming about how we'd thrown him away in favor of you, and I had to freeze him to make him stop. I'm such a terrible mother for using my quirk on my own son. Enji wrapped an arm around the woman to comfort her. We're both at fault. We were too neglectful and weren't ready for children, he said. I didn't know how to react at that time other than with anger about him not being watched to prevent this self-destructive behavior. So I took it out on your mother. One of the most shameful moments of my life. This time, Ray provided a soothing hand on the shoulder for the man by her side. Shoto clenched his fists at his sides, seeing his father just as vulnerable as his mother was making him incredibly uncomfortable. Still, against his better judgment, he listened to his curious side. Go on. When you manifested your quirk, we were overjoyed. You've had the perfect fusion, saying that phrase leaves such a bitter taste in my mouth, of our powers, and G continued. Unfortunately, the attention we gave you just exacerbated Talia's mental decline. A few nights later, he vanished, and we found out altogether too soon why he was gone when we saw the blue glow coming from Sokoto Peak. As Shoto's eyes widened in horror, the weary man facing him continued. The mountain burned for 24 hours with enough heat to burn not only the forest, but the minerals it was made from. It was too hot for even me to enter. I would have burned to death as well if I had entered. Your brother was declared dead when we found a charred remnant of his lower jaw in a crater of rock that had melted into glass. Ray picked up the story for her husband again. After that we just spiraled. Your father retreated into his endeavor persona and became more violent towards us both. And I started hallucinating about your brother's death more and more often until the day I burned you. All I could see was your brother burning. and myself trying to quell the flames. At this, the white-haired woman broke down in tears, while her husband sat beside her, rubbing circles in her back with a shell-shocked look on his face. While you were in the hospital, Inji murmured, drawing Shoto's attention again. While you were there, we decided that it was safer for all of us if she was here, not in the house but close enough for comfort. Unfortunately for you, I didn't take time off from heroics for any sort of therapy, and instead retreated further inside the Endeavor side of myself. Standing up, the number 2 hero shocked his son by dropping to his knees and performing a full doge apology bow, head touching the floor. For that, I can never forgive myself, and I understand if you feel the same way. He said, I am truly beyond sorry for my actions. Shoto, the bichromatic teen's shock only grew when his mother bowed to the ground right alongside his father. I am no less at fault here than your father is, she added. I too am truly sorry for everything that has happened in your life so far, and I understand if you cannot forgive me either. After a few moments of stunned silence, Shoto managed to recompose himself. What would Midoriya do in this situation? I was not ready for this emotional weight when I came here. Finally, he spoke slowly and softly in reply to his parents. Do Fayumi and Natsuo know? He asked. The silence from both of them was the only answer he needed. I don't think I am ready to forgive either of you yet. You more so than her, father, he said. But if you tell them the truth and they deserve the truth as much as I did and can endeavor to be better parents than you are right now, then I will endure until we can build a brighter tomorrow for our family. With that, the teenage Todoroki turned and wordlessly left the room. His composure lasted 25 minutes and 13 seconds before he broke down in his elder sister's arms when she greeted him, having come home during her lunch hour. He was still there when his father returned several hours later, this time accompanied by a certain white-haired woman for the first time in a decade. May 1st, 2119, UA High School Class 1A, 7:59 a.m. 2.5 seconds to quiet down. You're improving, Aizawa said as he entered the room, dropping his signature mustard-colored sleeping bag behind his desk. It has been 2 days since the sports festival, and we have finished processing your internship offers after 2 consecutive late nights. The last part was somewhat growled out. Here are the results, the man said, clicking a remote to change the digital board behind the podium into a list displaying internship offer numbers by student. As you can see, some of you performed better than some others, and this is reflected in the numbers. Shoto Todoroki, 4,332. Ochako Uraraka, 3,915. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,909. Nido Monoma, 3,150. Izuku Midoriya, 2,628. Momoye Urazu, 2,021. Tenya Ada, 1,626. Ijiro Kirishima, 1,325. Fumikage Takoyami, 996. Suyu Isui, 925. Itoshi Shinzu, 603. Yui Kodai, 555. Mizo Shoji, 546. Yosu Awase, 102. Hanta Siro, 88. Denki Kaminari, 1. Kyoka Gyro, 1. T3000. Uraraka shouted in surprise, starting to float slowly. Damn, she just barely beat me. Bakugo groused about the round-faced brunette's offers. Todoroki eyed his number and nodded quietly. Only 1. Rats. Kaminari groaned. At least you got internship offers. I didn't get anything. Ashido responded in shock. Settle down, Aizawa growled, eyes flashing red. The class calmed down almost immediately. Good. As I was saying, some of you performed better than others, and that is reflected in the results. However, there will be options available to those of you who didn't receive offers specifically for you. You will all be given your offers at the end of the period. However, it's time for you to do something that you technically already did, picking hero names. You need to pick professional code names for use in the field, or else there will be hell to pay. Midnight shouted as she burst into the room. Aizawa leveled a death glare at her in response, but the risque pro ignored him. Your hero names will follow you through your professional and personal lives, and make sure they don't have any unintended meanings that could be brought up against your public image down the line. I'll pass around these whiteboards for you to use, and then present as you're ready. Do whatever you want. I'm going back to bed, Aizawa grumbled, wrapping himself in his sleeping bag and retreating behind the podium. Always so salty, that eraserhead. Now don't rush. There's no hurry. Midnight began, before Asui raised her hand. Seriously, you're already done. I've had this one in mind since I was in elementary school, the frog girl said as she made her way to the whiteboard. The rainy season hero, Froppy. Adorable, approachable, and with a personal backstory. I approve, Midnight said, giving her enthusiastic approval. Who's next? Unsurprisingly, there were few deviations from the code names they'd decided at the USJ just before the league attacked. Bakugo kept Wipeout. Monoma stuck with Phantom Thief. Yaoyorozu remained as Genesis. Shinsu stayed Mockingbird. Tsuburaba opted to spend his career as Respira, and Ashido modified her tagline slightly to be Pinky, the Acid Queen. Despite his best efforts, Aoyama was not allowed to change his name to any variation of I Cannot Stop Twinking, and had to keep Chevalier. Charge-a-Bolt, Acetylene, Earphone Jack, Cellophane, Nevermore, Tentacle, and Red Riot also remained the same. However, when Todoroki walked up to the podium, he introduced a significant change. As you may know, I once used the moniker Frost King, desiring to be an ice-cold hero for my own sake, the bichromatic teen calmly stated. However, I can no longer be a half-hearted hero, living up to just half my potential and only being able to save half the lives. I have to endure more to protect more. From this day on, I am now the thermal hero, Endure. The room was silent for a moment before Yaoyorozu started to clap. Midoriya joined in, and soon the entire room was applauding their classmate. As Todoroki returned to his seat, Midoriya pondered his odd new behavior and new outlook. Something changed for him, but I don't know what. The Greenette noted, before announcing that he was still Deku. After Kodai confirmed that she was still Rule, Uraraka announced that she was remaining as Infinity Girl. That's very fitting now that she holds one for all within her, Midoriya noted, before watching as a troubled-looking Ida walked up to the podium. To everyone's surprise, he opted to just be known as Tenya. Are you sure about this? Midnight asked. Last I heard, you had a respectable hero name of your own. Ida nodded slightly. I used Cambio as a name previously, but I have a few things I need to work through right now. By this point, the class had all heard about how the hero killer attacked Ingenium during the sports festival, so they kept quiet about their classmate's name change. Midnight similarly acquiesced, knowing Ingenium personally and being herself distraught about the man's career-ending injury. Class concluded shortly thereafter, with several students having to carry their stacks of internship offers away with the help of Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk. No way, Midoriya shouted at an uncharacteristically loud volume. Jesus Christ, Deku. Some of us are already having enough trouble keeping their hearing intact past the age of 20. Don't make our jobs harder. Bakugo grumbled. What's got your knickers in a twist anyway, nerd? I got an offer from Sir Night-Eye's agency, Midoriya responded, and this time it was Bakugo's turn to have his eyes bug out. No goddamn way. I got one from him too, Yaoyorozu said. Is his agency any good? Who is he, anyway? Sir Night-Eye was the only psychic All Might ever took on, Midoriya said. Eyes around the table widened as the weight of those words settled in. His agency does a mixture of underground and daylight work, and he is considered one of Japan's most intelligent people. If anyone can help us with potential uses for our quirks, it's him. I see, Yaoyorozu said, shifting Night-Eye's offer to a box marked worth consideration. Ape, Uraraka yelped, before her eyes rolled back in her head and she fainted, raising an eyebrow. Monoma peeked at the file she had been looking at, his eyes widening dramatically a few seconds later. No way, she got an offer from Mighty Agency. The entire table whirled around to stare at the unconscious girl. Wake up, Ochako Shinsu said, shaking her slightly. The girl gave off an incoherent groan in response. The purple-haired boy twitched slightly in a way that let the other observers know that his quirk had somehow registered it as a response. Wake up. Uraraka snapped awake a moment later, shaking her head. Ugh, what happened? I had this weird dream where I got an internship offer from Mighty Agency. She trailed off, seeing the aforementioned papers on her table, before quickly signing her name on the papers and pushing the boxes containing her other offers off to the side. Any idea where you're going, Ida? Midoriya asked the glasses-wearing teen, prodding his friend to see what was bothering him. I really hope he isn't doing what I think he's doing. I did indeed, Ada said, his voice with a very good facsimile of its usual confidence. I chose the manual agency. Team Idaten is still recovering from my brother's sudden injury and cannot reasonably accommodate myself or any other interns at the time. Manual agency is located close by, however, and is of reasonable proximity to my home. Isn't Manual's agency in Hasu? Midoriya thought, before his brain connected the dots. God damn it, he's doing exactly what I was afraid of. Fool, cool. But is anyone other than Roundface and I going to an agency in the top 10? I'm going with Best Genus offer, Bakugo said, distracting from Midoriya's lack of response to Ida. Todoroki slurped the last of his cold soba noodles down, then spoke. I'm taking my father's offer. I need to learn more about my left side's abilities, and he is the most accomplished fire user alive in Japan today. Nobody questioned his logic, but those in the know about his backstory exchanged glances at his calm tone. Underground is where my skills would shine best. And Aizawa-sensei pointed me at an underground pro with a quirk similar to mine, Shinsu said, a small smile gracing his face, before turning devious. I'm not telling you who though. Did he tell you to take an offer from Miss Joke? Midoriya asked, and the smug look melted off of the purple-haired boy's face immediately. Looks like I'm correct. Her outburst quirk is very similar to yours. Both are verbal and compel an opponent to do something. Yours has added conditions that hers doesn't, but I think you'll be able to learn a lot from her. I'll be going with Gunhead's offer, Monoma said. I desperately need to improve my hand-to-hand skills, as evidenced by Katsuki and I's match at the sports festival. The explosive blonde nodded solemnly in agreement with this assessment. How about you, Shoji? The last member of the table had remained silent through the conversation, but smiled under his mask as he turned to face the others, a piece of paper held in one of his right arms for them to see. I've made my decision, and I believe it is a good one, the tentacle-armed teen said, pointing to the paper reading Orsonus Agency on it. Gang Orca, isn't he the pro who was voted most villainous-looking 3 years in a row? Yaoyorozu inquired. Shoji nodded. That is correct. Gang Orca knows how to live his life peacefully while shrugging off any backlash for his appearance, but also knows how to leverage his intimidation factor against villains, he said. I would like to be able to do the same in the future. The bell rang moments later, and the 9 members of Class 1 lugged their boxes of offers back to their classroom, but the need for formalities had ended. All of them knew where they were going for a fortnight starting in just 1 week. For better or for worse. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.